You are watching the Vodka stream.
Yo, what is happening, everybody? It's Friday. Made it through another week. As I always like to say, let's turn on that border. I think I forgot to put on the fancy little neon border that I usually have up. All right, everything looking good. All right, guys, what is happening? Sun's still going down. It's a little bright. Get those blinds down a little bit. All right. Welcome to the Vodka stream. Should be an interesting one. Obviously, yes, we're going to have Ty come back from Total Disclosure with his co-host, and we're going to be talking about some alien shit. That's right, guys. I figured, this was... There's a week of, obviously, when we get the panel on and everything, we'll talk, obviously, the movie stuff and all the nerdy stuff right here. But, when it comes to the UFO hearings, I was like, what? I'm going to hit up Ty, because I was actually watching his live stream when they were doing the hearings. So, yeah, I was definitely wanting to get him back and talk about all the stuff he's working on, who they've talked to, get all the information. I'm all into that shit. I love it. The truth is out there, guys. The truth is out there. All right, let me take my my vodka shot for the evening. My one vodka shot. I'm only taking one today for sure. But then I'm going to be drinking some kombucha. Hard kombucha. It's still got alcohol in it, but yeah, doing the kombucha tonight. You know why? Because it's delicious, first off. Man, it's got 6.9% alcohol. But I had these last Sunday, and I had 6 of them, maybe 7, because I did the Patreon stream on Sunday, and I did Fanimated on Sunday, and then I just had like 1 or 2 more when I was watching. I forgot exactly what I was watching. But, got a nice little, good buzz, and woke up fine. Woke up fine. So Flying Embers. You want to sponsor the channel, do so, because I'm really digging your product right here. Hard kombucha. So, and I have to go. I'm driving to Vegas tomorrow. So me and the young lady, Miss Nighthawk, we're going to Vegas for the night. And so I was very hungover last Saturday. I got really hungover. I think it was just because it's hot. I didn't drink enough water. I didn't take a liquid IV like I usually do. So I was in a pretty awful state, at least the morning, but then I, took the aspirin, drank the coffee. But yeah, it was a pretty gnarly hangover I had on Saturday. So I don't need that tomorrow. So the hard kombucha it is. Healthy booze, guys. Healthy booze. That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. We got MSGT here. We got High Desert Psychedelia Cinema. Hey, yo. Oh, he's here for the aliens. That's right. I'm here for the aliens as well. What's going on, Tet? Watch the movie Nick Cage said would be most similar to his Superman performance. Very strange, but it grows on you. You're talking about City of Angels. I think I saw it once. I think I saw that movie once. And I remember the Goo Goo Dolls song. The Goo Goo Dolls song is, pretty iconic, pretty known, from that movie. Meg Ryan, where he plays like an angel, right? But yeah, that's interesting that he put that out there. We'll talk. We'll talk about that, and we'll talk about that a little bit, which is interesting. What's going on, Mr. Powell? Good to see you, buddy. Aztec Warrior. Mr. Fear Jason, always good to see you, buddy. All right. We got Chino here. Let's see. We got Mr. Andre Nicotina. What's up? We got Mama Film Junkie here. Hi, Mom. Love you. Love you. Everybody say hi to Mama Film Junkie. No justice. Well, that's just what James Gunn said. I mean, we'll get people's opinions on that when we get to that point. But he said no Justice League for, at least for now. Snyder Cut is the best Justice League film we've ever had and ever will get. Wow. I mean, I will say it's the best one we've ever had. But, I'm not one of those people that said, like, nothing's ever going to top this just because I like it so much. I'm one of those people that I'm like, all right, I hope that the next filmmaker or whoever the heck approaches some of that stuff. I always hope, like, obviously we're, when it came to Matt Reeves' Batman, I was like, all right, Ben Affleck's my favorite cinematic Batman. I hope that I can come out of the Batman thinking Robert Pattinson is, or I think it's better than the Dark Knight or Batman Begins or something like that. I'm always rooting for the filmmaker to create the favorite thing. And that, and it doesn't happen because Robert Pattinson is still not my favorite cinematic Batman, and the Batman is not my all-time favorite Batman movie, but I always root for the next filmmaker. I always see those proclamations where it's like, yeah, nothing will ever top this. It's like, okay, so you're just gonna stick with that? I mean, this is why we had the Not My Superman stuff when all the people were like giving shit to Snyder, because they were all nostalgic about Reeve. It's like, it's the same thing. It's like every generation has its thing. It's like, no one's ever going to top Michael Keaton. No one's ever going to top Christian Bale. No one's ever going to top Ben Affleck. It's like, it's just the generational thing. And I'm like, I just hope the next one's better. I always hope that. Is it always better? No. We'll see. We still got the DCU Batman that's coming up. You hear that, Josh Hartnett? Anyways. Okay. Dave, what's going on? Oh, hey, what's going on there, George? Good to see you. We got Eleanor right here. Any aliens in the house? Possibly. We might have some aliens in the house. Who knows? After watching Secret Invasion, anybody could be a Skrull. And anybody could be a Skrull for a very, very long time, apparently. What the hell, man? When the director said, like, oh, yeah, Rhodey, he's probably been a Skrull since Civil War. Like, okay. So when he says goodbye to Tony in Endgame, and he's doing all that shit, doing all the Iron Patriot or whatever, all the stuff that he was doing in Endgame, that was a Skrull. I'm sorry, I can't buy that. That's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Sorry. Freaking flies, man. Tell you, summertime flies sucks. There's those bushes out there, and when I go out on my balcony to get some vitamin D, they sneak in. What's going on, Game City Savior? Super duper. We got Ben in the house, too. Good to see you, Mr. Everts. Better get your ass on here one of these times. If it's good with your wife, run it by your wife first. But, you should get back on here and we'll take some shots. You rewatched The Boys. That's cool. All right, we got Bennett right here. Happy Friday, and may us and the aliens live long and prosper. There you go. That's what we're hoping, right? And there she is, Miss Nighthawk. Good to see you, gorgeous. All right. Let's talk some aliens, man. Happy freaking Friday. Cheers, Stephanie T. Boop, boop, boop. All right. What else we got here? All right. We got RJ in the house as well. We got Daniel. What's happening? All right. Yeah, we'll have fun in Vegas. Like I said, it's just we're going to a little pool party thing. We have to dress up a little bit, so I'll probably post some pictures, maybe, depending on how it all works out. But yeah, I think we'll be okay. Let's see. Dave, Peacemaker was better than. Oh yeah, totally was. And I was and I was into Secret Invasion, and then it just got like in the middle of it started getting boring and just kind of going like, all right, the hell is this leading to? And it's like it just felt like too many episodes. It was they were trying to stretch it. They're trying to stretch like essentially what could have been covered in a movie. They were trying to stretch it too much. And that finale was just blah. That finale was ugh. So what's going on, Mr. Phil? A bottle of rum and me. There you go. Like it. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's all very interesting. But yeah, that Secret Invasion. I mean, and I haven't read the books, but people who read the books of Secret Invasion, they were not happy with the series for sure, which is usually what happens when it comes to all that. All right, why the hell is this? Okay, there we go. Oh boy, there we go. Sorry, my Chromecast was like frozen. Something happened with it. I was watching a Rogan podcast. All right. Let me Let me go ahead and set my tweet up and get the guests in here, and we're gonna be talking some freaking aliens and UFOs and whatnot. All right, we got that. Okay, let's see. Boop, and have joined the stream. All right. All right, let's get my guests in here. Let's see. Make sure everything's set up. All right. All right, there we go. All right, Mr. Ty and Mr.
How
Ty
you doing,
here.
boy?
What's going on,
What's up,
guys?
man?
Sorry, how you doing? Sorry, let me get my names up there. What's going on, guys? How you doing today?
Excellent.
Doing well, Dave. It's been a while.
It's been a little bit, yeah. I mean, I think the last time you came on, I was like, all right, well, let's talk some aliens, man.
Well,
Let's talk about this stuff.
I believe the last time we spoke was approximately maybe 5.5 months, 6 months ago.
Probably
and,
something like that.
Like the updates that Tom and I have for you guys tonight are just like,
yeah.
I
that's
even,
why I hit you up, dude.
I know. I just wanted to I don't want to hit you with this like right now, but I did write a little opening if you would allow it.
No,
oh yeah, let's hear that, Ty. Let's do that.
All right. So this is from me, and probably I could speak for Tom. Our show. I just recorded an episode yesterday with Linda Moulton Howe, legend in the field. And we're just we're on the precipice of this this real disclosure happening. So to begin, I'm sorry, 1 second, I had it here. Where'd I put it?
Technology failed you. There it is.
It's in the iCloud notes. All right, guys. So we explore the mysteries of the unknown, and we tell this to our audience every single time. Tom can attest to that. So from sightings to conspiracy theories, we dive deep into the unexplained occurrences in our skies and on the ground. If you're passionate about exploring the possibility and it intrigues you that extraterrestrial life might exist and it might be here, then you're probably in the right place. And that's what we tell our audience. Tom and I sit before you today with a revelation that will challenge the very fabric of our understanding of the universe. I come not as a harbinger of conspiracy or speculation, but as a person and persons who has been convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that we are not alone in this vast cosmos. My quest for truth led me to this point, the existence of extraterrestrial beings or something non-human intelligence. For decades, we have gazed upon stars, marveling at their beauty and mystery. Our imaginations have taken us on journeys to distant planets and distant civilizations. But little did we know these visions might be closer to reality than we could have ever believed. The evidence, my friends, it's overwhelming. Reports of unidentified flying objects or UAP witnessed by trained pilots, by these observers, civilians alike, ancient artifacts and texts that speak of celestial visitors, all the commonalities between religions, and once you start digging down this rabbit hole, you will not find yourself coming up for air too many times. But however, I must acknowledge that the truth I present today is not without its challenges. The concept of life beyond Earth is deeply ingrained in pop culture, and for some, the revelation may evoke fear or disbelief. But let us not be blinded by our fears. Let us embrace the discovery with courage and open minds. We must call upon our governments and scientific communities to prioritize the research into this phenomena. Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah,
it. Good opening.
That's definitely something you can say. You speak for both of us. I will second that.
Yeah, this is no longer. For some people, it's going to challenge you religiously. It's going to challenge you in existential ways, but we should never let there's a large part of government that doesn't want to go into this because they think it's demonic. It's like,
Yeah.
what?
Oh yeah,
so.
I've gone down those rabbit holes, making the correlation between all that. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you remember? So I'm good friends with Mark Pellegrino, who played Lucifer in Supernatural, and I'm constantly texting him because he's so well versed in like the Lucifer.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh wow, really?
The he knows every little detail about the biblical version of Lucifer, and I've actually been talking to him a lot lately about the correlation between the Varginha incident, which Moment of Contact details. It's a film, documentary by James Fox, and it's about a crash in 1996 in Brazil, in Varginha. Tom and I just had Marco Leal, who is the lead researcher on that case. So there's an overwhelming correlation between beings that have red eyes and smell like sulfur and ammonia.
Big time.
And that is a huge correlation between demons, right? Like if you saw a 4-foot being that had red eyes and smelled like sulfur, and you're in Brazil where their cultural beliefs are so heavy.
Oh yeah.
No one ever said
you'd grab holy water and just start throwing it all over the place. Yeah.
No one in Brazil ever said alien. They always said the supernatural.
That would only work with the whatchamacallit aliens. Geez, Chris. Signs aliens. Sorry.
Oh, Signs.
Yeah. My favorite alien movie is Arrival because I think that is truly how it would go down.
I agree with that. Close Encounters of the Third Kind is my favorite.
Yeah, communication barrier.
They nailed it with that when it came to that. Yeah, that whole aspect of like trying to figure out how to talk to, because anytime we see sci-fi, it's always like it seems like the aliens, either, well, especially, when it comes in the superhero genre or whatever, they all speak English. They all, essentially they could look like us or they shapeshift or whatever the heck. It's always that, or maybe they just have British accents or something like that. But yeah, there would be like a pretty like significant language barrier that would happen there, and then to try to figure that out with like these super intelligent beings. I think they nailed that in that movie. I love that movie too. It's definitely in my top 3 of alien movies, but there's just something about Signs.
Signs is undeniable. It's just so good. It's so good.
But I didn't mean to cut you off, sorry.
No, you're not cutting me off. And so for any of your audience that doesn't know, hearings took place Wednesday, July 26th. Now these hearings were not like the hearings of yesteryear, the 2 that came before this. This hearing was 3 witnesses, all who have engaged or been a part of the military-industrial complex inside intelligence community. These guys have Grush has, had title, I believe it's called, Tom, is it Title 50?
I believe it is Title 50.
Or because Title 10 there's 2 of them. So there's the civilian one and then there's the military one. And I believe he was in the military one. So I believe it's Type 50. So he had oversight of 200 of these black money special access programs. This guy, if you were to send anybody down the rabbit hole of, do we have legacy programs of crash retrieval? Do we have this? Do we have that? This is the guy who's going to get that information. And they sent him on his way. And he came across information, was spoken to privately because people fear for their life. In the hearings, he said, he was straight up asked, David Grush, do you today have a fear for your life? And you can see him kind of flinch a little.
Yeah, that was a weird moment.
Very weird moment.
Leans in and he just says, yes.
Yeah.
Kind of stutters.
And that guy's he's a tough guy. To say that, he must really mean it.
He's no slouch.
No, he's no, and you can tell that he's a government, he's a career bureaucrat. He knows exactly how to deflect, and he knew how to entertain a congressional hearing. He was spot on. I think he gave less information than he did with the Ross Coulthart interview. in News Nation, but that's because he knew what information he could give under oath and what he can speculate as to off oath.
Ty, we should. That's a perfect time for me to bring this up. You mentioned Ross Coulthart, so I don't know if you saw this, but I just got home from work like literally 20 minutes ago. I'm like,
really? It looks like you're
man,
up like, right now, huh?
No, dude,
up on a mothership up there.
He's
like
where every single
today,
Superman goes eventually in their film.
If only. So I was at work, right, and like I barely had any time to check anything today. And the one thing that popped up on my screen, it always ends up being something like really important. And it's just, I guess I just get lucky sometimes. So I want both of you to hear this quote. So 2 days ago, there was a podcast interview that Ross Coulthart appeared on. And I believe the guy only has like 825 subs on YouTube. So I think it's somebody that maybe he knows. But he appears to have made a prediction that specific evidence supporting the existence of non-human intelligence will be disclosed to the public. It's very direct, and he said the following: "Frankly, I know for a fact that the reason he, Grush, can't answer the question is because there are aliens. And I know that there are going to be revelations coming up over the next few months which will resolve that once and for all." That's per Ross Coulthart.
And to preface that, to anyone who doesn't understand, so Ross Coulthart had no he's I think he's 60 something years old, and he got into the UFO topic within the last like 5 years. He's an award
5 years, really.
Yeah, award-winning Australian journalist. Absolute just and you know, he's trained as a lawyer. Then you know, he went into investigative journalism. This guy is like, if you want anyone on the case, it's Ross Coulthart.
He's a journo, man, and Ty, you probably know with your background, and my brother too. He's an old school journo. You know what that
he's
term
old
means.
School journo. Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's just so
he's boots on the ground.
He's respectable too. You know, he doesn't put up with this nonsense from the mainstream, where those hearings should have been the top story.
Dude,
on every news channel on Earth,
and
they're talking about Hunter Biden, and I'm like,
and mind you, the New York Times. So Linda Moulton Howe actually said this on the show yesterday. She wanted to make this a main point. Is the New York Times kicked all of this off in 2017. They really that was the first domino to fall. Was the in the process that we're in now, not in the UFO topic in general, but like this whole disclosure process, this whole movement of disclosure and truth and like a revitalization in the movement happened after an article was published, a ballsy article that had its flaws. It was mistaken. There were program names that were wrong. It did get things wrong. But for the most part, it said the government is still studying UFOs, never really stopped. And, you know, it's evolving consistently, right?
Rapidly
and now that, you know, and that we're spending black money on research. So they kicked all of this off. The day after these hearings, they have a column that's in the middle of the newspaper. It's not on the front page. It's in the middle of the newspaper on the inside of the fold. Like, if you could hide this article any better, then it was blasphemous.
It's such a weird thing, because if this was early 2000s, 90s, 80s, this would be like front page. Oh
Fantastic
my God,
point.
just freaking, they admitted it. They exist.
Nailed it.
The guy said
You realize what this would be like in the 90s when there were like all these UFO flaps, the Phoenix lights, the footage that came out of the autopsy. Like, UFOs were real hot in the 90s.
Oh yeah, I watched Fire in the Sky. That movie fucked me
man,
up.
dude, my dad's best friend said that movie like
fuck me up.
He can't even sleep if he thinks about it. It's like,
still freaks me out. I mean, it's a great movie.
That's
but
not how it happened, though.
Yeah, that's actually they changed the ending.
Travis Walton.
They saved him. I don't know if you know how much too much about that story, but
because like when they saved him, he was almost gonna die, and then they
resuscitated him, which is
that's the
fascinating.
Yeah, that's the ongoing So Travis says that too, that he has a
Yeah.
different perspective on it, that instead of abducting him, they were actually fixing a mistake that they made.
Yeah, I watched the Rogan podcast. I was like, really, I want to hear the whole story.
Are you convinced?
Am I convinced?
Yeah. I'm curious.
I think so. I mean, it's interesting because I fell down a rabbit hole of like his whole testimony of everything that happened. And yes, it's not like what we saw, when it came to that. I mean, obviously they Hollywoodized it. And, again, that movie was like, just fuck, man, the last 15 minutes really fucked me up and still kind of just gives me the willies. But I mean, it's just, he seems authentic. He really does. Like, just all the, like, just listening to him, especially on Rogan. I mean, it's hard to just be like, nah, this guy's full of shit. Because I'm like, who was this guy before? I mean, it's not like a logger. Yeah, exactly.
He was just a guy.
Logger, dude. Yeah,
who went missing for 5 days.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, and then when he came back, he had grown facial hair. Like it wasn't like, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like he was gone and he was like in a motel somewhere. Right.
And his friends passed polygraph tests as well.
Oh, yeah.
Like, a lot of people try to like
they got in that movie. Yeah.
But
they were
being
accused of murder.
Yes.
If he didn't show back up, they would have gone to jail for a murder.
100%.
And it would not be the Travis Walton case, as in the UFO case. It'd be the Travis Walton true crime story.
Ooh, could you imagine if that had gone down that way and they let's say it was real, but they never brought him back?
Oof.
And these guys just stuck to that story for years and years and years. Oh my God, what a completely different case that would have been.
But so I'm assuming that you're familiarized. You've always seemed well versed in this with the 2004 Nimitz incident.
Remind me about that one.
So this is the famous Tic Tac.
Oh, the Tic Tac. Okay, yeah.
What a wild story.
So of course, David Grush.
I also loved it during the hearing that they would mispronounce it to TikTok because it's so. I just found that funny. Like they would call it TikTok. I'm like, it's Tic Tac. Come on, guys.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
Well, that's
marketing.
why Tim Burchett.
Right, I know. TikTok got some freaking marketing when it came to the hearings. Anyways, go ahead.
Tim Burchett actually I'd say he counterweighted it because his Republican views. He's like, no, it's not TikTok like the Communist Party surveillance system.
Yo,
damn it, China. Damn it.
Burchett's so funny though.
Yeah, Burchett has no filter. And you know what's so what was really scary about this was the night before. Now, after all this time, Burchett he was going to lead this hearing, right? And then the night before, he announces, I've just been informed that I'm no longer leading the hearing. So that put fear into my heart because I'm like, oh my God, they're trying to sabotage this.
Yeah, a lot of people got worried.
Because Burchett is a loose cannon in terms of congressional, oversight, right? He's a loose cannon. He'll say what is on his mind. And I think he might not be the man for the job, but he's the man that's going to get us in the door because he's eccentric. I don't always agree with him politically. I rarely do, but with this topic, with this topic, it's mainly bipartisan. So I like to keep the politics out of it.
There's a photo of AOC, Burchett, Gates, all these people that are just like right next to each other. And it's like you couldn't have imagined that being a thing where they're actually conversing and communicating. And I'm like, isn't that your job anyways? Like, they need to be doing this not just for UFOs, but for other things, obviously.
And for the first time on the record, under oath, I don't think people understand and can truly grasp the weight of what perjury under congressional hearing is. It's not good, right? It's not going to be good for. It's not going to be good for you.
Joke.
Yeah. So especially about a subject like this, for the first time, they talked about dead or alive pilots of these craft sometimes being
non-human, yeah.
And
non-human.
specifically non-human,
Yes.
though.
Yeah.
Specifically
By-
called that.
That was the big thing that was
Did
getting
you-
passed around.
But
Twitter.
did you guys hear what Grush had said about that, though? He had said, I don't remember the exact phrase he used, but Ty, do you remember when he said non-humans, and he's like, and we know this because someone had collected, like, I guess, genetic information. Like, there was a specific phrase he used.
biogenetic. It was biologics is what he kept referring to. Yes.
Yeah. So, I
So
mean, it's like
he said that these things are connected to us. There's DNA connection between
Right.
us and them, and
Mhm.
that there might be. So my speculation is they may have created
us.
us, and
Yeah.
the government found out by introduction or some other means of retrieval, or however they found out, and they did not think that the world could understand that it's meeting your creator. It is a weird line in the sand, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's
If
not
we stop
God
and think
per
about
se.
that, yeah, because they're not gods, but
No.
but what they're doing, when people often see them in the sky, they think, wow, that was magical, right?
Mhm.
Like it was, because oftentimes advanced technology looks like magic. So
We're a
again,
big cargo
we trace
cult.
this back to our ancestry, where they might have called something a god. We now call an
Look at
extraterrestrial.
the angels. Look at the angel in the sky, and it could have just been some.
Absolutely. Look at
Yeah.
Ezekiel's wheel. Look at
Yeah.
the burning bush.
Yes.
There's a specific description, I believe, in the New Testament where God appears on a mountain, and they said that there's smoke and fire and thunder, and that when he leaves, it's the same thing. And I'm like, and I don't mean to sound like ancient aliens, but that really does sound like something taking off. And
Yeah.
I can't help but think that way. I see these things through that lens now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy when you see like some of those old drawings and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you just kind of go like, yeah, I could see how like they just. I mean, obviously, when they're telling these stories, they're like, and it looked like this. It was bright, and then it was like this kind of, and they just turned it into a certain
Yeah,
thing.
they didn't have words for it.
They
Now,
didn't-
We have to look at the evolution of the word. So the
Yes.
Romans called them flying shields or
Yes.
flaming shields. So
That's right.
the Romans accustomed to the shield, right?
Yeah.
So what do these things look like? Discs. What does that look like? A shield, right?
It's so
Just
simple.
propped up like that. So they were using their vocabulary, and that's why we have to look at these petroglyphs, because the natives and the people, the ancient civilizations that came before us, they didn't just carve things into the rock because they were trying to make graffiti. When they carved something, it was for purpose. It meant
Yes.
something. You didn't take the time to do that over nonsense. You wanted it to be something that was told through history,
It
something
was
that would
sacred
never.
to them.
Yes, it was sacred to
History
them.
was sacred.
Yes. So stories are sacred, right? To
No
most
question.
ancient cultures, because stories are passed down, and at the time there was no way to document them in like a folder, not let
Right,
alone
they
a
had no
computer.
other oral tradition too. Like if you go out into the Midwest right now and talk to a lot of the elders that represent different Native American tribes like the Hopis and such, they'll straight up tell you, yes, the Star people came down here and gave us knowledge. And not only that, but so Ty knows that I've been working on this. Obviously, you and I are just meeting, but I'm working on this big video about the Greys specifically that a lot of people are
Nice.
anticipating. It's a huge, like, hour-long video, and I go into like at the beginning, like the possible origin of this. The Hopi say that they lived through 2 worlds and that they're in the 3rd. The first
Okay.
one was destroyed by like fire, so some people think maybe pole shift and whatnot. The second one was destroyed by ice, but both times they were brought underground, and this is in their oral tradition. They were brought underground and saved by who they call the ant people. And if you look at an ant and then look at a gray, like I'm not saying the
Ooh.
Greys live underground, but there's some interaction there. And not only that, but
Wow.
there's a little play on words here. Now think about where the Hopis are in the United States, and think about where the Sumerians were in modern day Iraq. Did you know that if you take the word Anunnaki and just put it in the Hopi language, it translates to ant friends?
Wow, I didn't even think about that.
It's
The
wild.
eyes,
They're
especially
worlds
when it comes.
apart.
Wow.
Yeah, and we're told to believe that. So we're told to believe that these cultures had no indoctrination with each other. But what if that's true to a degree? But there was this other civilization that had meetings with both of them, right?
Right.
So there's your connection. Now, a lot of religions, not to get off on this, talk about the Great Flood, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the most
Yeah.
common stories in religious texts,
Yes.
and that there's a reason for that. We have to take religious texts obviously as I can't help but sometimes take it as more morality stories, like looking for the moral in the story.
Parables and
I
such.
think some of it is true, and when we see these
Mhm.
commonalities, there's always a messenger that comes after the flood, by boat or by some other means, who reteaches civilization how to agriculture and mathematics and then that so on and so forth, right? So to be self-sustainable, there's this story told over and over and over and over again throughout the cultures of the world. So again, I'm not saying everything in the Bible is true, because I don't believe that to be the case.
Me
but
neither.
I'm
With
saying that some stories may have some legitimacy to them, and the flood one being the one I believe in most, because I mean, just it's in almost every religious text.
You know, this sounds like the movie. Do you guys remember the Book of Eli?
Yeah. With
And
Denzel. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great.
It's kind of like
the
that
opening
same
scene
concept.
is wild in that movie.
I know, right? Such a good movie. That's what's cool too, is that obviously this is a pop culture channel, and that's a huge aspect of what's happening right now, because we
Yeah.
have become so acclimated to the idea that we're not alone. I have a new coworker at my job now, and she was like, "What do you do outside of work?" And I was like, "I study UFOs." Right? And like I was like, "I play guitar, I'm a YouTuber, all this stuff." And she was like, "Oh, that's really cool." She was like, "I saw parts of the hearing the other day." She's like, "I don't think anyone's really surprised." And I'm like, "So that's an interesting random reaction. You're not surprised." And she's like, "No, they've been lying for decades." And I was just like, I like this coworker.
Yeah. No, it is interesting. And then of course, just seeing the reactions on Twitter and everything. One of the main things was just like the fact that now that they essentially said like, oh yeah, this shit exists. Now people are going, now they're questioning that. They're going, do they now? Because I don't know about the government. It's like you can't win, because
it's a double negative, because
decades,
It's gonna be
for
crazy.
decades we're like, they're lying, and then when they admit it, they go, you're lying. It's like
There's no winning. I almost feel
There's no
bad
winning.
for some government officials, because it's like they're
Yeah.
probably really trying. I think we've talked about this. I think that it's just the world's so connected now. There's a lot of issues that could probably be solved with some potential technologies that they may have hidden behind the curtains. And I think they just reached a point where they're like, you know what? Everyone's so distracted. Why don't we just tell them now, and it'll lessen the blow? I mean, honestly.
So
like,
here,
looks that way, at least.
but I want to counter that, and I don't
Yeah,
want to
go
go.
ahead.
I don't want to get too dark here, but there is this theory that
I know where you're going.
that pops up every now and again, that we've potentially been given a date. Now with the James Webb Space Telescope, we were able to see things that not only could we not see before,
Dude,
but
the planets have never looked so beautiful.
Oh, it's stunning.
But this telescope showed us things that we didn't know existed.
Right.
So something along the lines of, I think somewhere something is going on where you fundamentally have to ask yourself, why after 80 plus years would they start trying to be transparent now? Why not just keep the cover up going?
Yeah.
Well, it's either one of a few scenarios. And one of them I really do think is that they've been given a date that something's arriving, or they've been given a date that something that if you don't disclose it by this date, then we're going to go public without your consent. And that will cause mass panic. We want to avoid that. But listen, we need to talk because you guys are becoming reckless, and you're not only killing this planet, but you're killing what I think is maybe their laboratory.
Like their petri dish.
Yeah,
like their petri dish.
Zoo theory.
They just kind of
it's a mixture.
They created Earth, and they were like, all right, hey, things are happening right there. And they look.
Well, no, I don't think they created Earth. I think Earth is a paradise, and it's one and few and far, right? So we have everything here. So not only do we have life that we can take from Earth and bring into space that will survive. These are called extremophiles, and they exist. Yeah. They exist. They die. They essentially die when they go to space, and then you bring them back to Earth, and they come back alive.
It's like tardigrades, right? You know, the little
those things. And they found life that lives inside of volcanoes. They found life that lives at the deepest trenches of Earth, places where we said life could not possibly exist, yet life persists.
I'm so happy you're saying this. It's a great point.
Right? Life persists. It can't just be here, right? That's my
Goldblum was right, man, when he said in Jurassic Park, life finds a way. Like
life will always find
a
way.
It's true. It's true. Like no matter what environment, it seems, and
life finds a way.
And I mean, obviously, when it comes to like in our solar system, I mean, it seems like obviously, Musk, who I'm questioning is an alien, is
Zuckerberg too.
Zuckerberg. Oh,
he's an android.
Yeah, it's like it's the fight between the alien and the android.
Love it.
And Bezos is a mixture of both, maybe. I don't know. But
just a douche.
Yeah. But no, but I mean, it's just like, I mean, it is interesting, like, obviously trying to get to Mars, and Mars is like the planet that's similar to us, but then I don't know. I wanted to actually get your guys' opinions, because I think they did bring this up in the hearings too, was about like, because obviously we're thinking like, okay, they have the technology to come over to us, millions of light years away and all this stuff. But then there's that whole theory of interdimensional beings.
My guy.
Yes.
Dude,
yes.
I
right there. You said it.
Shit. I subscribe to that theory.
I think, Ty, you're on board with that at this point, right? Because I know I am.
Yeah. So I think it's I honestly, when disclosure happens, I think we're gonna find out that it's actually a mix of a bunch of different things.
Yeah.
Agreed.
But one of the ways that they travel, it's got to be through dimensionality, or because the lengths, unless you have some sort of like biological or like sentient AI that's like the Greys. Like there's long been a theory that they're the worker bees, and that they're not they're a hive mind, and that they're actually a really advanced AI. That's why they're very cold and robotic, and they're just doing their job when they come and often take people out of their beds, which is a scary thought. I know. I don't.
I know you, Ty. You're not a fan.
Yeah, I don't really cross that line often, but so let's go back to what we can talk about. Okay. So it's skipping, like when we see UFOs, oftentimes people report that they look like they blink out of existence. I think personally that it is occupying the same space. It's just leaving this dimension for the same reason we can't perceive a fourth, a 2D being could not perceive us.
Which is like dogs and cats can't perceive Wi-Fi kind of thing.
Well, no,
you couldn't even explain it. Oh yeah, okay,
it's on a whole nother scale, because like if
you're
a 2D, if you're a cartoon, right?
Yeah,
you have no knowledge of me, of the third dimension, right?
Right.
So the third dimension is where we live. So we're three dimension beings in a 4D world, essentially. And I think that these craft are moving through dimensions. That's why we often see them either zip off it might even be the parallax illusion, like Mick West talks about, where it looks like it zips off, but it's actually tearing a hole through space-time, and it's actually leaving this dimension. So it's not actually traveling as far as you think. It occupies the same space as us on Earth, just in a different dimension, which could also be a reason why they're so interested in our nuclear capabilities. Because what if a nuclear bomb set off in one dimension has a ripple effect through the multiverse? Now, again, this is easy for a pop culture audience to understand,
of course,
because
multiverse.
It's like the biggest thing now.
Oppenheimer,
perfect opportunity. How was that, by the way?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Oh, it's so good.
Going to
so
see
good.
it this weekend with my mom and
go
my
into
dad.
it. Look,
okay,
go
okay.
into
You're
it
seeing
as
with your mom and your dad. There is
cool.
some nudity, so you're gonna get a little uncomfortable when that happens.
Florence
It's not that bad. Yeah,
Florence Pugh is just absolutely a goddess.
Ty, I want to piggyback off of what you're saying real quick too about the third and fourth dimension. So like, there's been a lot of reports of not only like when UFOs disappear, but also when they appear, that sometimes it looks like they're being zoomed in on. It's like they were real small and they got like that. So picture this, right? We're in the third dimension. The fourth dimension, like we know up, down, left, right. We have our angles and whatnot, our XYZ axis, right? So like the fourth dimension, we can actually kind of wrap our heads around. So it's like, imagine another dimension where you can just go in. And it's like, well, what would that look like? If Ty decided that he wanted to come here and hang out, right, and pet my dog or whatever, he he could decide, okay, I'm gonna do it through the fourth dimension. It would literally look like he's like he's not only vanishing, but he's also getting smaller. So it's been hypothesized. I believe Lou Elizondo has said this a couple times as well, the guy that used to run ATIP for the Pentagon. He said, and a couple other guys have said, that possibly like when there's these weird objects that don't seem to make any aerodynamics like sense, like these, it was mentioned during the hearing that there was an object that Ryan Graves was privy to that was an orb with a cube inside of it. And I think back to Carl Sagan. He did this video about like a tesseract and something else, a dodecahedron, and how this complicated polygon was actually the shadow of a four-dimensional object. It's because we can only perceive the shadow of it. And I'm like, is it possible that these craft don't look anything like what they like? What
we're just seeing
they
them
are?
as the way
we're
that
just seeing the shadow.
Yeah,
I
remember
it's a weird theory, man. It's weird, but we
weird theory
perceive
because
it.
like being three-dimensional, the shadow is like two-dimensional because it's like
yes,
like
that's perfect. You absolutely nailed it. Yes.
Yeah. I gotta take a bathroom break, boys. I'm just gonna shut the camera off. Okay?
I'll keep him busy. Don't worry.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will.
I'm gonna talk this guy's ear off until he boots me.
Funny is everybody from the pop culture world is now messaging me like, "Hey,
I'm sure.
Let's set up a show." You know, because it's I'm so glad. I will say this: I'm so glad that people are waking up, because regardless, either A, we have a bunch of crazy people that are in our government making up stories about aliens, which is a problem, or B, there's fucking aliens. Or extraterrestrials or interdimensionals or other, or let's just, let's not categorize it. There's non-human intelligence. It's one or the other. So which one is it? And why do every time we ask, if it was a simple no, why is it that every time a FOIA request gets sent in, you get sent you get a black page in the mail? It's redacted. The whole page is redacted. You get an and here, a the here, a B here. There's nothing you can get that. So our government has effectively, and Eisenhower warned us of the military-industrial complex on his way out because he lost control of it. He foresaw the future of government being in bed with private corporations, because if you're a citizen and you're an American citizen, how do I stop you from being able to access information that is that you pay for. Well, I'm going to give it to Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin. I'm going to give it to Northrop Grumman. And they're going to hold it in private corporations where they can study it and they can make all the money all the money they want off of it. And you know, reverse engineer it. But we want weapons out of it somehow.
Course.
Right?
Weapons,
They're
right?
exempt from FOIA requests. We can't file.
Private corporation is exempt from FOIA. We can't kick down the doors at Lockheed and rummage through the hangar. So
Congress may be able to, though.
Well, the longer we give them, the more time they have to move these things around, and that's my worry. Is now Congress is on recess till September, so now they have the whole summer to hide everything away. So, with that being said, I'll take my bathroom break.
Okay, take your bathroom break. No, but okay, so I'll ask you, Tom, because I see it show up frequently on my feed. Is like when they talk about sightings or alien abduction or anything like that, it's mainly in America. But then I kind of go like, well, I've seen videos like all over the world where they're just going, look, what the hell is that kind of thing, you know? When they, but I guess when it comes to abduction, there's mainly, I guess it's in America, but you know, you don't really hear about abduction in other countries. You hear about sightings and you see the videos, but why do you suppose that is?
Well, everything's very, you know, globally Americanized at this point.
Right. Okay.
In a lot of ways. However, what a lot of people may not know about the UFO subject, that it's like a lot of the best information tends to be hidden in books. It's in the literature. So if you go and read anything by like John Mack, you know, he's passed on at this point. There's a lot of good abduction researchers that even back in like the 70s and the 80s, they were pulling out accounts from everywhere, Brazil, Argentina. And I can literally name a few cases off the top of my head that I think are like in the top 10 cases that have ever happened on this planet. Brazil. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. When I spoke to Lou Elizondo the one time that I got lucky enough to speak to him, he may follow me on Twitter, but he's a busy guy. So I had asked them, I'm like, can you speak on any sort of knowledge that you have as far as crash retrievals that predate Roswell? And he mentioned that back in the early 30s, there was something that happened in Italy when Mussolini was in power. And wouldn't you know that during the hearing, they literally mentioned the exact year that happened. This is absolutely global. I think it also comes down to how each government decides to handle it. Like Brazil, they had an amazing hearing last year that was very transparent, very open, where they're like, yes, this is happening. We all live here. We all know it. But then there's still that little group that exists in Brazil that doesn't want this to come out for whatever reason. And that's why, like the Varginha case, which I'm completely sold. And take that from someone who was not sold initially. They used to be on the cover of like Weekly World News when I was a kid. That I would see it in the grocery store, and I would see like the little crouching alien, and I'm like, oh, it's on the cover of that tabloid. And I was wise enough to know, I was like, that's the same tabloid that said that Hillary Clinton gave birth to an octopus. So it's like, I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not going there.
We're still trying to prove that, but hey.
Well, yeah, it's like I filed a FOIA on that one. They haven't gotten back to me yet, just all black ink. But I started digging into that, and then James Fox had his documentary, him and his partner. They put that together, and
what doc was that?
So it's called Moment of Contact. I mean, it is, to me.
I might have. I don't know. It sounds familiar.
I highly recommend to anyone that's in your chat right now, especially anybody that decides to watch this video at any point. If you are not convinced and you want to be convinced, go look at that case.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out.
It's unreal. I mean. It's just, I have shown it to people in my personal life that thought I was nuts, that are now they're paying attention. You know, it's hard to deny. And also I do believe too that there's probably been more UFO activity over the United States, statistically speaking, because whoever they are, whatever this intelligence is, this force, whatever you want to call it, they are aware of the fact that we run shit. Like, it really is just that simple. They're smart enough to realize the inner workings of our geopolitics. They realize that the United States is the superpower. And as a result, they keep an eye on what's happening over here. Like, why hover over the desert when you can hover over a nuclear power plant and or as a missile silo? And there's a lot of reports of that. There's been individuals that have testified in private congressional hearings and settings that there have been many incidents, some that are just now becoming public. I saw a new one today on Reddit that happened at Malmstrom Air Force Base, and these UFOs, they've shut everything off. They put the missiles into what's called a go no go, which means that they cannot be launched. Like, they demonstrated their ability to tamper with our ability to make war, and I think that's a pretty clear message.
Yeah, it's like, hey, motherfuckers, stop it! You're gonna fuck things up.
Yeah, Robert Salas, who is
Robert Salas.
I've heard about him. Yeah,
one of the gentlemen who was entrusted to, if need be, launch a nuclear weapon. He's the guy 10 miles down in the ground with a key to turn and launch a nuclear weapon, aimed wherever. This guy gets a call from up the guard up above at surface level saying there's something that is hovering over our nuclear missile silos, and it is, making very erratic movement. And he kind of laughs it off and says, "Call me when something, real." Blah, blah, blah. Hangs up. They call right back, and now there's some urgency in the voice, and they're like, "This is in mid-sentence. All 10 to 12 nuclear weapons just go click, 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 off. And by the way, the real crazy part about this is anyone will tell you this. Anyone who is familiar with nuclear bases or how nuclear weapons operate, they do not link each silo to each other. That way, if one goes down, 3 don't go down, 4 don't go down. So they're not linked to each other.
Not at all.
So it's unheard of to have one go down. They had 10 to 12 of them. Tick, 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 all go off, stay off, and then about 10 minutes later or 5 minutes later, click, 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 all back on. All the lights come back on. Panic sets up, the panic sets in, and the reality of the situation. And Robert Salas said his thought about the whole deal is there's a clear message. Shut these things off. Send them, take them apart. Send them to the bottom of the deepest ocean, and just get rid of these things. These weapons are not. You should not be in control of these.
Incredibly
and that's the theory that's out there too, is the fact that when there's ever a threat, whenever anything happens in the world when it comes to that, that's when you start seeing, like, okay, all of a sudden we're getting sightings, because it's like, hey, yeah, these guys are going, hey, motherfuckers, if you mess this little project that we have up, we're just gonna shut it down. We got the power to do so. I mean, we're
not gonna renew the lease. It's like you guys remember you guys remember the Fukushima incident when there was that massive earthquake in Japan? Like, there are entire documentaries that exist and entire websites about all the UFO sightings that were happening around that time.
I remember
it is unreal. A lot of them were actually, because some of them looked like the Tic Tac. A lot of them were these like really thin white discs that would be seen darting back and forth, like right over the power plant. And once they got things cleared up, so they were almost like imagine, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. Imagine if you took like
inverted plate.
almost like take like the shape of an almond, then make it white,
Yeah.
and then like squish it. So there's like a little bit of like a bevel.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
you know,
I've seen those videos.
and it's I get
Yeah.
chills thinking about some of it because it's the people that were reporting it, they had nothing to gain. Like, and and there were also there's if you guys I don't know if you guys have seen this, but they have like new unsolved mysteries on Netflix, and this ties into another part of the phenomenon that I want to bring up.
The ghost.
Yeah.
The ghost, yes. Ty, yes. Did you see that episode?
Of course I did.
They had people. So, like, all right, imagine this. There's a taxi driver that's in Japan, like right after the tsunami, right? He goes and he picks somebody up. It's like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And he says to like the camera, he's like, and I knew this person was dead. And I tried to help them find where they were trying to go. Like, I don't know how he knew that. Like, Japanese culture looks at death and the afterlife a little differently than Western culture. So it might have something to do with that, but I don't believe this man imagined it. There were
he's definitely reports. By the way, you're telling the story really fast. Like, he did drive along a little way, and he was looking at him in the rearview mirror, and it just didn't seem right. Like, it was winter, and he had on
like the clothing was wrong,
summer
right?
clothes.
Yeah, I'm doing it all by memory. I don't remember all the details.
Yeah,
some was off.
The opposite. It was summer, and he had on winter clothes.
And then they disappear.
And then he realized, like, this person isn't like this. This is not a real person. Like, because he dropped him off, and it was just like this really weird. I highly encourage people to watch.
It's fascinating. It really is.
And
all the UFO stuff was happening at the same time.
All the cab drivers knew about it, and they were giving these people rides. So the lore is that they were the unrestful spirits, ghosts of the people who died in the tsunami, and they were just like, oftentimes these travelers would be lost, right?
Because it was so sudden, they didn't know what the hell was going on.
And it was like they were just coming out of a fog, right? And they were like, where am I? And they flag down a taxi, and then they get in it, and they think, like, it's very bizarre. And ghosts and stuff, I have my issues with. I'm really nuts and bolts. And that's a phrase in the community that means it's the woo for me, like the woo stuff, the real out there stuff. I tend to draw a line, but lately, after talking to everyone that I have, my line keeps getting a little bit further.
That's fascinating to hear you say that, because ever since I met you, it's always been that way, and I have seen that, and that's why I brought that up, because there appears to be a correlation between UFOs and a lot of other phenomenon, and then also the afterlife, consciousness. So that's why it's good that people are now using that term, the phenomenon, because it when you hear it, you think UFOs, but it encompasses a lot of other different things that seem to have a correlation and a connection. We just haven't quite figured out what that is yet, but there is something there, because think about it, like, look at Skinwalker Ranch, for example. Ty and I are really, really cool with a couple guys that work there. Caleb Bench is one of them. Sweet, sweet guy. He came on the show and talked to us. And based on talking to these individuals and hearing about all the different phenomenon that's happening at once, it's like, well, why? It's rare enough to see a UFO per se, per person.
Everything else, yeah.
But you have UFOs, and you're seeing spirits and other things that we probably don't even have names for, like visual distortions, strange lights, smells that shouldn't be there. It's just something's happening on this planet, and people just are going to need some time to wrap their heads around it. It's really complicated.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, and I think a lot, and I've said this many times, I think a lot of people are going to have to sit at the dinner table with their family and ask what this means to them. I mean, let's be real. Your daily life most likely won't be affected by it, right? It could be. in the years that after the years go by and contacts made and all these dominoes fall, maybe then it becomes a little bit more of a mixed thing. But I think for most people, they already know that we're not alone in the universe. I think it's just we just need that confirmation, and then people will go to work the next day because they still need to pay their bills. I certainly do.
That is absolutely true. Yeah, this isn't going to keep me away from paying taxes.
No,
it's calling my boss going to
have
be
to
late.
Yeah, I know. You're always.
If anything, taxes are going to go up because they're going to be like, we need to protect you from.
Yes.
We need to protect you from the aliens.
The Skunk Works Act of 2024.
No, but I mean, it is just so. It's just so interesting to see the reactions to the hearings and them just saying like, yeah, shit exists, and everybody just starts going, and then they're like questioning that. It's just such a weird spot we're in right now. We're loaded with so much information, and then we even had like a couple months ago the Vegas incident that happened, which was
which is that's bullshit, right?
Yeah, I figured it, but it was like, all right, how is there no footage if there's like all these creatures in someone's backyard, and there was like one video, but it showed nothing, and it was like, there's no way.
They were making something out of nothing. I still have people in my DMs on Twitter every now and then still sending me stuff about that, and I'm like, dude, move on.
Yeah, it's a nothing.
There's far more credible and far more intriguing evidence. What that person was doing. So the kid ran a kind of defunct UFO channel on YouTube, and I think what happened was a legitimate like a meteor strike happened.
Oh yeah.
And then they tried to capitalize on that in the moment for content.
Like a perfect storm.
Like how do I make this into content? Oh shit,
right,
I run a YouTube a UFO channel. I'll say that it was a crashed UFO, that there was beings in the backyard and that they fled. But and I don't that's one of my theories, but I don't even think something like that really even happened. But the footage of the officer does show something bright in the sky.
But it looked like a meteorite just burning up in the atmosphere.
Yeah,
right,
of course.
Exactly.
There's good footage of it. I don't know if you guys have seen it. There is, and it's like, I guess it was like blue or green or whatever it was, and you see it. It was real bright. It was a good one. It was a real good one, but I don't know, man. I think it was just like a perfect storm.
But then you see like other footage of like UFOs and the way that they're zipping around and stuff.
They don't do that. There's no fire.
I'm like, that just looked like something was falling into the. I mean, obviously, yes, if you want to subscribe to the whole thing that it was crashing, but I'm just kind of going like, I don't know. To me, I thought it was kind of cool, but then when they were like, oh, they released footage, and I'm watching it going, what the fuck is this? I can't see anything.
Right.
There's nothing here. This is
people drawing like the alien head next to the thing, and I'm like,
I hate that shit. Yeah, I'm like, all right,
so,
we have these damn things strapped to our asses, and that's the best. I was like, no, come on.
That's the thing. That's the real kicker is in UFO world, we know that 96% roughly of it is bullshit, or not bullshit, but it's prosaic in some form of so it's either misidentified, it's weather phenomena, it's this or that, or there tons a multitude of arrays of different things. But there's this other 4% that require not just but require investigation, because if even one is real, the implications are stupendous. Now, what we need to be careful of going forward is we can't forget the past, right? If disclosure were to happen, I think what they're hoping is that people will be so caught up in the moment that they'll forget to ask about Roswell. They'll forget to ask about Rendlesham Forest. They'll forget to ask about the Robert Salas case. They'll forget to ask about Ellsworth. Anything prior or before 2004 will basically be null and void. We're finding this out along with you guys, that kind of thing. So be careful of that, because we still need to ask those questions. Like, people went to their graves thinking they were crazy because people in the public made them think they were crazy because they said they saw something. Crimes have been committed. Grush on the stand said that murder and other crimes have been committed to keep this secret. So not only, if you're an American citizen, your taxpayer money is being used in order to keep the agencies that keep this a secret from you. So you're paying for the secret to be kept on you.
And you don't even know.
And you have no idea. The Pentagon is
telling you.
missing $1 billion a year. If that was
crazy.
anybody else, they would
Where's
be
it
in
going?
jail.
In jail.
In jail.
I said that in the hearing too. Somebody said that. They're like, if
Oh,
this
okay,
was
I
a
didn't catch
regular
that one.
citizen, they'd be in prison.
Really?
Do you want to know what the hell's happening? Like, for real? Go watch the X-Files.
Oh, fucking A, dude.
Seriously.
You're
Go
speaking my
watch
language.
the
I love it.
X-Files and look at the way, look at how there's always like another person above the next person. Like, you know, Special Agent Skinner, he's answering to the cancer man and all that.
Yeah.
I'm rewatching the X-Files right now for like the third time.
Research.
Where the hell do you think some of that stuff came from?
Oh yeah, there's always been theories about that when it comes to movies or TV shows. It's like,
Steven
man, you're like,
Spielberg.
yeah, you're kind of
Star
like,
Trek,
yeah,
even Gene Roddenberry was apparently like really
that
tight
too. And
with
then,
what's his name from Lockheed.
yeah, I mean, it's got to come from somewhere. I mean, and then I was even gonna bring up because I remember a movie that freaked me out too was like, because obviously we had Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which, you know, that was Spielberg's, you know, it's such a great movie. Dun, 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 but that's
essentially
so great. But then,
documentary.
yeah,
I've always heard that.
Yeah.
By
I've
the way,
always heard
that is
that.
essentially a scripted documentary.
Okay.
It's taken. Dr. Hynek worked as Dr. Hynek was he ran or was the chief scientist for Project Blue Book. They used the data from Project Blue Book to give to Steven Spielberg in order to make it the most realistic possible.
That's right.
So the way it moves, the way it looks, the way it behaves, the way the beings look, everything.
Yes.
So is art imitates life imitates art, right? So and then Dr. Hynek makes a cameo in the movie at the end.
And there's a character based off of Jacques Vallée. If you've never heard that name before, Jacques Vallée is probably maybe the most like respected living UFO researcher. He's from France, and the gentleman in the film, the Frenchman,
yeah,
he is based on Jacques Vallée. And Jacques Vallée also had a role in, like, I believe, like the creation of the internet too. I mean, he's a brilliant guy. He's
wow,
really, like, his brain is like, you know, the size of the solar system. But I mean, Spielberg, there's some stuff in that movie, man. Like,
oh yeah,
that
I don't doubt
really, like there are things that I now go back and look at where I'm like, oh my God, Spielberg realized, like, even down to like the sunburn, like there's a lot of little details in there that you got to look for, and it's amazing because they all come from experience or accounts and witness testimony, like all of it.
It's all crazy. And then there was even that movie, The Fourth Kind, which freaked me out a little bit because obviously they talked about, you didn't like that one too much? Or
no,
what?
the heebie-jeebie type
thing.
Yeah. Like, I am God. And I was like, oh my God, what are you
but then that ties into the whole thing that we were talking about when it came to religion in this.
Samaria. That's because it's speaking like Sumerian, whatever it was. Have you seen now, it was a TV show in the 90s that had the same name, but this is a movie that I think came out in like 2014, 2015. It's a great alien abduction movie. It's called Dark Skies.
Oh yeah. I saw Dark Skies.
I like Dark Skies. Where they had the stuff in the kitchen, and he was like, "Is this a mathematician's idea of a practical joke?" I was just like, dude, it's a good movie. It's scary as hell. but
scary as hell. It's what's her name with the I can't remember her name, but
yeah, she's real good though. She's real
yeah,
good.
yeah. I forgot what her name was. Carrie Russell. That's who.
Carrie Russell. That's it. Yeah, Carrie Russell did a good job in that movie.
Yeah, great movie. Freaked me out too. But I remember just watching Fourth Kind. That was with Mila Jovovich, and they used like actual footage too. They like spliced that in there. Supposedly.
Yeah, that's all fake.
Yeah, I figured it was just adding.
It was like a mockumentary type deal. However, where they got the idea for the movie was that back in like 2000, I want to say it was like 2004 or 2006, there was this weird rash of disappearances that happened, I believe in like Anchorage, that are still unexplained. People vanished without a trace. Like they couldn't even get a scent on them with dogs. Like some like missing 411 David Politis type stuff, dude. Like I don't know if you're familiar with that, where people go missing in like national forests under extremely strange circumstances. There have been some disappearances like that where there's no logical natural explanation for it, and then naturally people's minds go in that direction where they're like, well, what else could have done it that would not leave a trace? So it gets weird, it gets really weird, and there is a dark side to this. This isn't all love and light. It's not. This topic is not all love and light.
And that's why
go ahead, Ty.
That's why guys like Dr. Greer, when they say that every single alien civilization is peaceful, that's a very, very dangerous thing to say, because
arrogant and asinine.
It's asinine to think that if there are alien civilizations, if there are multiple visiting this planet on a regular basis or are based here, then it's naive of us to. I mean, of course, we shouldn't shoot first and ask questions later. We should ask questions, but always be prepared to defend ourselves.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So
we can't assume that if there's multiple civilizations out there, they're all going to be like, "Hey, we're just we're cool. Hey, high five." Or they're not going to be like, "We're just here because we like summer in Oregon or whatever the hell." They're not like
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not just doing that, but there could be like, especially when you see stuff with the Fourth Kind and just a lot of this, dark skies. You see the bad side of that, or you hear about the bad side. I mean, obviously when it came to Travis Walton, when you watch that movie, it seems bad, but when you hear the actual story, it's like, oh no, they zapped him and then went, oh shit, sorry man, like let's get him in here.
It's incredible to think that they would do something like that too. So it depends. Like it depends on who you talk to. There's a lot of people that believe that their abduction experiences set them on a really like beautiful path, spiritual in life, and then there's other people who are the complete opposite. They can't sleep. They're anxious. They have basically PTSD. Like it's like, post-traumatic. It's like post-abduction disorder. It's very traumatizing to certain people. I know someone personally that had an experience that they, that they viewed negatively, and it's for people that listen. I guess the best way for me to say this is there is no doubt in my mind that this individual believes that this happened to them. Like this isn't some like LARP. Like they're seeing a psychiatrist, they're taking medication, like they're having a very difficult time. And then there's people where it's the opposite, and so that's why we really do have to get down to the bottom of this, because it's not only those people too, but it's all the people like Ty mentioned earlier, the people that went to the grave thinking that they were crazy. There's people that have been pushed out of their own towns. They lost their jobs. They lost their pensions. They were demoted. They lost their rank in the military. And if this all happened, but they were telling the truth, there needs to be some kind of vindication for those people, because to me, it's blasphemous to treat people that way when they're being honest.
Seriously. I don't know anybody who's ever experienced anything. I've never really had an experience where, maybe there's been you see something and maybe it just like, I remember looking up a long time ago and I saw something and then all of a sudden it just went away. It looked like a star. But then it went,
someone now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I wanted to get your guys' experience. So, like,
well,
what experience did you have?
So the subject becomes very different for people that fall into that category. So some people might not like this, but I've been into this subject my entire life. Like, it's seemingly like since birth. So that's strange in of itself. But once you start researching the phenomenon, you begin to see weird synchronicities like that, and then it just kind of becomes the norm. It becomes
hooks
expected.
you so easily.
When Ty first met me on Twitter, he reached out to me and said, "Hey man, you want to come on the show?" And now, obviously, I co-host with him now. And we're good buddies. And this was one of the first things that we spoke about. I'm not gonna drag it out because there is a long version of it, I guess. But I don't know if you know who Ryan Sprague is. He's another podcaster that does UFOs. He has a show called Somewhere in the Skies, and he has a book that came out and an audio book of the same name. My story is in it. He reached out to me.
Okay.
And my story is in it if you ever want to go read it. I can even send it to you. If you ever want to read it, I can send you my chapter.
Would love to. Yeah.
It was in 1998. So that, I was like 9 years old, and I was in the Boy Scouts, and I was on my first camping trip ever. And we were in what at the time was called Lebanon State Forest. I live in New Jersey. And pretty much to sum it up, it was just late at night, and there was me and another kid. The air became really like electrically charged. All my hair was standing up, and we were in like a clearing. And it was one of those nights where the moon is full, super bright. It almost looks like it's like early morning. It's like so bright. And this big black triangle came over us, silent, right? And I mean, it couldn't have been that high up, only a few hundred feet. It was huge. Like, I still try to figure out the size. It's really difficult for me to determine it, but it was definitely larger than anything that human beings have right now that can fly. I mean, it dwarfs it. And it had a white light on each corner. Nothing in the middle. A lot of people report seeing a red light in the middle, but I guess that wasn't on or whatever. But it was 3 fluorescent white lights that had like a bluish haze on like the light rays on the end. So it almost looked like what you would see on like an aftermarket like kit for like a Honda Civic or something, right? Like but it had a very weird quality to it, almost like liquidy. It's so hard to explain.
Interesting.
And it came over us, stopped, and then it just kept it moving. And like the forest had gone silent, and as it was leaving, there was this weird like whoosh, like of wind. So I was like, oh my God, this object is so big. Maybe it's like pushing the air, like, and then, my hair started raising up again, and then just back to normal. And
wow,
it was the most intense moment of my entire life.
So were you already into this stuff before that? Or
yes. And I admit that wholeheartedly. If it had been just me, then I would be like, I would, as an unbiased individual, be like, okay, the scientific side of me is going to be like, all right, hey, is it possible that you fell asleep and it was just like a really lucid dream, that type of thing? But I had another person with me, and it happened, and it changed the entire direction of my life. I have basically been living since the age of 9, knowing that either A, we're being visited, or B, human beings have technology that they're hiding from everybody else. Like,
and
there's only 2 options that we have here, and that thing was real.
Yeah, and when I talk to people about this stuff, you always have the people who are very like, into it, and then there's people like, it's all human, they're hiding stuff, it's all just here, there's no aliens.
So complicated.
It can be, because it can be both. That is the 2 options.
I don't think I personally, I don't think that was human.
Yeah, and I always look at it too, where it's like, well, if we do have this technology, and maybe when some of these sightings are seen, that yes, it is humans that are doing it, but where did the technology come from? I mean the Bob Lazar thing, story, and
Great
his
point.
Research, and then just back engineering stuff.
I have his autograph on my wall.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah, no, I'm
That's
just
awesome.
so fascinated by the story. I know there's
Yeah.
a lot of people that don't believe him, but even if the guy's lying, it's still kind of an interesting piece of history. But
Exactly.
that's
His story
Story
is
is
when I
very
looked at it, I was like, whatever that was,
yeah.
I just don't think the technology powering it was built by humans. We didn't have it, and there was just a feeling there. Like there's an intangible sense. It's kind of like when you get a gut feeling something bad's about to happen, or like, but it wasn't negative. I want to I want to be really clear. Like it wasn't negative. It was just stunning, and
Yeah, sure. It's quite an experience.
even when I think back to it, we had a guy in a Twitter space the other day who sent me these pictures of a triangle that were apparently taken by somebody with a like a Nintendo DS or something crazy. And it was the first time I had seen photographs that looked anything like what I saw.
So it looked like what you saw.
Kinda, like, it was the
Okay.
closest thing to it, and that's what made me go, "Okay, maybe these photos are real." And
Mhm.
I had goosebumps like you wouldn't believe. It just I'll tell you what, man, there's a lot of people that doubt this, and then there's a lot of people that believe it, that haven't had an experience, but once it happens, all bets are off at that point. It's a completely different paradigm that you exist in at that point. It's just it
Yeah,
changes
sure.
the way you
because
think about
you
everything.
go beyond the threshold of there's this black and white world to having a lot of gray.
Yeah,
And
a good way to put it.
for me, that experience happened when my mother passed, right? Like I was in the room. The reason that the one of the main reasons I switched from doing things like what Dave does um, uh, to doing what I do now, to doing what we do now, is because of that moment that I couldn't really explain, but when when she passed, something changed, like something left the room, and it set me on an endeavor, and then I ended up talking to I'm becoming friends with Kevin Day, who is the guy who is responsible for getting that tic tac footage, right? If he didn't, so he was seeing these things on radar for 4, 5, 6 days, and he asked the admiral, "Hey, these things have been showing up consistently. I've rebooted. I've made sure it's not a glitch. We need to go check these out." And his life was changed forever that day after the footage came back, and this thing did. Fravor told him the story about how this thing just outpaced him, outmatched him. It didn't have any, discernible means of propulsion. It basically, in a dogfight, put our best fighter jet, $50 million jet, to shame. That's how Fravor describes it. And this is the guy who flies it and is a captain of the Black Aces squadron. This guy is literally fucking Tom Cruise from Top Gun.
Maverick.
He's the best of the best, man.
He's the best of the best. Black
Like
Aces,
literally.
the best. If we were to go to war right now, the Nimitz battle group would be the first one there, right? That's who those guys are, right? They're the battle group.
Man.
So in the 90s, there was an incident with the Chinese where the Chinese were threatening Taiwan. They were sending missiles over Taiwan, much like they are today.
Mhm.
And the United States said, okay. And they rolled the Nimitz battle group into the Beijing Strait, or what is it?
The South China Sea, maybe? Is it the
No,
South China Sea?
there's a strait that's right there, and it separates
Oh,
the
okay.
Chinese mainland and Taiwan. So,
okay, gotcha.
So the battle group rolls up in there and just parks, and that parks,
Like-
and that was enough for the
So-
Chinese to say, "Okay, we're done.
We're good.
Yeah,
Nothing to see here."
They're,
So
I
that's
was
who
even,
these guys.
they're not.
That's who these guys are. They're the best of the best of
They
the
scare the
best.
shit out of everybody in war. Like, don't be fooled by the propaganda you hear about the Chinese are about to outpace us in technology and stuff. There was a guy I was talking to the other day who lives in
Well,
China
they
and
definitely are
literally
going to
said
take
that's
us over in
nonsense.
GDP.
Maybe GDP. Well, maybe GDP, but
I
he
think
said
they have a
technologically they don't
stronghold on
have
the
us beat.
economic sphere.
It is
Not their
interesting when
weaponry,
it
though.
comes to all that. Yeah, when it
I
comes
don't
to
want to go to war.
I know nobody does. Not even the
I don't hate the
aliens. That's why they
Chinese.
show up.
You know, it's like
Yeah.
it's just their government. They're just
Yeah,
weird.
yeah, that's what sucks about that, right? Is like the fact that it's like, hey, you know, the
Well,
Chinese
here's the
people
thought.
for 'em, but the government is just like we're
It's a beautiful
controlling you.
culture.
Yeah.
Here's the thought, so there's another theory that I often discuss, and it's that, I mean, if we look at the situation right now on planet Earth, right? Things aren't. If we were to get a report card, we would not be passing. Let's put it that way, as a planet.
Makes sense.
Right? And what if these things are here because things are about to happen? And again, we go back to this date that they've been given, right? What if they're here to prevent that from happening, right? So people like Chris Bledsoe have talked about this. People like Ross Coulthart have talked about this. That these UFOs are us from the future, here to stop.
I like that theory too. Yeah.
Here to stop an event. However, altering, that's why they stay hidden, because altering the timeline before the butterfly effect.
Yes.
You have to be very delicate with time. We all just watch The Flash. We understand, you know, you save Nora, you fuck everything, right?
Yeah.
Creative
So
spaghetti multiverse.
Good
Yeah.
analogy.
Yes. So here we go. You know, are they here? Could the escalation in Ukraine, and look what happened with China, and you know, Putin is now like he made a speech about threatening with nuclear weapons.
Look at Israel.
What if
and you
we
look at that pudgy fucker over there in North Korea still doing
Yep,
shit.
still running his mouth.
Yeah.
We have Iran.
Yeah.
We have the Chinese. We have just many places that are things are coming to a head geopolitically, and and so what if something pops off, they intervene and stop it, thus revealing themselves and altering the timeline, but the government has known about it. The reason they kept it secret is because they had to, in order to preserve the timeline. Like, the secrecy could be for a real good reason. So we can't jump to conclusions.
Yeah. No, I've always subscribed to that theory too, that like the whole, that these, you know, the traditional gray alien with the small body, the big head, is the fact that it's like that's where we evolve to eventually. And you know, I mean, it's funny too, because when you think about current society, I mean, what's one of the biggest things we always talk about is the whole gender thing. I mean, when you see an alien, you're not going to know what gender it is, because it's like genderless, and it's all about the knowledge in that big head, and they know, like, and we just evolve into this certain type of creature, and maybe like they don't want to be like that because of shit that happened here, so they want to prevent it. I don't know. I've always liked that theory too.
You just said something super interesting, because I covered that idea in my video, man.
Yeah,
I like the fact that it's possible that maybe they may either they're related to us or not, but in some way they've become so obsessed with technology that they lost their connection. And we're going in a little direction here that some people may not like.
I like it.
But they lost their connection to as what's called the Godhead. It's the cosmic consciousness, spirit, the soul, and that
they fuse themselves with technology.
They're trying to regain that. Now,
yeah,
Ty, I'm glad you brought this back up. This whole timeline situation where we're running unlimited time to get disclosure done, and it may not be our timetable, it might be theirs, right?
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that back up because, obviously we've heard John Ramirez talk about this.
Ex-CIA.
Yeah, so it's interesting to note that he was also the same guy that said that the Roswell beings, when we finally advanced far enough with technology to study genetics, that they determined that the Roswell beings were very, very close to human.
Yeah.
Don't know if that's true. I have no idea.
Rick Doty.
That's something that he
Are you
said.
sure? Are you sure
Ramirez
John said
too.
that?
Yes. Yeah, I can send you the interview.
Well,
where he
Rick
says
Doty
that. Yep.
also said that
Mhm.
the beings had a very similar structure in DNA to us. And
Yes.
that
They both said
because there is a story also about an Air Force base called Holloman, and there is an alleged landing of a craft, and a being steps out of this craft. And they happened to be on the range that day, and they were filming because they were doing tests. So they were filming, but all of a sudden in the distance, this white oscillating, egg-shaped thing starts kind of coming down. And they repeatedly say, "You are in restricted airspace. Like, cease, desist, the whole nine." And this thing just continued to land and stepped out a being that was like a white version of a Native American. It had very, very similar
Interesting
style in clothing,
Yeah.
but also markings that were similar to what you would see in a Native American culture.
like
Not the
war
same,
paint. Yeah.
but they were whiter than a Native American, like the paler skin. And that is the alleged beginning of a meeting with eventually President Eisenhower, who also
Crazy.
had already met with Winston Churchill in 1943 about the Foo Fighters and
Not the band, but sorry.
Yeah, the Foo Fighters are actually named after the
after this.
Oh yeah,
World War
I know
II
that.
UFOs.
Yeah, Dave Grohl was obsessed with the UFOs. So it was like it's called the Foo
A
Fighters.
lot of musicians, believe it or not, are in ufology.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Tom from Blink 182 is big time in it. I know.
Oh yeah, he's very involved in this.
But it goes well beyond that.
What got entered into the record though? What was in David Grush's interview with News Nation? It was the one thing he said beyond all the things that he spoke about that made me look at my television because Ty and I were watching it together, and I was like, "Yo, Ty, did you just hear what he said?" He said that there is reason for him to believe, based on his information. Obviously, Ty, you know this, that there were treaties, and now I'm thinking to myself, right? What if this timeline was a part of that treaty? That's the connection I made. I want him to hear this. Dave, I don't know if you heard what we just said.
I still heard what you said.
It is in the congressional record now. When Grush was being interviewed by News Nation, and when he was at this hearing, he said that he had reason to believe that there may exist treaties or agreements between some group of human beings and non-human intelligence, and that leads me to believe, all right, if there's a timeline here that we have to disclose by, and they made it, and it's their timeline, perhaps that has been established for decades, and it's like they waited till the last minute. Here we go. They're in a rush to do it, and it's because they said so. It's like, all right, guys, you have until 2027 to do this. And I know this also, dude, trust me.
Yeah.
Ty and I are regular dudes. I get it. Know how crazy this sounds, but it's in the congressional record from a guy that was said to have had a career in the military that was beyond reproach. I mean, it's that serious.
Was trusted enough to hand deliver the briefing from the National Geospatial Intelligence Community to the president. So he was trusted enough to be around the president.
Big time.
Like, this isn't just Joe Schmo that worked down the hall at Pentagon Wing W. This is David fucking Grush.
It's Mock's folder.
And by the way, he has he's on the spectrum.
Yeah, they did. They tried to use that against him, which was insane.
Yeah,
just disgusting.
That's weird because if he's gonna use that, it's like, well, maybe he.
But that's why he
all
can
this
come
in and knows
off
some knowledge a little better than us.
He's very smart
because
that's why.
That's
why socially he comes off.
Socially, he's awkward.
Weird. Yeah, he's awkward.
That's usually the case, but then they could be really brilliant in certain other aspects.
He's proven it, man. He served this country honorably and deserves not only our respect, but I believe he deserves our support moving forward. He has done a lot for this country, it would appear, and we at least owe him our ear in this situation. In the least, everybody should at least hear what this man has to say before coming to any conclusions.
Yeah, again, it's the direct apprehension, right? So we're not here to prove anything to anybody. But I think that we're here to ponder the question, right? Give you the question to ask yourself. And that, like, I could tell you it's raining outside, but until you go and look out the window or step outside and for yourself understand fundamentally that it's raining, that, you don't truly know. So
no, I mean, like, when it comes to this stuff, I've
to understand.
Ever since I was a kid, ever since I watched I used to watch that show Sightings all the time. I don't know.
Such a great show!
Oh, love that show.
I'm so happy you know what that is.
Yeah, I could still see the title. I used to watch that show all the time. I was always fascinated by it. Like I said, got into X-Files. I mean, I've always been fascinated when it comes to this stuff. I mean, some things sound like crazy ridiculous because I mean, obviously we watch movies and we're like, that just sounds like it's something from a movie. And then at times I'm like, well, maybe that's where they got the idea. I don't know. It's just it's all just fascinating. And it's like, you take it however you want to take it when it comes to this stuff. Like, you could, I mean, I have friends that go, it's all hogwash. It's all nothing, where there's no aliens, there's no this, so they don't know that. And they don't want to take anything in. But I'm like, I'm always about like, come on, let's talk. Let's talk about this. I mean, they're talking about it right there. That's why I like hit up Ty. I was like, hey man, let's talk about this because, after what they said on the hearings, I was like, they admitted it right there. And it's like, man, I'm like, show the bot, just do all this. I still remember when they had the alien autopsy.
Oh man.
That whole thing was, it was. I mean,
I still wonder about that sometimes. I know it's been debunked and all that.
They're like,
damn, was that a good job?
It was fake, but was it? They're like, it was actual thing, but we just said it was fake. I don't know.
What that says? It was definitely hoaxed, but it tried to say later on that the original film was destroyed and they did a recreation. That was their final excuse. They recreated a real something that really happened, but the film got destroyed and it was just too much. So
it is interesting though when it comes to that story. I mean, I remember watching the Roswell movie back in the 90s and they actually talked, didn't they? They talked to the being, right?
Yeah. Are you talking about the one with
what's his name? I can't remember his name. It was in the 90s, early 90s that it came out. When they showed like the foil and then it just like,
dude, here, continue because I just watched the movie again.
I can't remember the main actors. Kyle MacLachlan, that's who was in that movie.
The dude from
and you're talking about the
dude from Showgirls.
Yeah,
sorry.
So you're talking about the metamaterial, right? But there was
metal. Like a scene, there was a scene at the end where like they actually talked to the being, right? Or is that another?
Yeah, there's a telepathic communication, and when the guy says they're coming, like there's more coming, and then they go into the whole idea of them, being our creators and stuff. Like they briefly touch upon that. Kyle MacLachlan is in one of my favorite shows,
Twin Peaks.
Oh, dude. Oh my god, and he's in that really, really bad Dune, but like, it's still interesting to watch. Did either of you see Dune?
Oh yeah,
dude.
Are you talking about that version? Are you talking about that version?
I'm talking about the new one.
Oh, the new one's fantastic.
You know what Dave does, right?
Yeah,
He talks
As
about
far-
movies, bro.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, hey, no. I'm just curious. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
I would
yeah.
imagine you've seen
Look
it, but
at-
it also
yeah.
sounds like you're a big sci-fi guy, which is cool.
Oh yeah, I'm totally a big sci-fi guy. Dune, like, I mean, I watched the original. I watched it as a kid, didn't really remember it much. And then after watching the new one, I went back to watch that one, and I was like,
Me too.
oh, shit. I was like, they really went for it here, and I totally dig what they were trying to do, especially if you put your mindset back in the 80s. Like that was like amazing.
He had a low, like the budget. There were all these weird decisions. He was pressed for time, but yeah, I mean, George Lynch is
that wasn't the movie that he
guy.
actually, he had some problems going into all that.
wasn't
But
his
you
fault.
watch it, if you watch it in the frame of mind of all that, it's pretty great. But we're gonna have some people join in right now, if that's okay. We got Phil right here. We also have Andy, but we
why not?
And look, he's gonna turn.
Look
like
at this
Dr. Evil.
Entrance.
Yes.
Yo.
Check out Blue Beetle, August 18th.
Yeah, I saw that. Actually, looks kind of cool.
Yeah, but
Does look
Oh,
kinda cool.
well, Phil, how's it going, brother?
Hey, Ty. Hey, I was
How
just
you
going to
doing,
say,
man?
Nice to meet you,
Lynch,
Andy.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
Lynch did not get final edit on Dune. That is
That's
what his
right.
biggest
That's what it
problem is.
was. They really fucked
That's
him
right.
on that.
They fucked him on
Screwed
that.
him over.
Yeah.
Listen,
that is,
so I have this proponent that I think I hope somewhere in the universe there's like some sort of dark side creature, and he says, "Ready the Armada."
Yeah.
He's on his way to Earth right now.
Dude,
That's
that's
I hope
terrifying.
I wouldn't
Why?
mind that. At this point, I wouldn't mind that. Humanity's pretty fucked.
Yeah, unless we have some, Superman type heroes that can prevent.
Dave is gonna save us all.
Didn't you,
exactly.
Dave, you just talked to Zach again, didn't you?
Well, at full circle, yeah.
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 About
I,
2 months
I
ago.
haven't,
Kind of.
I haven't been keeping up too much,
Him more
but
than me. But yeah.
did you guys? Let's talk about the Flash for a minute.
Okay.
Sure.
So the CGI was definitely, it left something to be desired for, and
Depending on the scene, yeah. Absolutely.
yeah, absolutely. And I think that the director kind of like tried to like say something like, "Oh, it's from his perspective. It's how he would see it." I think that was kind of a cop out, but
Yes.
The thing about that is like, okay, and I've watched it 3 times now, and even watching it the third time, I was really paying attention to. When it came to that quote, he was talking about the Chrono Bowl scenes.
Yeah.
When you see like figures in the Chrono Bowl and the Speed Force, he
yeah,
was mainly
I
talking
know.
about that because like that, and then
that,
it was
but that's the CGI I'm referring to. It looked very cartoony.
And that's what they were going for that though. That's the thing. They were, because and I'm not just going by what Andy was saying. I'm going by just other people I've talked to who's worked on the movie. There was a choice that they wanted to do to that. They didn't want to make it like, super realistic. They wanted to make it was like the Speed Force dust or whatever particles were creating these memories of Barry, so then that's why it didn't look like so but then when you look at some of the other CGI, it looks fine. I think the CGI that bothers me is mainly the final act in the desert and the way that they shot it, and not to mention the lenses that was used, that Andy used, these lenses that I don't know, that just kind of just made things a little wonky too. But I will say though, when it came to the Zod and Kryptonian fight with the desert at the end, the way that they shot it, you see the set and they're like, oh yeah, they just had the sky blue background. And I'm like, and that's why it almost seemed like everyone had like this hue that was like glowing around them, and it looked, it looked a little,
exactly,
and that's the CGI that bothered me the most. Other than that, not much of the other CGI really bothered.
But let me ask you, are you guys okay with the direction that, like, are we at a point now where we understand that James Gunn is building the DCU?
Oh yeah, we're there. I'm there.
All right. You're there?
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
Like it's I mean, it's in motion, it's happening.
Oh yeah. There's no
unless he's pranking us all, Like, no, I'm just kidding. We're not doing it.
But I think
JK on that.
I think what the Flash did well, it definitely left the door open, like for anything to be possible. So there's possibility in everything. Imagine, talking about Spider-Man, right? who would have ever thought we would see Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield and Tom Holland on set in the film together, right?
That's
years
awesome.
later. So who's to say
imagine if
what
Grant
happens?
Gustin had been. Imagine if Grant Gustin and Ezra Miller had been in the movie.
I still kind of wonder
Yeah.
about that. Like, why wasn't
Right?
Grant? I mean, like,
I-
it
That's a
almost,
good point.
it's
I
such
have a
weird thing.
conspiracy theory because
Okay. Yeah.
This
This is a whole stream about conspiracy theories.
I love this.
Hey, yo, let's go. So as the host of the Flash podcast, I've been saying this for the last couple of months now, where I feel like I love Andy Muschietti. He's a great filmmaker. Also, he's very hot. So I will, I just make sure that people know that I love this man.
He's a good-looking dude. I will say that.
His sister's not bad either. She looks pretty good.
They're both good. Yeah,
He's so tall that I'm like,
Yeah, he is. Him and Ben Affleck are like the same height.
I think he's taller than Ben Affleck a little bit.
You know what? I
He
think
might
you're right,
be.
yeah.
He might
Yeah.
be.
But what I'm going to say is that I feel that Andy Muschietti may have been, I don't know the man, but I think that the idea of putting in someone like Grant Gustin or John Wesley Shipp in the movie, or anyone from the Arrowverse, or the DC TV era that has really been elevating the multiverse for the last whatever year season 2 of The Flash aired, I think he's intimidated by that, and I feel he didn't want them to steal the spotlight in any way from Ezra's Flash. Now again, I don't know the man. I never talked to him. I have no ill will against him. I'm like, listen, I'm one of the first people who was so happy that he was going to be directing Batman: Brave and the Bold. But when it comes to the Flash,
I hope Jensen Ackles is Batman.
I think he's a little too old, sadly, at this point.
What do you mean? He's 45 years old.
Yeah,
he could be the long-term Batman.
He doesn't look.
Yeah, I think he could.
What do you mean he doesn't look the part?
No, he doesn't look old, like his age.
Oh yeah.
But my problem is that they're doing a younger
kill
Batman. Listen, if they can pull it off, but I don't know if Jensen Ackles is someone that's going to be able to sign on for
Well, James Gunn wants continuity between animated and live action, and Jensen has signed on.
But animation, as in DCU produced animation, the Tomorrowverse has nothing to do with DC.
Well, you could bring Jensen over to that, is what I'm saying. So you could, because he is a good animated Batman.
I love
he really is.
No question about that.
But I think the problem with Jensen is that I think they're trying to go younger because, again, this is a DC universe. I think they want to be able to last as long as the MCU is, which is always, because it's not that they're like, we just want us to last for 10 years. No, this is something they want to last for the next 20, 30, 40 years if they can. And that's why they're starting with a younger Superman. They're starting with with certain heroes they're going to be older, like good old Guy Gardner, Nathan Fillion.
It is an interesting thing because obviously when you think like, okay, so when Zack Snyder, when he brought in his Batman, but he was very much going for that Dark Knight Returns vibe, which worked for that story. Obviously, that wasn't going to be something that was going to be, we were supposed to get at least one solo Batman movie, goddammit, but we didn't. But when it comes to this version of Batman, it's like, okay, he has to be older because he has Damian. We already established that he's going to have.
Yeah, so he has to be 40-something years old.
Yeah, that's where I'm like, but at the same time, he could still be in his 30s. He could be mid.
He could be like 39, but I think 38, 39. But Jensen could pull that off.
Is the fact that it's like I even said this when I've brought up like someone like Josh Hartnett as a possible Batman as well, and people are like, oh yeah, but he's in his mid 40s. He's not of age. I'm like, but does he look it? That's the thing. It's like it's not that. Forget what the number is, just what does the actor look like. And both
Robert Downey Jr. was like 47 when he took on the role of Iron Man, so I really don't understand why people have to sit here and make such a point about Batman's age. And it's also important to remember
most of them don't do their own stunts anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, not only that, it's important to remember the source material that Gunn is looking for his Batman's inspiration. Grant Morrison's Batman and Son. His Batman is going to be no more than 40 years old. I can probably, that's the ballpark I'm going for, because obviously
what Jensen Ackles can also, he could pull off. You could
100%
totally pass for
100%. So can Josh Hartnett.
No question.
And Josh Hartnett. Yeah.
But so I have a couple questions. So Phil,
yes,
what do you know about what happened a couple days ago.
Oh, about the UFO hearings?
Yeah.
I
want to ask general people, like I want to ask
we'll get back into it.
Two people who have no prior or not preconceived notion. Do you guys know that, like, what happened?
I mean, I caught glimpses of the hearing, but
from what forms of news outlets did you get that from?
It was just solely on either Twitter or Facebook. It was just clips from accounts and people that I trust. It wasn't any one specific news source.
And Andy, it's okay to say nothing.
I want to be respectful because
that's a real.
We're trying to get
data. Data is like legit.
Hard data here.
I think America seems to be really bored right now and needs something else to talk about.
Which is weird.
Sorry. I just been till I see anything. Like, y'all, come on. Like we far advanced in society, and we need to know at this point that some of these things are hoax until we have proof. If there are aliens, God bless us all, or God doom us all, because if there's aliens out there, it's a matter of time before they get there. But until I mean, some would say we've already been invaded because people like David Zaza exist, where he's just ripping all of our stuff out.
I found it really ironic.
I will say this: if I see proof, I am excited. But right now, I think that we're just bored as a society, and we don't want to take care of our real issues. And now we just gotta make stuff up. So until I see it, I'm just thinking this is just meant to be a prank.
I found it really eerie that news happened to drop the same day the finale of Secret Invasion.
I actually noticed that as well. And
it was very ironic.
Yeah,
very, very ironic.
And that's the thing is, like, you could look at you could look at that, you could look at it with the correlation to the Hunter Biden thing. There's like so many things, but I mean this whole hearing was like planned for how long? How long was this whole thing?
It's been in the works for quite a bit of time. And plus,
exactly.
if you think about it, like, because a lot of people, I made a tweet about this like just a couple hours ago about how I was seeing a lot of people proclaiming this entire thing to be like a massive distraction from all these other things. And I'm like, they wouldn't need to go this far to distract. It doesn't take that much. This is honestly a concerted effort to change the world and to get this information out there. Obviously, you two guys just joined us, but it's different for someone like me. I had an experience. I had something come right over my head that was absolutely undeniably bizarre. And it's different when you're in my shoes. Obviously, I can totally respect the fact that you need proof. But I do believe Ty and I could probably put a presentation together for you, both of us, if we put our heads together, that would
change your mind.
It would make you think, at least. It would at least
you know what? As a journalist, I'm open for it. As a journalist, I'm open for it. If I'm speaking as just a regular human being, I want to see these aliens. I want to see it. But yeah, for me, like, if I have to think in the critical aspect, because again, when it's like reporting news, if I report news, I have to report sources. I have to report facts. So for me, when I look at something like there are aliens out there, I'm like, okay, why have they not said anything until now? Why haven't we seen anything? So again,
that's a great question to ask.
I'm open to see. I'm not just being like, you know what? No, I don't. I like talk to the head. I don't want to see nothing. For me, I'm like, show it to me. But until we see anything, I'm kind of just like, I got bills to pay. My parents are traveling out of town, so I got to help them with stuff. And so, I'm.
But see, you bring up a good point, Andy, and I think that's why a lot of when we were talking about at the beginning of the stream is like the fact that if this were the 90s or the 80s, it would be like front page news. But we're so just everybody's like,
it's a 24-hour news cycle.
Exactly, we have a 24-hour news cycle. We got TikTok, shorts, reels, all this stuff that's just
dopamine overload. Constantly.
Yeah, all of a sudden we got Twitter is X, whatever the hell, it's all this. Dude, everything is just all over the place.
What are you holding?
Yeah, really.
What am I holding?
Is that a remote? Oh, it's a phone. Never mind.
My phone.
I thought you were to make a point of like,
I'm like, hey, PowerPoint, ready, guys? Click.
I'm down for a PowerPoint. Let's go.
Right. I have a presentation I wanted to show you guys. No, but I mean, yeah, we just have so much things, and it gets to the point where, you know, you could actually probably see like a super crystal clear, you know, video, but then you start going, that's fake. It could be fake because things, I mean, I've seen some really, I mean, how many times have you seen some really cool like videos that look like they were filmed from a phone, and it's like an alien ship showing up or a fucking sea monster showing, you know, rising from whatever, or a big fucking robot in the distance. You've seen like those videos and they look freaking awesome. And it's so, yeah. So then people just go, who knows? Yeah, but it's only till
no video will be good enough anymore.
Yeah, that's what sucks.
Unless it comes from the government, like
even then,
like,
people are gonna be like, "Oh, it's the government."
Yeah,
so
and then we run into a whole nother issue because the country split so hard politically that if a Democratic president were to say, ladies and gentlemen, we are not alone, the other side's gonna be like, bullshit. You have dementia, and then
prove it.
Yeah, we knew you had dementia. Look at this crazy ass telling people there's aliens. And then, if a Republican said it, the Democrats would say they're trying to, siphon
Ty,
more money out of the black budget.
We watched this very closely, right? I feel like something that could maybe convince somebody that this really is serious, if there is someone that doesn't think this is going on. Look at how bipartisan of an effort this hearing was. Like Republicans and Democrats that are typically, slinging mud at each other came together on this one thing. To me, that's naturally indicative of there being credibility and seriousness to it. Plus the fact that the witnesses that were brought forward for the hearing are three gentlemen that are the best of the best at what they do. Fravor is like one of the greatest fighter pilots that's probably ever lived. David Grush used to literally be entrusted with briefing the president. And Ryan Graves served this country honorably. And,
all
it doesn't get any better than that.
Essentially the same thing, right? To a degree. That
they have no reason to lie.
That there is something going on that is not human on this planet. So, whether you not want to believe it or not, I mean, we need to look into this further. We need to keep digging, and if that truth is that it's Chinese spy balloons, then that's the truth. But I don't think that's the case.
I did find it funny because I was actually I had your stream on when the whole thing was happening, and anytime like they mentioned the Chinese spy balloon, you guys were like, stop talking about the balloon.
Like, oh, here we go again. Or if like Grush said he couldn't say it, I was like, all right, here, I'll do it for you. Yes, because there's a lot of things that he's going to have to deliver in what's called a skiff. I forget what it stands for, but they're going to get him.
Here's an interesting thing. He is not cleared anymore. He has no security clearance. So he can't go into a skiff and give information at this point.
Are you kidding me?
So there's a conundrum.
Did they take it from him?
There's a conundrum. They took his clearance.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's going to piss somebody off.
Because the Pentagon is citing Arrow, which is AARO,
because they want to control
Anomaly Resolution Office. So the government has a UFO program. It's called the Advanced Anomalous Resolution Office, Arrow. And Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick had said, we have no evidence of any extraterrestrial civilizations visiting this planet. We have none of that. But then Grush, in this hearing, they say the exact opposite thing. So now you have this U.S. government program and these highly decorated witnesses conflicting. So the Pentagon sides with Arrow and cites them and says, we're going to go with Arrow and say we have nothing. And then that's what the New York Times ran with. So again, we have a problem in our mainstream media. We have a problem in our mainstream media. We have a major problem in the people running these companies that see themselves above the law and above everyone else. We have a major problem with the distribution of wealth in this country. And you know, if say the secret's been hidden from you for 80 years, say we could have had free energy, wouldn't that piss you off? I know for me it would, because there are many winters that my parents couldn't afford heat. So I lived in the cold. And if that could have been avoided, but the military wanted to keep a secret for their own weapon system, that's going to piss me off.
Yeah, big time.
So I think this is a
that
topic that touches every single person on the earth. Black, white, green, blue, religion, sect, creed, sex. It doesn't matter. It's like COVID. It has no prejudice.
Right.
So I think it's time we have a serious discussion about it.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, there definitely needs to be but it's like I said, I mean, you're just going to have, you know, there's just the people that are just going to be like, scroll past, you know, look at this video.
Yeah, they're going to be like, well,
you know,
aliens are real. Well, what are the Kardashians doing today?
Yeah. Right.
Well, they're obviously aliens. I mean, come on.
At this point, may as well be.
Yeah.
I know. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder when it comes to I mean, I've fallen down that rabbit hole too of like the lizard people, the reptilians, you know, and all that stuff. You know, I mean, I know that gets a little crazy, like especially when they're like, look at his eyes. Yeah, it gets dicey. But
did you hear about the lady on the plane?
Oh yeah.
That whole.
How has nobody got her for an interview? Come on.
Why the fuck not, right?
Hitting on her
Why the
online.
fuck not?
Yeah.
Listen, I tried. I'll be honest. No one knows who she is.
If anyone could, Ty, it's probably you.
Yeah.
I would be able to.
And I mean that.
Yeah, I know. I tried. I tried to reach her. I asked around if anyone knew how I could contact her, and
you know, when I think of when I think of like extraterrestrial activity, for some reason my mind just goes right to Futurama, because if anything,
welcome back Futurama.
Yeah, because if anything, like look at the amount of shit Matt Groening was able to unwittingly predict through The Simpsons.
You're absolutely right. Yeah,
and it's so hilarious to me because like when I think of extraterrestrial activity, it's like, oh well, we're probably heading in a direction that's going to wind up something akin to Futurama. Like everyone's just going to be integrating with everything. Hopefully there's space fuel. Hopefully there's like intergalactic travel, because at this point Earth sucks. I want to go in a spaceship. Right? I want to find a Millennium Falcon. I just want to get the fuck out of here. That's what I want to do.
Yeah,
but
just
I want to hear alien languages. I want to see how they write.
Yeah,
I want to go to Omicron Persei 8.
Yeah, Omicron Persei 8. Me and Hypnotoad.
Fuck yeah.
Or you go somewhere and you learn about their history, and you learn about
that's really great.
Who their Einstein was, who was their Jesus, who was their this.
Wow.
Like think about all the possibilities.
Sure as fuck don't want to run to the engineers from Prometheus though.
Ooh,
yeah,
dude, I'm with you on that. That's a good point.
Prometheus and Alien Covenant, man.
That's a big no for me. I love Prometheus. No. That is my second favorite Alien film. I love Prometheus, but I would not want to run. I would not want to run into the engineers at all.
God, I've never heard someone talk so highly of that film before. It's actually kind of refreshing, because I always really, really like that.
Oh, dude, that movie's so fucking good.
Who talks shit about Prometheus?
Everyone.
Not that they talk shit, but it's just like they're like, yeah, it's okay. I thought it was fantastic. I loved it.
I think the reason
people thought it was kind of slow, right?
Yeah, because I think a lot of people were hoping for, because it was sold as, hey, Ridley Scott's back doing an alien movie.
Yep,
and then it didn't have the xenomorph until you saw at the very end where you saw how the xenomorph came to be. A lot of us here were like, that's cool. And a lot of people were like, So that's why Alien Covenant was all xenomorphs. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
it still had the basic, like, you know, base of what the story that Ridley Scott was trying to tell, but it was all about, like, you have to have alien in the name. That's why it was like Alien Covenant. I mean, Prometheus. I'm surprised they allowed him to get away with that. I'm surprised it wasn't called Alien Prometheus. But you know, but they were selling it so hard like that. But I was happy.
Prometheus, an
called the
alien
Deacon
story.
The very first one that pops out of the engineer at the end of Prometheus is called the Deacon. That's what
the Deacon. That's right. Oh, that thing's creepy.
Yeah. I love
Ridley
it.
Scott. Yo, my dad and I were eating lunch the other day, and Alien was on, and he was like, you know, this is one of the greatest movies ever made. I was like, I know. Yeah, I was just like, it's so good. My dad, I'm gonna get him. He's a huge Ridley Scott fan, but he's never seen Blade Runner for some reason.
Oh wow.
So I'm gonna get him to watch it, dude. I'm a huge
but
Philip K.
which
Dick
version?
guy.
There's like 5 versions.
the ultra remastered final cut version 3.
Okay.
Whichever one's longest. I think it's probably gonna be the move.
Hopefully he liked it, and then you could watch Blade Runner 2049, which I
loved.
Really I loved it too.
I mean,
I can never say his name right. He's just
Denny Villeneuve.
One of the greats. I always say
that's what we were talking about. We were talking about Dune earlier, dude. His films
and Arrival.
Obviously, Arrival. His films
I talked about
beautiful.
Arrival earlier.
Arrival is probably the most realistic depiction of a contact situation ever.
I left the theater that day
closely by Independence Day.
Yeah. I left the theater that day of Arrival like with like a tear in my eye because I was like, dude, that felt so fucking real.
It's such a good story though.
It scared me.
Did you guys ever read the short story that movie's based on?
No,
it's brilliant. It's so unique, and like the whole idea behind their lange and like where that whole thing goes.
I'm not being linear and shit. Does it talk about that?
Yeah. It's such a
in that dimension they go to the 4th dimension.
Yeah,
that's
what we're talking about.
Yeah, because when we see them from our angle, they're these like cephalopod looking things, right? But then when we enter their world, they're like this whole being, this whole like
kind of reminds me of Contact.
Yeah,
Contact is another one that's up there for me.
Yeah, because when she goes into the whole space travel thing, and then even like when she sees her dad on that beach, which she had like she painted a picture or drew a picture of that specific beach. Even like her dad being like being an alien being goes, well, this is the way that we can talk to you. We figured this is the best way to talk to you.
Yeah, it's more comfortable for you, and we've been doing it this way for thousands of years.
Kind of blows your mind because it's like, oh yeah, so this alien race is so advanced. They like, okay, so we're not going to just show up in our normal, tentacles. How it could be. We're gonna do this thing and maybe jump into that 4th dimension or whatever and create a simulation reality to talk to you that is comfortable to you, because if you saw what I saw, you wouldn't be able to. If you saw what it actually was, you wouldn't be able to process it.
Yeah,
or something.
You know your stuff, man. I'm impressed.
Oh, dude,
honestly.
I fucking man. I'm telling you, I love this shit.
Unfortunately, I do have to get out of here. I am super sorry, Tom. You're more than welcome to hang out, though.
I'll stay for a little bit longer. I got a little bit.
You can represent.
We'll talk a little bit more about.
I've been going since 4 this morning, and it's now like midnight.
Yeah, you're winding.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to hit the hay soon too, man. I worked out in the heat all day today. It's crazy.
But no, I love having this conversation with you guys. So Dave, anytime that you wanna,
we're gonna talk more. For sure.
Yeah. If you ever, we're working on something with Nicotina. He wants to do a show like once a month where like I just come tell him about what's going on. So I mean, I'm always happy to come inform people. Anyone who wants to reach out can, our Spotify is. So we have a deal with Spotify, and the video goes there. It's a non-competitive agreement. So unless you're a member on YouTube, you can't watch the podcast on Spotify. I mean, you can't watch a podcast on YouTube. You have to watch it on Spotify or listen to it on Apple or any of those. But then Tom is hosting a new show on YouTube, so that'll be kept separate, right? So to be its own thing, where he does like news style, like, you know, current events, keeps you up to date. So, you know, whether it's our Spotify or YouTube or totaldisclosure.org, where it's all centralized, you know, come hang out and explore the unknown with us.
I like it. All right. Thanks, Ty. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys. I always appreciate your time.
Yeah, always, man. Talk to you soon.
Yep.
Ty, my brother. Thanks, man. Thanks for introducing me to these guys. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, Dave's amazing.
Yeah, it's been really
and Phil's great. And I don't know Andy, but he seems really fun. So
I put on a good act.
Where's where's Steve tonight?
Oh shit.
Steven? I don't know. He's probably, I don't know. I haven't heard anything from him that much today. So he pops in every now and again still. But I think that the time change for the stream kind of threw him off because, you know, he's got the kids and the wife. It would always be like late for him. So then it would be good. But then he's also trying to better his health by getting better sleep because he used to sleep like 2 hours a night. And then he realized that's not good. So now,
that's what I was doing. So
he's really, So it's like one of those situations where it was funny because we finally met in person, staying with Phil at Full Circle. We all were at Airbnb, and then there was just like the first evening. It was just me and Steve, and we were just talking about all kinds of stuff more than we talk online. But yeah, he realized he's like, I was not healthy when it came to a lot of things that he was doing. So he'll pop in every now and again, but then it's funny because he won't last till, because sometimes these things can go fucking 4 or 5 hours.
Yep.
He'll check out because
I've been on some of the longest vodka streams that there have been.
To the point where you were actually falling asleep. Yes.
Literally, dude. 6 hours in. Like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, it can get long. Tonight probably won't go as long, but that's why I pushed it earlier because I was like, all right, let's push it an hour and a half earlier. So it, because even it was affecting me. I was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
No, it's a tough.
I was thinking about that, Ty. Is like the first time you came on you and what's his name? What was your Justice? Yeah, you guys came on and just you were trying to start the whole movie pop culture thing, and now here you are, fucking Fox Mulder over here.
Yeah, and we're having some. The podcast has never been bigger.
I know you guys are interviewing people like crazy. It's awesome.
Yeah. So each week we're able to pull someone high level and get them on the show, and James Fox, Brandon Fugel, guys like these we're being introduced to, and the sky is really the limit for us right now. It's just with the increasing popularity from the general public, the audience is just skyrocketing. Not on YouTube as much because again, my SEO, I didn't change YouTube channels. I kept the same YouTube channel from when I did Pop Culture Corner. So for 3 years, my SEO, and you'll know about SEO, anyone who does content creation knows about search engine optimization and tags for videos. All of mine were geared towards pop culture for 3-4 years. And then all of a sudden, they're geared towards aliens and UFOs.
Mine was Star Wars and video games.
So the algorithm was working against me for a long time. Yep. So, but I started a fresh feed for Spotify because that was part of it. That was part of signing it with them, the non-competitive agreement. It was a new feed separate to anything. And it's been absolutely amazing for the show. We're tracking 10,000 on a regular basis. So
that's awesome. Man.
Yeah, it's been amazing.
We're very fortunate. We're very fortunate.
I've been glad to hear it, and get some sleep, dude. Get some sleep. We'll talk soon.
Yeah.
And I'm always welcome. I mean, like, if you need somebody else to show up, and talk some.
We'd love to have you on the show, man.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah. I'm down. I'm totally down. So
yeah, I'm gonna quiz you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. We're gonna get you. We're gonna get you good.
We'll get you good. But good night, guys. Thank you so much.
Good night.
And let's, like I said, keep exploring the unknown, and let's do it together and all that jazz. Have a good night.
All right,
take it easy, Ty.
No, but it's just. I was thinking about that before we came on. I was like, man, when Ty first came on, it was like not this, and now it's that. And that's just cool that he found his niche, because he was pushing it hard when it came to pop culture and all this stuff. He was burning candles on both ends. Where it got to the point where I was like, I even said, dude, you are going too hard right now. You need to
that's like where I'm at right now. I'm sleeping 4 hours a night and editing this video all crazy. But you know what? It's such an exciting time, and my audience is great. So like I have my own YouTube channel too. Like Ty and I met. I co-host over there, and then I have Cortex Zero, which is my own channel, and I'm relaunching my podcast too, which I'm gonna. It's just to put as much content out as possible, right? Because we enjoy doing it. And Twitter though, I'm literally like right now, and like it started happening, and I'm like, okay, it's still going. Oh my God, it's still going. Right now, I'm sitting at 9,209 followers on Twitter, and it's just like. It's been going up like 200 people a day. And I'm like, dude.
People are fascinated, man. Especially after what happened this week. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt you guys are starting to like get some,
It's I've met some amazing people. I feel very fortunate to be in this position. It's like my whole goal basically is like money's good, right? Like we all need money to survive. But like this topic means a lot to me, especially because of my experience, and I want to focus on this and music full time. So it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's a circle that connects itself. It's like, I want this to be successful so that I can do it more. Like I want to quit my day job, not because I want to be like some filthy rich, UFO guy. It's because I want to be able to just dedicate the right amount of time to it. It's very difficult to go do what I deliver furniture for a living, and I'm only 5'5", bro. I'm 5'5" and $170, and it's it's not easy at my height doing 27 cubic foot refrigerators and 100-degree heat. That's what we were doing today. And
where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in New Jersey.
Oh, okay. So humid. It's humid.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Very humid, and it's just like I feel like a truck hit me, and it's like, okay. I worked from 9 to 8 today, and now I'm going to go edit this video. I just want to wake up and edit the video. I don't want to go do the
that's
other
what you're
thing.
passionate about. I totally get it, man. I can't wait to see it. I'm curious of what you're doing here, but
this Grays video is going to be the whole goal was to make something that no one else did. It's like if you go looking for a video like this, there's only going to be one. It's the same thing with my Men in Black video.
I was just gonna bring that up right now. You're like, wow, we're thinking parallel right now.
Oh, that's awesome. Say for you. Did you watch it?
No, I didn't watch that, but I wanted to bring up the actual Men in Black in the conversation. That's what I was thinking about. Yeah,
that video probably goes in a direction that a lot of people weren't expecting.
So that's already out on your channel.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out.
This video on the Grays is done in a very, very similar style, except it's longer.
Okay.
But in that video, like even the title is like, the Men in Black may not be what you thought.
They definitely aren't.
And it's
research that nope.
It's not, government maybe in certain instances it was like government agents, but and then it's like, oh well, they seem like they're aliens or they're clones,
humanoid
androids. And I'm like, maybe not even that. I found some connections with a phenomenon called shadow people, which I'm sure some people have heard that term just from watching horror movies. And there's a lot of connections between the Men in Black. And again, the scent of sulfur being present, bright pops and flashes of light. Like I went really, really deep. Same thing with the Grays thing, man. Like I'm in this video, I even describe like what they smell like it's and again, it's coming from people who claim that they were abducted. So obviously I can't just hand you concrete proof. It's anecdotal. but I still want to present it. And I even say in the video, like, you know, it's up to the viewer to come to their own conclusion. But there's a lot of information here for, you know, if this doesn't exist, it's really interesting that all these people would be coming to these same conclusions that have never met each other, that have all provided like this same information. And it's such a fascinating topic. It's more complex than people think. I'll tell you what, like, even now, I don't even really use the word aliens very much anymore. Really? I say NHI, non-human intelligence, because it's like, I don't know if they're really aliens. I don't know if they're ultra-terrestrials, extratemporals. Like, there's a lot of options here that people don't realize. They could be coming from different timelines, different universes.
That's why, like, even people were like going like, okay, you got UFO and then you got UAP, and like, what the heck's a UAP? That's like I heard about UAP the first time when I watched Nope last year. I was like, UAP, that's the thing.
It's a wild movie.
Yo, I thought it was great. Like, it took a fucking direction. It took a direction that I was like, oh shit.
I was like, this all makes sense now.
Yeah.
That's really
like
cool.
when you watch the trailers,
we would be considered aliens too, under aliens. So, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
And there is some speculation on the craft being alive.
I know the fact that it was just like, have we all seen Nope here? I mean, it's been out for a bit.
Which one?
Nope. Over a year old.
Nope. No.
No, he's Nope. Well, I mean, essentially, like the whole premise of like, oh, there's a UFO out there, and then there's aliens, but it's not the UFO is the alien. That's the thing. It's like, that's the reveal. And the way that, I mean, that scene when they suck up those people from that fair and you see them go in there, I got uncomfortable, man. I was in the movie theater like, I was like, oh, wow.
I think with the monkey, too, was really, I was just like, why is this in here? But then, like, after I watched the movie a couple of times, I figured everything out. I was like, okay, I got it.
Story to Taming the Beast kind of thing.
Exactly. That's exactly where it went.
Like, that's what they were trying to do. Like, hey, we have this beast up in the air. We're going to have, you're like, you know, you're the show. We're going to do this. But then the beast said, fuck you. I'm gonna wreak havoc, just like what that monkey did on that set. And I was like, I didn't. What?
You see Get Out?
Oh yeah, I saw Get Out too. Oh yeah.
This guy, what, you know, it's funny because I was like, wait a second, Jordan Peele is directing a horror movie. Wait, I'm like, you mean the guy from Key and Peele? Which I always thought Key and Peele was very funny. Yeah. And then I went and saw it, and I'm like, this guy is a brilliant filmmaker.
He's a brilliant filmmaker.
Actually, like, he's really. There's a lot of attention to like nuance.
I even like Us that he did. I know a lot of people didn't like Us when it came to.
I thought Us was okay. It's not my favorite of his work, but it's good.
I would say Nope is my favorite, then Get Out, then Us when it comes to like the ranking of that. But I just really like Nope so much.
I'm watching this scene. I searched for Nope monkey.
Hopefully,
God knows what popped up there.
Yeah, I know. I was about to say. Hopefully, it wasn't something.
Yeah, I remember an internet game called Spank the Monkey.
No, I went to YouTube.
I remember that too.
You get everything monkey. I'm like, and then you look at like Nope monkey, and then like the first thing that comes to like Nope monkey scene, and he's running around killing people.
Yeah. On the set.
Okay. Sure is.
You got lucky. That was it.
Yeah, good. That's good.
That is it.
Hey, Paul, you're
there. He is.
Hi. Yeah, what's going on?
My favorite Paul. How you doing, buddy?
He's gonna be my replacement in 5 minutes.
Oh, I know. I know, Tom. You're gonna be leaving soon, so I know Paul's been waiting backstage for a little bit. So
no, it's fine. I just
Paul's waiting in the wings.
I got sidetracked.
No problem, man. But hey, how's it going, man?
It's going good. It's going good. I'm just I know we're just sticking to aliens tonight, but I did finish all of Secret Invasion.
Well, it's partially aliens.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I thought overall the show was good. I mean, I didn't think it was amazing, but I think we can all agree, if this hasn't already been said at this point, if the show had just been called The Skrulls, or maybe Nick Fury and the Skrulls, I think it would have played better. Because
probably.
That's funny.
That's what it was.
Yeah. It's kind of secret. It's a little bit of an invasion, but they've been living there for like 20 years, right? And there's like a million of them on there, so it's kind of like, I mean, if it really was more about the world building of what the Skrulls are in the MCU more than anything else, and the Super Skrull stuff, and that's it. And that it wasn't like I mean, I knew already going in it wasn't going to be, you know, the comic, but like even Civil War had the advantage of still having the Avengers in the story somehow, and kind of having that like oomph to it. But yeah, this was okay, and I enjoyed it, but I didn't love it, or I didn't love it in the way that I wanted to love it, But yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of like, I started off with it. I was like, okay, this is good. I like this. They're taking it a little bit more seriously. It's more espionage, spy-y, like especially that the first episode. I thought it grabbed me, and then it kept going pretty good. But then like I think like towards like episode 3 into 4, I was like, all right, this is getting a little dull. It's kind of just like, all right, when are we going to get to? I mean, I get what's going on here, fine. And it just seemed like they were just trying to stretch it as long as possible. And it got to the point. When it got to the finale, I was like, okay, here's the finale. But I was not.
Could have been a 2-hour movie. We didn't need 6 episodes. So.
Yeah, I was not digging that whole final fight thing with all the.
The biggest thing that, apart from the Dave Bautista arm, which was
the least
so ridiculous.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it's
$212 million, by the way, to budget.
Wow. Well,
yeah.
If you guys actually want a good spy thriller show from Marvel, from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, catch Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Disney Plus. All 7 seasons are streaming now.
That.
Yeah,
that show bored the shit out of me.
I've only seen sporadic episodes of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but this show in particular, I think the best way to sum it up without being cruel to the people making the show, but it's basically a Russo brothers movie without the Russo brothers.
That's a good point. I get that. I know what you're talking about right there.
Yeah, that's an interesting take.
It is a good take.
I'm kind of with Paul. I mean, I didn't hate it. The finale itself is probably the weakest part of it for sure.
Yes,
but
for sure.
There's no
I
doubt
didn't hate
about
it
it
either. Yeah.
But it's like I've seen so much hyperbole about this. Oh, Marvel's doom and gloom. They're done for. They're in the can. Rock bottom.
They say it every time.
Like really?
They said it about Miss Marvel. They said it about She-Hulk. They have said it about,
every time.
Miss Marvel is really good. I thought
Miss Marvel is one of Miss Marvel is probably one of the more unique MCU shows because there is something to it. With Secret Invasion, there's just a shit ton of talking.
So I think personally, what they should just do, if they want to just do the lower budget movies, so to speak, because that's what they essentially are.
Yeah.
I'm fine with them doing the mini movie. Like the Werewolf by Night was really good. We talked about this before. And even the Christmas special with the Guardians, it wasn't amazing.
I love that.
Yeah.
Great.
But if that had been
Guardians thing.
But if that had been like a 3-episode or 4-episode miniseries, I would have been driven insane. Instead, it's just this, little, what was it, like an hour and a half? It was something like that. Yeah. And it was fine.
Hey, at least Daredevil Born Again will be 18 episodes.
Yeah. Well, Daredevil, you can tell that they're trying to make that like a crown jewel. And I mean, I feel honestly I'm half and half on that show. Basically, I want it to be very, very good. I love Charlie Cox. I love Vincent D'Onofrio. I loved the Netflix stuff, and I didn't hate the interpretation in She-Hulk because it's Daredevil in a She-Hulk show, so it makes sense why he's like that. And Matt Murdock is he can be a chipper guy sometimes.
Yeah.
It just depends what arc of Daredevil you're going through. But that didn't bother me. So my thing is just my expectations for Born Again are kind of all over the map, but I'm gonna keep my expectations in check and then go through the show.
Can I ask you what you're worried about?
I'm worried more about. I mean, look, I feel bad because I'm trying not to judge it ahead of time, but I mean, if we're all honest about Daredevil, the Netflix show set the bar. It's hyperly violent. It's basically like the best of the Brubaker and or Frank Miller version of the character to a degree. So that's kind of where I'm at mentally with Daredevil. But I understand that Daredevil has been around for a long time and there's different iterations. But also when you have the title Born Again, that again you're setting up the expectation. And I'm hoping
that's what they do. That's what they do. They use the titles of these books, and they put it out there, and then people who are a fan of the books go, "Well, that wasn't accurate." That's what I loved about what look what Zach did for BVS. It's like, okay, he wanted to make a Dark Knight Returns movie, he didn't do that, but he took elements of A Dark Knight Returns from the book. He took elements, and then also Superman, Death of Superman.
Because Zack Snyder respects comics, and Kevin Feige looks at it from a corporate standpoint.
Yeah. The DC stuff,
smart.
They do the animated, but for the most part, there are liberties taken. But if you're watching All-Star Superman, you're watching an adaptation of that work. If you're seeing Year One, you're seeing an adaptation of Year One. And so on and so forth. Even Fox, it wasn't Old Man Logan, but it was Logan.
Days of Future Past.
Yeah. Well, I mean, same with even Batman Begins. I mean, it wasn't Year One, but it was, there was elements. Same with the Batman when it came to Long Halloween. It wasn't Long Halloween, but it had elements of Long Halloween. It's like you could pull elements from certain books and even advertise it as, hey, guess what? And I think that's just what kind of like what James Gunn was doing when it came to after they released the slate. Like, hey, here's the books that these are going to be loosely based off of. And then it tripled those sales. I mean, the Authority books sold out. Superman All-Star. They were like, that was smart. For them
Tomorrow even sold
to do that. But just don't. I mean, but they did announce Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. So they might,
Well, since Tom King is working on it, I think that will be a close adaptation. But
it might.
I do think
that's why they did that. Yeah.
But for example, if I look at it again, I keep bringing up the Arrowverse, but they have done something. They did quite on Infinite Earths, but they still did some of their own choice, which I think is perfectly fine because within that world it makes more sense that they do it that way. But it's like if you're gonna take something like Daredevil Born Again, and then it's gonna be something completely different, and I can understand the issues with it. So Paul, I get it. I'm excited for Daredevil's new show, but even I have some reservations too. I'm just like, I mean, do we need 18 episodes? Because what was so weird about it?
Said, right? 18.
Yeah.
No. Remember what he did? Because he was at it's July 2022. He's at the Hall H panel. He's like, Daredevil season 1 will have 18 episodes. 18 episodes, and I'm like,
it's a lot.
I'm like,
look,
I forgot about that.
I'm at the point if we can get more Charlie Cox being Matt Murdock and Daredevil. I'm there. So I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just, we've been over this multiple times with the Disney Plus Marvel stuff. It's just how do you use your time and how to use it effectively. And, but regardless, the few times that I don't really give Marvel a hard time is when I know they can't really fuck it up, and they know the expectations and where they are for Daredevil. And I think they know they can't fuck it up. I'm not that worried about Fantastic Four and the X-Men because those are the ones that they need to show everybody. Yeah, we should have had these the whole fucking time. People are mixed on Homecoming, I feel, to a degree, but I really liked Homecoming because more to the point because it did a lot of things differently from the Garfield and from what the Maguire films had done. And it approached it in a whole new way that we hadn't seen before, and I don't mind the Holland films overall, but that's how I see them approaching X-Men and Fantastic Four. They're going to do some things that we know, but for the most part, they're going to do the the whole they're going to try and put a stamp on their take and everything. So
absolutely. Yeah.
I think that's what they're gonna do. But Tom, I know you got to go. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna jump in, dude. This was so fun. This was so unexpectedly fun. I didn't know about this until kind of last minute, and I was just getting into the shower, and Ty was like, "Hey, I'm going on his show," and I was just like, "Oh!" And then 2 minutes.
I know he hit me up. He was all, "Hey, my co-star, my co-host is gonna be showing up too." I'm like, "Cool," and he sent me your link, and I was like, "All right, well, I'll follow him."
And, man, this was fun. I had a really good time. You guys all seem like you're cool dudes. I'm into movies too.
I'm just putting on an act, so don't buy it.
Dude, your entrance though, when you had the chair turn, I was like, dude,
this guy, because they made a bit. Because I just last week I was just temporarily turned around.
And I saw that, so I brought him in as his
it was so good though. It was just I've done this before. I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah, but that's why I'm every week whenever I'm allowed to come on, I will come on, and the first thing I will say is Blue Beetles runs in theaters August 18th. Get your tickets August 1st.
There you go.
He's like he's a perfect marketing guy. So I guess before I go,
okay,
I'll plug myself real quick. I guess, right? Isn't that what we all naturally do when we're content creators?
Yeah.
I'm Cortex Zero on YouTube. It's Cortex_0 on Twitter. I dive into UFOs, consciousness, near-death experiences, astral projection, spirituality, meditation, music, all types of stuff. I like Star Wars. My DMs are always open on Twitter for anybody that ever wants to just say hello. And I'm grateful to have met all you guys today. It was a lot of fun, and I hope that we can do it again and have
we definitely
all of you over on our show, just because why not, right? Let's fill up the entire screen with people.
Dude, whatever you guys want me, man, just let me know. I will.
So down.
What was your Twitter again, by the way?
It's the same as my name here. It's Cortex_0 here. I'll put it in our little secret chat that nobody knows about until now. And to everybody in your chat, thanks for having me. I had a really great time, and definitely go see the sequel to Dune because I think it's gonna kick ass.
That movie's gonna be so badass.
For sure.
You guys have a good night, man. I appreciate it.
All right, man.
You too.
Thanks, Tom.
Take
Appreciate
care.
it, man.
Guys, take care.
Right. Yes. All right. Well, that was fun.
Now let's talk Beetle.
When it we gotta watch Blue Beetle. Oh no, but I was just like, when it came to the whole like UFO thing, and then I was like, all right, I was like, I'm gonna hit up Ty. I'm like, just come on here. I know you're all about this, and I'm like, I mean, I'm all about it too, but not as much as him, obviously. And then he was like, yeah, at the last minute, he goes, oh yeah, my co-host is gonna show up too. I was like, all right, had no idea who the guy was, but yeah, Tom was great. So
yeah, like if this turns out to be, if this turns out to like all be real, I mean, like this is gonna be a whole new chapter for humanity. So I'm excited. I know it's sort of very critical, but I'm like, I want this to be true because I'm like,
we
want
all
to
do.
know
We're
what
all
aliens
nerds. We're all sci-fi nerds. I wanted to get your a take on the whole thing with the UFO hearings. Paul, did you see all that? Did you get anything of that?
I mean, I got brief things from Reddit and social media and stuff like that. I think it's cool that they've confirmed this, or at least a guy who works in the government has confirmed that that's a thing. But I mean, yeah, I was listening to the video in and out before I came on and stuff, and I mean, I feel there's a good chance it could be a hoax, to some degree as a distraction. I think that's definitely a possibility. On the other hand, my personal beliefs are that I mean, the possibility of aliens being a real thing to me is a thing. Like, I mean, the fact that we're, the universe is so large, there has to be other life that has existed in some other part of the just our galaxy alone, not even counting everything else. But I mean, honestly, my take with aliens is that, I think that there's a legit thing that they've, been here, or they've been recorded being here, or whatever the case is. But in every situation, even the stuff that you guys were talking about earlier, it seems more or less that they kind of stick to the idea of they know enough. They either crash land here by accident or they stay away from us. And I think that's kind of their MO, which is to stay away from, our species, which I think
wise choice.
Yeah.
I would. I mean, I try to most of the time as well.
But it's funny because we actually talked about a theory. There's a theory out there of why they do that, and it's the theory that these, these creatures are actually us in the future, and they're trying, and they're doing the whole thing of like, okay, we have to stay, out of the limelight because we're just trying to prevent things that made us who we are. And and I even brought up the whole thing is like, I mean, if you think of a gray alien, you just see a frail, like skinny body with a big head, and it's genderless and it's everything like that. It's like, and they're so obsessed with technology and all that and knowledge, and they were going, wait, we shouldn't, this sucks because maybe they're all unhappy or something. I don't know. It's like, look at us. I could barely, I'm a bobblehead. What the hell? But I don't know. But there's always that theory of like, that's why they're staying. Oh yeah. But I mean, obviously,
I would look at the future as a future alien.
Yeah, I know, right?
I hadn't heard that theory. So I'm like, shit, like future Andy is like an alien. I hope he's skinny at least. That'll be interesting.
That's a theory that's out there that they're actually us in the future.
trying to
and that's
control.
what we end up evolving to. Because I mean, look at where society is now. We always talk about gender and all this kind of stuff, and look at it. I mean, like I said, you look at a gray alien, you can't tell it's genderless. I mean, there's nothing there. It's like it just gets to a point where maybe it's even a point where they just grow their babies. I don't know, like a whole Man of Steel, thing, or Matrix thing, where it's like the theory of that, where but who knows?
I mean, I think our society will get to a point, if we get to a point where like aliens are real, but what happens when an alien and a human like conceive? Like, what if I mean, like that's when like the true evolution begins, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe it's already happened.
Yeah,
it's the birth of Brainiac.
What?
It's also hard to assume if they can actually crossbreed or not, too. So there's that.
Very true.
Yeah. But
yeah,
I think
this is why I'm like, I want this to be true, because I want to learn about these things. Like, again, I, as someone who's a writer myself, I want to see like, how do they write? What does symbols look like? Like how how do they do scripture? Like, did they do what we used to do centuries ago, where we would draw on the wall to tell our stories?
Exactly. You bring up a great point, Andy, and I was gonna bring it up when talking to those two. It's just, because I mean, they take it very seriously, sure, and some people just look at it as a joke, and a lot of theories, conspiracy theories, a lot of crazy theories out there, you just look at it as like a joke. But I'm like one of those people. I can fall down the rabbit hole. Like, I can go down a flat earth rabbit hole, and I have, but I don't believe it's true, because obviously when they start making like, oh yeah, if you were the curvature of the earth, if you were to, it's like they fall off. I don't believe flat earth. But when I can go into like a rabbit hole of like the theories about the ice wall around us, and maybe there's other civilizations that live around it and stuff like that, I think it sounds cool, because I'm a sci-fi geek.
Yeah.
And it just sounds like a really cool sci-fi movie. Even when it comes to this shit, it's like, I don't know if it's true. Who knows? Whatever the hell, lizard people, Men in Black, how they really are and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, maybe it's just all hogwash and bullshit, but I could fall down the rabbit hole, because I think it satisfies that nerd brain.
Well, like, I don't know when Jordan, because I heard about the alien through Jordan. I mean, as in James, he'd call me and said, "Hey man, have you heard about the aliens?" I'm like, "I'm sorry, what?" And like he starts explaining this thing, and I'm like, and I start laughing. And I think, but that's kind of basically how he introduced it. I'm just like, I started laughing a little bit. I'm just like, I mean, that's cute, because again, I'm like, how many times have we had this conversation? But then I start seeing, the meetings or whatever. I'm like, well, if this leads to actually like proof or whatever, like this will be cool. But right now, like, again, for example, I'm agnostic, so I mean, like that whole idea of just believing in God, like if you give me proof, I believe. I don't, but I'm not religious per se. But it's the same way I went with aliens. You show me they're real, I will believe. But right now, it's like, it's up in the air. But I want it to be real, because again, there's so much we can learn from them and about them.
Yeah, no, I think I mean, I've seen enough science fiction where I've seen the good and what good aliens can do and what the bad aliens can do. And I mean, I unfortunately, I find it more believable that aliens have come here and, our higher ups took them and dissected them, and then they never got home, basically, unfortunately, or something like that. But on the other hand, like if Darkseid showed up, I'd be terrified out of my mind, and I wouldn't know what to do. And but then I'd at least know that hopefully my life would be ending soon. I wouldn't have to worry about things anymore for a while. But yeah, it's all over. I like to believe that we would try to maintain some sort of something on the level of like Close Encounters, where we would find a way to communicate, and
that's the ideal scenario. Yeah.
With mashed potatoes.
Yeah. And I think even Spielberg was the one that came up with the theory of them being us from the future or something like that.
That there's a theory that's actually in that movie that talks about like that too.
Yeah.
I think we were talking about that earlier, where I mean, it is interesting. Like, we brought up, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and I love that there's like, there's the first kind, the second kind, the third kind, and then the fourth kind, which if you watch that movie, The Fourth Kind, you will get you'll shit yourself, because the fourth kind is not the kind that you want to have an encounter with an alien. That's where it's abduction and fucking experiments and even like a possession through you kind of thing, which of course is a parallel to, you know, demons and shit like that. We were talking about that as well. I mean, it's so weird when it comes to like everything, even like when it comes to religion. And you see like old drawings or something like that, and you see like them looking up in the sky, and they see it, but they just were like, they're angels and blah blah blah. But it's like, well, yeah, this was older society. They just thought it was angels, and it was actually technology. I mean, you know, this is shown in the movies too. It's been shown in the comic books as well, where it's just like, is it magic? Is it technology? Which one is it? You know, it's like that whole thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just it's such a crazy thing to really think about. But just the fact that on Thursday or Wednesday or Wednesday, where they were just flat out going like, oh yeah, we recovered crafts and there was non-human pilots, and it was like, oh, sweet, all right. So
Pixar didn't happen.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
But that's the thing. It's like, yeah, you can't have the absolute truth of it with a picture, but then even the pictures could be falsified now because technology, where it's at. I don't know. It's all.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and you have to wonder if they were still alive when they were found. I don't mean like that they were killed, but if they, kind of like what's a good example? Kind of like an Abin Sur, like Green Lantern situation.
Yeah, the same thing. Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Or if it was Will Smith punching one in the face, and then that was last.
Welcome to Earth. Oh man, I love that. Yeah, that's what I call a close encounter. So many good lines.
Oh my God.
But I liked how they represented the aliens in there, because it's like when you saw the aliens, it's like they had a biological spacesuit, which I thought was cool. It wasn't just like a suit that was, looked like they just like, knitted it together. Or something like that. It wasn't like a helmet or something like that. It was like biological, which I thought was cool, where they had to surgically remove it. And then, of course, things with the shit. You saw the real alien there. Yeah.
I the mother who knits a lot. Like now I'm just imagining like their alien mothers like knitting them like, suits. I'm like, that's for me, like this is what was my biggest criticism of the whole thing, was that, okay, so why tell us now? What is the purpose of telling us now? Why did you wait till now if this happened years and years ago? And that's why I'm just like,
well, they tried to tell before, but this was like the first time it went into like a whole on like full on hearing kind of thing. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, and to take from Men in Black, I mean, it's all about mass panic more than anything else. And I think they just know that so much is going on right now that, again, and that's exactly what happened. They announced aliens, and everyone's like, okay, can we lower the cost of living, please? And that was pretty much it.
Good point. That's good. We talked about that too, because if this took place in the 80s or 90s, people would be like, and you always get like the best line in Men in Black is like, oh yeah, the person's smart, but people are dumb, panicky, and you know it. And it's like, that's one of the best lines. That is the best line in the movie of why you would keep something like this a secret. And it's just, I love that line so much, that Tommy Lee Jones tells Will Smith's character on that bench, because he's just like, oh, hey, why wouldn't you tell people they're smart? And, oh, yeah, the person's smart, but people are dumb, panicky, and it. It's like, yeah.
Tommy Lee Jones, when he gets quippy, that's why I love him so much in Captain America: The First Avenger. Like, like that man is one of the quippiest dudes in Hollywood. That is, and like, he doesn't give. It's so effortless. Like
he is. When you watch like a Tommy Lee Jones performance, like Fugitive and Men in Black, it's like, it's so dry, it's so to the point, but it's so quick and it's quippy. Man, that guy,
That's why I always feel so bad for him, like in Batman Forever. That I'm just like, how did Joel Schumacher waste such a talent?
No, Andy, no.
Schumacher.
That was Tommy Lee Jones doing that. That was not Joel Schumacher saying, hey, go crazy. No, that was Tommy Lee Jones.
It's a
director's job to direct, isn't it?
Sometimes they can't.
Yeah, I mean, I've been told in the Schumacher cut, it's much more straight lace. And also I think Tommy was trying to He was trying. I mean, he's trying to compete, I think, with Jim at the same time.
Yeah, he did not like Jim Carrey, apparently.
No, he wasn't having it.
But he was trying to outdo him. That's
okay.
why
Fair enough.
The
fair
verbiage
enough,
used when they had an interaction was, "I cannot sanction your buffoonery," something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Now Jim Carrey is just becoming like. I mean, that man just spits out bullshit these days. And I'm just like,
he's gotten a little strange when it comes to things. But you know, you know what's funny though is like I was listening to I listened to a lot of comedian podcasts. I forgot which podcast I was listening to, but they talked about how when Jim Carrey hit, like when he started like growing, they referred to him as, oh, it's the actor. You know, they didn't take him seriously as a comedian because he was also like he even though he was doing stand up, he was like, it was like during like In Living Color, and he's already done like 2 movies at least. I think it was Once Bitten and Earth Girls Are Easy, which was crazy. Speaking of alien movies,
like a Jim Carrey movie, by the way, is
it sounds like a porn, but it's not. It
does sound like a porn. So
yeah, Earth Girls Are Easy. Yeah, it's Jim Carrey and Damon Wayans as aliens visit. It's
Jeff
insane.
Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum's in it too. Yes, it's an insane movie. So, but I totally forgot which podcast I was listening to, but they apparently like comedians hated him and they referred to him as the actor. So it's almost like Jim Carrey was always like looked at as like this kind of guy, and then of course he blew up in the 90s, and then and then of course took things seriously and then fizzled out a little bit now. And it sucks too because I was a big time Jim Carrey fan.
Yeah, The Mask.
Oh yeah, Jesus Christ, that guy is amazing. Yeah, just and then to show up in a Batman movie. But I mean, it's just that kind of sucks where it's like you get the role of the Riddler in a Batman movie, and then you're gonna be starring opposite of Tommy Lee Jones, like a legendary actor, and he fucking does not like you and tries to outdo your performance. It's like, whoa, that's got to be a little bit of that. That must have been an interesting thing, but it didn't. It worked out for Jim Carrey more than Tommy Lee Jones, because everybody goes like, what the hell was Tommy Lee Jones doing? Jim Carrey was fine, at least in my opinion. I thought he was a great Riddler.
Yeah, he was taking a lot from Frank Gorshin, I think he said.
Yeah,
yes,
and you can see that, and at that time
when he pulls the cane and he laughs, it kind of reminded me of that the Riddler laugh.
Yeah, and it made more sense too. Unfortunately for more so for Joel Schumacher, because they were shifting away from the darker stuff and kind of leaning back more towards the Batman 66 style of doing things, which went full on in Batman and Robin. But the as far as Jim Carrey goes, I'm a huge Jim Carrey fan and stuff, and I've just noticed his persona has just changed so much when he has to be on or talking to people and stuff. And I know he suffered from years of like clinical depression and stuff, and I think he's been very honest and very open about it. And he basically just said that the guy that you would see in those old interviews and stuff, that was like a performance, and that was him. I mean, I think he's a generally funny guy. Like, he actually knows like what can make people laugh and whatnot. But he has basically said that, like, yeah, that guy who's like singing and dancing and stuff for like the talk show, that's not really me. Like, I'm more like this, like when he's just more mellow and everything like that kind of
right
stuff.
But it doesn't mean that some of his words doesn't hurt. Some of his words and action does hurt. And again, it's like,
but it's also like Robin Williams, same thing. Like, if you watch that Robin Williams doc, it's on Max. I mean, that. Oh, dude, you should watch it. It's such a good documentary. I mean, it covers the whole thing all the way to his death.
Wasn't his daughter
you just see what's that?
Wasn't his daughter like really upset about it, or am I mixing up with something else? Because I
don't know if she was, but it's a very good doc. Like, but it really emphasizes the fact that, like when it came to Robin Williams, he always, like, when he was around people on talk shows, he was always putting on that performance. But when you saw him behind the scenes, he was like, he could be a quiet person and just kind of take things in, not be that performer that he always is. I mean, that was a whole other level. Jim Carrey is a different level too. When he's like, when you see him on talk shows, stuff like that, it was almost similar, because he would like get out of his chair, be very animated and everything like that. But when it came to Robin Williams, I mean, he was always trying to just go for that laugh. And then, obviously when it got to, him being older, it got more depressed, fell back into drinking, quit that. And then all of a sudden he gets diagnosed with, a neurological, disease. And it's just, he couldn't handle it. And then that's why, essentially what happened, which sucks.
Yeah. It was Lou's, I believe it was Lou's body's disease or something
like that. Because they first diagnosed it as Parkinson's, but it wasn't exactly Parkinson's. I mean, it was neurological, but not that.
Right. I mean, from what I know, and I know very little, but like from what I know, it's basically you just kind of lose control of your body and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, I think Robin was a pretty smart guy in real life, and like I would have, I would have liked it that if he stuck around for a little bit longer. It was rough what happened and everything, but I think he kind of also just made a choice too, because he didn't want. I mean, from what it sounds like, he didn't want his family to kind of go through with that, or see him like that. And it is what it is. But these things happen and stuff like that, and it's just, yeah. There's I'm a big Robin guy as well, and from what I know too, I mean, there was I don't know the name of the podcast, but Matt Lawrence, and Joey Lawrence.
Oh, Matthew Lawrence. Yeah.
If you remember, he was the son in Mrs. Doubtfire, and this was recent. I think it was on Instagram too. But he would basically was talking to the brothers about it and saying, Robin was very open, on set and everything like that. And he was a kid; he didn't know any better. And he went into Robin's trailer one time to just say, "Hey," basically. And Robin was kind of, doing like a downtime. But Robin wasn't like mean to him or anything like that, but he was also explaining to him too. He's like, listen, when I was younger, I did all of these drugs, and it messes with your brain. And on top of that, when he's like, again, this was obviously years before he got diagnosed, but he had talked to the doctors multiple times, and he knew that it had messed with his mind enough where like he, like it was something like he couldn't get to a certain place or whatever. And so like, that again, that whole thing of the star and the real person basically. So yeah, he been dealing with it as far back as Mrs. Doubtfire, probably to a degree in terms
probably even further back than that too. I mean, in that documentary, they talk about the death of Jim Belushi.
Yeah.
And that affected him because that actually made him like go sober the first time. And because he was with Jim Belushi that night, like they were together at one point, and then they separated. Robin went somewhere else. Then they ended up going to sleep, waking up, and then somebody telling them like, "Oh yeah, Jim Belushi died." So it affected him pretty greatly. But yeah, I mean, that's why I say watch that documentary, because it even talks about all of that, and then him kind of falling back into booze in his later years because that's just what happened, But I mean, like when you watch like a Robin Williams like fucking live on Broadway, and just some of the, I mean, like it's just how it's like you just go, how does this guy have this much energy? I mean, he is pouring sweat. He has a table like with 50 fucking water bottles because he's just like constantly. I mean, it's insane to just watch. Like, I mean, again, he was just brilliant, genius, and it's just. But when you have like some of these people that just do that, it's like they're putting so much out there. It's like I can't even imagine what the dark times are like. I mean, as all of us do our things too, where we put our all into something, and then sometimes we're just like, all right, I'm disconnecting. I need my downtime just to relax and just blah, blah, blah. Imagine, I mean, this is like 20, 30, fucking 50 times the level of whatever the hell any of us are doing when it comes to at least entertainment wise. But man, I can't even imagine what that was all like, to deal with. And I worried about Jim Carrey when it came to that. I was like, geez, but he got into painting, he got into just certain things, but then all of a sudden he like shows up in the Sonic movie, and I'm like, there's 90s Jim Carrey right there. He still has it. He's still doing it. Like, look at him go. But
yeah, I mean, I don't know, when you get to that level and you get to be that famous and you're doing this stuff on such a grand scale, I think just a lot of it is just about taking a break and taking time for yourself. And I think Jim found that, for himself and whatnot. Yeah, and I think now did he officially retire? Because
he didn't. I don't think he officially retired, but I think he's just in a spot where he goes, I'm not going to do things, he's not going to, like I said, I mean, when did Sonic 2 come out? That was a few years ago, before the pandemic, right?
After. Sonic 2? Sonic 2, that was 2020.
Yeah. So he was still, still being involved at that, at least, but he hasn't done anything since.
Year. It was 2022. It was last year.
Was it last year?
Yeah. Sonic
So
Sonic 2 was early last year. Yeah. Last March.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You see, the pandemic screwed my timeline all fucking up.
The first one came out right as the pandemic rolled out.
That's right. It was like 2019, 2020.
It came out like just before, like it just hit like right before, it was just, I think it was just wrapped because it came out in February and then it was just wrapping up right before the pandemic started like really hitting.
It came out a week after Birds of Prey. So yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
No, but when it comes to him, I just hope. I mean, he's it's not like he needs the money, and I think he's just gonna be like, and he's a great actor too. I mean, you look at the Truman Show, you look at Number 23, you look at his serious roles, but I mean, when he dives into something, even just being that zany guy who can shapeshift his face and do all. I mean, in the 90s, he was a powerhouse. I mean, I still remember Tom Shadyac, who directed Ace Ventura with him, and then he did Liar Liar, and he wrote Liar Liar with Jim Carrey in mind. He's like, oh yeah, this is totally he wrote it for Jim Carrey. I mean, that scene in the bathroom where he beats himself up. Yeah. There was like the only thing that was written in the script. He said he was like, Jim Carrey beats himself up because he knew that Jim Carrey would do something magnificent. So everything you saw right there was just Jim Carrey just being Jim Carrey. I mean, it was basically him. At the very end of that scene, I remember I was watching the commentary or something like that, where you go, yeah, you hear this, like when he falls down on the ground, you hear this dink, like dink. You hear that? That's Jim's head hitting the ground. Because he didn't even he sacrificed his body so much that when you see him fall down on the ground, his head is hitting the ground, and that sound that you hear is not added. That's his head hitting the fucking floor, and it's like Jesus Christ, dedication, man.
Yeah. Well, I like those movies a lot. I remember when Bruce Almighty that came out when I was like in high school.
So great.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. And that was also where I first it was right before The Office too. That was like where I first discovered Steve Carell.
True.
Like a real, because Evan and the whole spiel that he does with the live broadcast and everything.
So funny.
And Jennifer Aniston is his wife too, so there's that.
Huh?
Oh yeah.
Jennifer Aniston plays.
His
wife.
His girlfriend.
Sorry, girlfriend. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that I mean that was, I think that was the last Tom Shadyac Jim Carrey movie, because I think Jim kind of went back a little bit himself, and then Tom, I think, got into some sort of real life accident that caused him to kind of reshape what he wanted to do from then on. I gotta look more into that, but yeah, just look into that. Like Tom went through his whole thing too, I think. But there was but yeah, I remember Bruce Almighty, like everyone was quoting it like all year and stuff, and I was on cross country and stuff, and we had it like on our t-shirts as like a joke, because we were all quoting either the Evans scene or just a lot of the stuff that he would just say, like these catchphrases and stuff. But yeah, like that
I kept trying to do the 10 fingers, because in the commercial I always remember like how many like I kept trying to do that. I'm like, mommy, there's not like I was
yeah, I have that drop.
Sorry. I usually do that. I'm like, mommy, like I'm not getting, my fingers are not coming out, and I keep telling God to make the fingers come out. She's like, the doofus, it's a movie. But I kept doing like Sorry.
No, there's the other one where like, do you play jazz, Evan? And just that, just simple things like that. That was just improv, and it's just great. And
the outtakes. I love the fact that they put outtakes at the end of that.
Yeah,
which they did on Liar Liar as well, because and that was so smart, because it's like that, I mean, for some people, that's the best part of the whole fucking thing, because you see the madness. I mean, and then you just, when you watch those outtakes, you go, how do you even edit something like this? Because obviously Jim Carrey is just like, obviously there's a script. He'll probably do the line from the script, and then he'll do 17 other lines, you know, with a different delivery and everything like that. And it's just, you know, you just let them loose and you go, okay, yeah, you just got to pick which one that is the best one. But I love the fact that, yeah, when you see those outtakes and you see, you know, what, you know, other, you know, different takes. And then of course people just can't, I mean, I don't even know how people can't put a straight face with some of those scenes.
The hardest part is getting the other actors to not lose it, because all of it's improv to some degree. And so, yeah, like, but yeah, I think Bruce Almighty was like the last real big comedy that he did for a long time. I mean, not counting the Sonic movies and stuff, but by that point, by that point in his career, though, he had pretty much, you know, done he'd done drama, he had done the comedies and stuff. But yeah, I feel bad to say it, but like I know he's probably going to get like an honorary Oscar when he's like, you know, like later down the line and stuff like that, because even Robin Williams got his Oscar for Good Will Hunting and stuff like that. But Jim, I don't think he's gotten Golden Globes, but he's never gotten an Oscar, which is a bummer. For,
I think, what, Man on the Moon? Did he get a Golden Globe for that? I
believe so. I think I was surprised he wasn't. I think he got nominated for Truman Show, but he didn't get nominated for Oscar-wise. He didn't get nominated.
Did you guys see that that doc about the Man on the Moon? Did you ever see that doc?
I know that he went extremely method with it.
Yes.
And I saw the trailer, and it looked. I'm like, I don't know if I want to see a whole documentary about people just, you know, complaining about Jim driving them crazy. I mean,
but see, that's the thing. It's a good doc. I only watched it once. Yeah, because it you know, it's not like it's just a bunch of like, hey, Jim Carrey being zany. It's Jim Carrey, you know, being very, very serious and really becoming Andy Kaufman, and people going, all right, this is a little too much. Yeah, but it just kind of shows you where when it comes to him, he, you know, he goes, you know, he dials it up to 11 when it comes to all this stuff. And when it came to that role, I mean, he nailed it. I mean, that movie is fantastic, and his performance is absolutely fantastic. But yeah, when you watch that doc and you're like, oh yeah, he took it very seriously, and it was not pretty at some points, but that's where you just kind of go like, God damn, you know, some of these guys are just they just get so infatuated with the character that they're doing. I mean, I've heard, you know, actors say it all the time where they go like, you know, method acting is it's stupid. Stop doing that, you know, but there's still actors that do it. And they give out great performances, but at the same time, it's like, then you got people that just don't want to work with you because
you send them rats as a gift.
Oh yeah. Jared Leto is one of them, right?
I don't know. There's I'm trying to remember. I know like Daniel Day-Lewis, when he did My Left Foot, he wouldn't get out of the wheelchair, even when it was like, you know, a thing, and everyone's like, dude, just get out of the wheelchair. Like we gotta like move this, and they have to move him and stuff like that. There was I think Lincoln, they just had to call him Mr. You know,
he asked to be called, to be addressed.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing, is like, what's better? What would you say is better? Is like, what would you see as more talented is the fact that somebody can just break character when they say cut, or somebody who actually stays in that so much, but then they give this Oscar-winning. I don't know. It's such a weird thing.
They shouldn't do it for the award. They should think about it. This is a job. So again, like when I think about, you know, again, like I remember, you know, because I didn't know what had happened to Heath Ledger, you know, because I didn't even see The Dark Knight until 2009, after a year after it came out, because I didn't know there was another Batman movie. But I wasn't on social media. I know
there was no social media.
Exactly, I get it. Exactly. So, you know, but like I had, you know, when I asked, you know, adults around me, like, what happened to Heath Ledger, and they talked about method acting, like, what is method acting? And they started explaining it, and you know, and after that, you know, he wasn't doing well after that, and it can be a dangerous thing, you know. But that's why I prefer, you know, be method if you're on set. But like if someone is telling you, hey, you can actually walk, you don't have to sit in a wheelchair. It's time now. this. We filmed the scene, but now we're moving on. Then that's do your job. Like I'm not. No one is paying your paycheck to be like, go send people rats. Like that's probably when I hear about the whole Jared Leto thing. Like that always freaks me out. I'm like, you're telling me that Jared Leto, you get to work with Miss Viola Davis, and you're sending her rats.
And Margot Robbie,
Margot Robbie,
yeah. It's like I and Will Smith, and it's
and
like
Will Smith.
I mean, I get it. He wanted to do something different, but yeah. Apparently he does really, he dives into the roles that he's doing. I mean,
but I see someone in the chat bring about like someone like Christian Bale bring up. I mean, like, that man's body must be. I mean, he's lost weight, gained.
Even
weight.
Tom Hardy's talked about that too. He says he's all, I fucked up my body by my weight fluctuations. When it came to even him, like there's even he's even kind of struggling. Yeah, but Christian Bale, he went. My God, Machinist.
Well, he went from a Machinist to this, and then after this, he did American Hustle, which he put on a couple pounds for.
Well, even
then recently,
a couple of pounds,
and then did Vice.
Even more recently, Vice.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he's gotten to the point. It's like, dude, you can't do that anymore.
I think when he's 50, he's gonna have to stop doing that.
Oh, no, he's stopped doing it now. I mean, he went from like the Machinist.
The
Machinist was before Batman. The Machinist was before Batman, and I remember even in an interview with Christopher Nolan, he goes, "Yeah, I had to pitch Christian Bale as my Batman while he was doing the Machinist." And of course, the executives were like, "This guy's 121 pounds." Like, what the fuck?
And then he put on two, and then he got too big.
He got to 200 pounds. When like
I still
4, 5, 6 months, he was just eating meat and potatoes and working out. And then even like the
on the DVD,
you're a little too big. We gotta like lean you out.
No, I remember one of those behind the scenes speeches where he's like, "Oh bloody hell, Chris, what are we doing here? Batman or Fat Man?" Like that's like
pretty much. Yeah, I remember seeing pictures of him. You could actually probably find him. Yeah, he was like thick. Like you saw it in his face. You saw it because he packed on the pounds. And then they're like, all right, now we got to trim you out. So like, yeah, he saw like a significant weight fluctuation.
The body chameleon.
Then he had a cut like that just to get like chiseled out and look, fit. So yeah, he like, he did, and then when it came to the fighter, he had to like get skinny again too for the fighter, which he got nominated for, I believe. And then, like you said, American Hustle, Vice.
He wasn't that skinny, though, in the fighter.
He was pretty skinny, though. He had to drop
he was like crackhead skinny. I mean, he wasn't Machinist skinny, but yeah.
But he got pretty skinny.
What's worse, the fighter skinny or Machinist skinny?
Oh, Machinist, definitely. Because
I keep waiting for the day, because I've been like, every time Christian Bale trends on Twitter, my first thought is, fuck, he got a heart attack. Like I get terrified because that can't be good for you. Like you keep fluctuating in weight so much, and like that's why like I saw him in Love and Thunder. I'm like, he did it again.
Yeah,
like goodness gracious, like that man needs to be careful.
I try and forget that movie exists.
I mean, so does Marvel. So does Chris Hemsworth. But what
I will say this: he was probably one of the best things in that movie.
He was the best.
That is true.
Yeah.
Him and Natalie Portman. They were the best things in that movie, no doubt.
But even Natalie Portman didn't have much.
I do want to give Tessa Thompson some shout out to, even though she deserved better in that film.
She did.
I feel so bad for her character when she asked, like, "Oh, how is this going to affect our character's continuity?" Oh, that doesn't matter. What?
God.
Yeah.
What?
See, that's when it comes to the Marvel machine. Even like going back to Secret Invasion. I mean, even the director said like, "Oh yeah, I was told not to read the source material." It's like,
yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I think it might be time for Kevin. I mean, I think Kevin Feige's days could be numbered.
Oh, they're numbered. They're numbered. They're definitely numbered. But what are you gonna say, Paul?
No, I was just gonna say with the source material and stuff. I mean, maybe Feige was worried that they'd be like, "Hey, this is a way better story. Why are we not doing this? Like, what is this?" There's that.
That's the thing. But see, that's the thing. Is like, I mean, Marvel is capitalizing on using, like, again, like what we were saying, they're using titles from popular books, but they're not fully adapting the books. And DC hasn't done that. And again, going back to Zach, we all know that Zach, his favorite DC book is Dark Knight Returns, and he made his version of that, but it wasn't the Dark Knight Returns. It had elements. He brought us he brought us the mech suit and everything, and him fighting
the
Superman. Yeah, it had the fat bat. He had everything like the suit. There's elements that he ripped from that, and it was cool. And then, of course, he ripped elements from Death of Superman. He ripped elements from Birthright. That's what you should do when you're adapting something.
No.
Don't like flat out be like, hey, guess what? We're doing Civil War. We're doing Secret Invasion. We're doing this. And then not give.
I hate Civil War. I hate the film so much. It's like, I didn't even like the comic, but after seeing the movie,
I like the movie more than the comic. But then again, that's also me being kind of biased because I think Mark Millar is a poor man's Grant Morrison. That dude can't write for shit.
I don't know if it's officially confirmed.
I love the way, Phil, you lost me and you won me over it in like 5 seconds. Because
look, we're talking about Mark Millar. This is the guy who said, and I quote, the people who shot Harambe are in jail, but the people who made Batman versus Superman walk free. It's like, dude, you sat there and cranked on Marvel's chode so hard for Civil War, and then when the movie came out, you're like, yeah, they didn't get the heart of it. It's like, you two-faced son of a bitch. What the fuck's the matter with you? I
hated his vision for Superman that he wanted to do. And
Mark Millar cannot write fucking Superman to save his life. I think Red Son is not fun or good at all.
I don't think. Why do people love Red Son so much? I'm like,
I don't know.
It's okay, but
and then the biggest sin that he's ever concocted outside of Ultimates, making Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver incestuous, he did the same exact thing with Hulk and She-Hulk. Fuck Mark Millar.
Wait, did he do that?
Wait, let's go. Rewind. Wait.
So I know he did Ultimates 1 and 2. Was the incestuous thing
I believe that was one of his creative decisions. It might not have been, but I'm pretty sure that happened under his purview for Ultimates.
All right. No. Because here's the thing. Like, I own a lot of Mark's stuff, and I mean, listen, I understand the complaints about him and stuff like that, and I definitely think that there's a part of him. I mean, I know that there's an ongoing joke in forums and stuff that even his Red Son is just an idea that he stole from Grant Morrison and then wrote behind Grant Morrison's back, basically, and that's why him and Grant don't really talk anymore.
Never heard about that. That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, that's like an ongoing joke. I don't know if that's actually been proven or not or anything like that. But I mean, me personally, I love Old Man Logan. Like, that to me is like probably my favorite my favorite Marvel story that did you guys hear the
I thought I was having a stroke for a second. I'm like, why am I hearing him twice?
Yeah. No, I love Old Man Logan, and I do like Superman Red Son, and I read a lot of his independent stuff. But yeah, the thing with Mark, in my opinion, is that a lot of his stuff can become just really repetitive after some time and stuff like that. And he's definitely, he succeeded in his own way in that industry and stuff. But I think karma to a certain degree comes back to Mark in a lot of ways, because he goes and he shits on Zack Snyder's stuff. And then, Zach does Army of the Dead, makes this huge success. And then, Mark tries to do Jupiter's Legacy, and the thing, falls flat.
Yeah, Millar World basically fell flat on its face at Netflix.
Yeah.
He's go back to something Phil said, though. Like, wait, so what did Mark Millar do in the Ultimate? Because you said it like really good. What happened with Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver?
He made them a thing.
Incestuous. They were having incest, basically.
Wait. Stop.
This is the Ultimate Universe, and again,
they were still siblings, and Marvel allowed.
Again, Ultimate Universe, but I'm still unsure if it was him that did that. I mean, there was a lot of weird
in Ultimates. That's what I recall.
I only thing I love about Ultimates is Spider-Man. I only like
Ultimate Spider-Man was the only thing that survived after Marvel chopped off.
I was about to say that was right.
Yeah.
Why would Marvel like did no one in Marvel go like?
That's not to say Ultimate Spider-Man didn't have its misses either. It had a few things that were just like.
But how did Marvel who in Marvel was like? Brother and sister.
That would have been like, Joe Quesada at that time. But
that would have been Quesada. Yeah, you're right.
Oh my god.
The thing that
I just lost so much respect for that man.
Because Ultimates fell way off. Everyone kind of forgets. Ultimates was more or less kind of going okay. Like, I mean, yes, Spider-Man was the the best thing pretty much, and
that's also because Bendis was on the book too.
Well,
Bendis was on Ultimate Spider-Man for the majority
Bendis.
of the run.
Oh yeah, no. He was. I think he was on Ultimate Spider-Man the whole
He
time.
was, yeah.
Yeah. No. I was just saying in terms of like the Ultimate universe. The Ultimates at the time, or at least Ultimates 1 and 2, were I think regarded really well at the time. Now it's kind of a mixed reception, I feel, or negative sometimes too. But there was but pretty much what most everyone agrees upon when they go back looking at everything is that once Bendis was staying on Spider-Man, but once Millar stepped back a little bit more, and then Jeff Loeb took over, the Quantumania of not Quantumania. It's
he said
no, but there's that title.
This is your clip for the week.
There's another thing that survived Ultimates was like the Reed Richards of that universe turns into a complete evil villain.
Yes, he does
for Marvel canon. Like, there's that too.
However, because I'm a huge fan of Hickman's Fantastic Four and the Council of Reeds, it's pretty much known in the Marvel canon at this point that 616 or main Reed Richards is one of the exceptions to the rule, where he's got his own issues, but he's a good guy at his heart. Whereas almost all the other Reeds in the multiverse are self-serving and actually like they want to create a better world, but they're kind of
shit. Then we're fucked with the reboot because Chris Evans was the good Human Torch, and Michael B. Jordan. I mean, he was also.
Well, that's why John Krasinski got turned into spaghetti, because he wasn't 616 Reed.
Yeah.
Listen, you know what's so cringe is that like when everyone was like bitching about wanting to see John Krasinski as Miss Reader, I was like, why? Because the character got a beard in the comics, and because that dude has a beard in real life. Again, I could never see it. I think it was
because he's like tall and lengthy, and he just. I think
he was witty as Jim on The Office. I think that had a little.
I think it was you're telling me the stature.
He looked. So you tell me that he looked like 80% of white dudes in Hollywood.
Oh, okay, so
that's racist. Come on,
look at Reed Richards.
Don't generalize, Andy.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I feel so bad.
I got my Marvel cross. It was Ultimatum.
Ultimatum. Yeah. Cortez said it in the chat.
That's what it was.
Yeah, sorry,
okay.
Yeah. That was the big thing. That was the thing that destroyed the Ultimate Universe. Now, when they did Secret Wars, the newest one with John Hickman, they teased later on, I think in one of the Spider-Man books, that the Ultimate Universe was still around, and now they have Hickman coming back and writing like the new Ultimates essentially, so that the Ultimate Universe is like returned. I haven't read it, but I have friends.
What do you mean? What do you mean? New Secret Wars?
It's the one. So there is technically 3 Secret Wars. There's the one that's in the 80s.
The original one from 1984, yes, and then there was the second one that happened in 2012.
No. That's Secret Wars 3. There's Secret Wars 2 that happened in the 90s that everyone forgets about. But I have the omnibus of the whole thing. I haven't read through it yet, but
the one I'm thinking of is like Battle World and all that shit, where Doom is the overhead. Yep.
That's Secret Wars 3. That is the John Hickman, and honestly, that is the what I would consider the epilogue more so to his Fantastic Four run, because Fantastic Four is like central to that version of Secret Wars.
Right.
So wait. So which one is Avengers Secret Wars supposed to be like?
Expect Avengers Secret Wars to probably take inspiration from both 1984 and Hickman's run. That's my guess.
Think
Bingo. So?
Yeah,
without a doubt.
It's not gonna be good, right? Probably gonna be.
It's gonna be a hodgepodge.
This is so confusing. I always.
It's gonna have cameos though, right, to satisfy people.
Oh yeah, no, I mean
that's all they can do these days.
If they do the Battle World-esque type of what it does, then there's a very good chance we're gonna see a lot of different Marvel characters, not only just from the MCU, but also from Fox and Sony.
So Secret War and Secret Wars are 2 separate things.
What?
Are you talking comics?
Comic, yeah. So you're telling me that so there were 3 Secret Wars, not like Secret War with no S, and then Secret War the sequel, and then Secret Wars.
So Secret War, written by Bendis, is a whole separate thing, and that's all about the espionage aspect of the Avengers. Believe me, I know I'm confused too, but I've been reading comics for too long to not have learned all the differences. But even
there's other words in the English language.
They do it to do sales for one and make it confusing. Look, why do they keep going back to number 1s? Everyone knows what the deal is, but they keep doing it. And at least Marvel has the legacy numbers. I think DC is maybe adopted.
DC does it with Batman.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think Action Comics and Superman too. But I know for sure they do it with Batman.
Yeah. But basically, what you have to understand, Andy, is that comics don't make any sense, and that you have to try and make sense of it.
But
That's
it's like it's not like we've had like at least with like something like Crisis, we had Crisis on Infinite Earth, Final Crisis, whatever. But it's like we don't have Secret Wars.
Secret Wars is crisis is the crisis for Marvel, basically.
The one that happened a few years ago.
But the really funny part about it is that Secret Wars, the comic, was not made as a competitor to Crisis at the time when it came out. It was created because it was a toy tie-in comic, and they were trying to compete with the Superpowers line that DC had created.
Not only that, Secret Wars actually predates Crisis on Infinite Earths by 1 year. Because
That's true.
Secret Wars debuted in '84. Crisis on Infinite Earths happened in 1985, 86.
Oh, Crisis clearly was more iconic because I've never heard of it until Paul mentioned these. I only thought so Avengers, they're gonna do that Secret Wars thing they did like in 2018 or something. I'm like, now that I know there's 3 of them. Oh, you guys don't know what you've done to me, because now I'm gonna be like, well, what is the movie actually doing? Because I'm like, because people lost their shit for a reason why that was tied. But I'm like,
the movie is going to be probably the biggest multiversal Marvel movie ever made, and that's the only reason that's my end point. Like after Endgame, I've stuck around, but I'm gonna try to make it to Secret Wars, and once that happens, then I'll see where they want to go from there. They will probably do a soft reboot in the movies.
That seems like a good point.
Yeah,
honestly,
that's what I'm wondering. That's what I even brought this up on Film Junkie Live. I was like, man, I almost thought like maybe even the smarter option would be to, hey, just reboot everything and then start off with, you have these Avengers characters with the X-Men, with Fantastic Four, as opposed to just keep on continuing, because it's like now you have Fantastic Four, you have the X-Men, when you don't have a Tony Stark, you don't have a Steve Rogers. And I'm like,
well, see, I'm okay with that. I think it's okay. I want to see where Sam's
going to go. I get that, but I don't know, man. It's just like,
because who do you get to play Tony Stark after Robert Downey Jr.?
I know it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult, but hey, they did it with Superman, they did it with Batman. You have to, I just want Marvel. I want Marvel to suffer the fate of not my Tony Stark, not my Wolverine.
To kind of touch on something else.
We've seen that also so kind of related with Superman and Batman. It's like, not my Superman.
Dave, my love for you just increased because I've never seen you this petty, and I was like, oh my god, like he
Did you guys see the news about Lando Calrissian's show being done by Donald Glover and his brother now?
Yep, and.
Is that going to happen?
The guy who was writing it found out fired through Instagram.
Yep. Yeah. That was fucked up, number one. But number two, it kind of plays into what we're talking about in regards to actors being recast or being, played by a different actor at a younger age. I think when it comes to a character like Iron Man or Captain America, eventually Marvel is going to have to humble themselves and realize, okay, we should maybe give it a shot and recast and try something different. Mind you, this is all hypothetically speaking after Secret Wars might wipe the board clean for them. And honestly, it would be in their best interest to do so. To Dave's point, to just reboot everything, but then kind of do what James Gunn is doing, and then just drop everyone in the world as it is, one timeline, one universe. They're already established, no more origins. Just do these characters as is. We don't need origins anymore. Just keep telling stories with them.
Because that's even here. Because I
like it.
The reason I get nervous about having to see recasting for Tony and Steve is okay, but here's the thing: we've seen so many good stories from it. It's right now, I'm not craving another Steve Rogers or Tony Stark story. I'm I'm ready to see other characters have the spotlight. But in 10, 20 years from now, it would be what could we do with Tony Stark today? What could we do with Steve Rogers today? In that case, we could just go to another Earth. We just say, what? Earth 1999 is all done. Now let's go to another Earth, and that becomes the main focus for Marvel Studios instead. Where the X-Men, Fantastic Four, is Avengers, Spider-Man. Am I forgetting anything else? They're all.
I mean, it's more up in the see DC. I mean, you guys know how I feel about the whole thing in general and the company and all that. But DC at least has some advantage because they've Warner Brothers has just fucked everything up so badly that they kind of have to start fresh, and that's just kind of the thing. But Marvel is in a much more complicated situation because they're still trying to get these other franchises up and going. Yeah. And you're still going to have Tom Holland Spider-Man, which is still hugely popular. And I'm assuming they're going to keep him at least for one more trilogy before he hands it off to Miles. Like, that's what I'm thinking is going to happen at this point.
I'd be shocked if they
did you guys hear about Thomas Hayden Church?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, believe me, I
think
heard.
Someone at Sony is furious at him.
And the fact that, like, he was like, oh, yeah, I've been hearing rumors that there might be a Spider-Man 4 with Tobey. And I was like, you know what? And it was funny because when I talked about that, I didn't mention the fact that, I said it during, this past week, and I said it before. I'm like, it's like, dude, when it comes to the whole multiverse saga, it's been iffy. It's been iffy when it comes to Marvel Studios. But what has not been iffy about it is the Spider-Verse. And I know, like, when it comes to the logistics between Sony and Marvel Studios, that's a whole thing. But at the same time, that's what's working. I mean, look what is working is like, and then people are going, yeah, give Tobey his 4th Spider-Man movie, send it off, maybe introduce Miles Morales live action in that, because a lot of people are going like,
that seems the more natural choice. Like,
because he's the more experienced one, and then everybody is going, let Andrew Garfield get his trilogy with Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Let him fight Venom with Tom Hardy.
Let him fight an alien. Let him fight an alien. Yeah. He wants to do it, but then also continue with Tom Holland in what he's doing, and it's like, I'm just gonna, and then, like, look what's happening with with Spider-Verse over at Sony. It's like, just invest in that more than what you're doing here, because let's face it, right here is wishy-washy, but everything with the Spider-Verse seems to be working.
No, it's funny because they just moved Craven from October of this year to August of next year.
Oh, the delays are
incoming. And it's funny because, like,
it's coming out 2 days earlier now.
Wow,
but I'm excited.
That doesn't shock me because that really doesn't shock me because Madam Web's been in the can for a while. They're still probably going to edit that thing to high hell. They can't promote anything, but even then,
Hawk Girl is in there. Right, Miss?
Is she really?
Yeah,
no. She's in that movie with Sydney Sweeney.
I swear to God, she's in that movie.
Interesting.
I saw a group shot, like that was like a set photo, and I was like, "Wait, isn't that what's her name? We just got cast as Hawk Girl." I can't remember her name.
Interesting.
Isabella Merced.
Yes.
Holy shit!
She is. She's in Madam Web.
My dearest Dave, I am so sorry.
Yes, how dare you doubt me, Andy? God damn it!
I wouldn't be shocked if Madam Web had a part to play in that Spider-Verse.
Oh, absolutely!
Wouldn't shock me at all.
You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny about? I was going to say what's so funny about Isabella is that she's rumored to be playing one of the Spider-Women, like Anya Corazon. I'm just like she gets to play Anya Corazon, and then she's going to start shooting Superman Legacy next year. I'm just like, I love it for her. I love it for her.
Good
Sorry,
for
Paul.
her.
I think Sydney Sweeney, she's allegedly playing
she's playing Julia.
Julia. There we go. Julia Carpenter?
Yeah. By the way, Sydney is amazing for people who haven't seen her. If you want to see it, go
great in Euphoria.
Oh my God, you watch Euphoria? Yeah, you're like the only other dude that I know that watch Euphoria. I can see this. You're questioning about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but then you come back and like, Andy, I do watch Euphoria.
I'm curious about Madam Web because they're all talented actresses, and and they're all nice to look at.
And they got Adam Scott and Emma Roberts playing Peter's parents. I'm like, that's good casting.
That's really good casting.
Madam Web, I'm curious about more than Craven and whatever the fuck.
Well, listen. I'm there for they released a picture for Craven. I'm like, oh, he put on muscle. Okay, I now actually have to care.
Yeah.
And then the trailer came out. I'm like, it was a good trailer. Sorry, Paul. I keep
it right. No, I'm trying to take all these thoughts one at a time here. First thing I saw Sydney Sweeney in was The Handmaid's Tale. Which was only good for about 2 seasons. But I think she was in the 2nd season. And she was good. She was really good. But that show fell off, unfortunately. But I have no expectations on Madam Web because honestly, outside of the animation department, everything that Sony makes live action Spider-Man wise is just a really schlocky.
You don't like Venom?
Oh yeah, I love Venom. No.
I love Venom so much. I love that first movie. I'm not gonna lie, I love that first movie.
First one's better than second.
I like some of the one-liners, and I liked the effects of Venom, but it was a lot to me, and that's fine. But you know what? To be fair to Venom fans, I'm not going to stand tall and say that the Venom comics were not schlock, in the 90s.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
So I would have loved it if it was R-rated, though. I think it would have been great if they'd been R-rated.
If it had been R-rated, I think it would have.
And then Craven comes, and I'm just like, "Are you actually fucking with me, Sony?" Right? I was like, I almost wanted to fly up to Amy Pascal. I'm like, "How did you let this happen?"
I know you had Morbius, who's a fucking vampire, and you didn't make that rated R. But now
let's make it family friendly because the kids want to see vampires suck blood.
It's super funny because Insomniac and Sony are like, yeah, let's use Venom and Craven and Lizard all in the same video game.
Yep.
Wait, we're doing Lizard?
We got it.
Because they know
Lizard in the sequel?
They know things. They know how to actually make good entertainment. Anyway, the
this is true.
In terms of Sony going, I say this: if you're doing Spider-Man 4, the Raimi-verse, just let Sam cook. Let him cook. Yes. Leave him alone. I say you do.
Okay. So here's a question for you guys. If they do Spider-Man 4 with Sam Raimi again, do they bring back the old idea of using Vulture as the villain, or do you do something completely different?
Hear me out.
Okay,
hear me
go.
out. So
go.
Get John Malkovich, who they wanted.
Yeah.
Oh, did you guys see some of those designs that came out a few months ago? I was like,
I saw the scrap storyboard that they put together for the Vulture fight. It was wicked.
What were you gonna say, Paul?
No, I was gonna say, if they're smart, do this. Have it be the old man Vulture, and again, the older John Malkovich is, the better, because if it's old school Vulture, he's got to be an old man. He can't be Michael Keaton. It's gonna be fantastic. And I don't know, have him be Con Air, John Malkovich, just not a care in the world.
Love that.
He breaks out of a prison, right? And who's in there but the Sinister Six of the Raimi-verse? You leave that Easter egg and you leave that alone for something else maybe down the line, but you set it all up. You get him out of the prison. The opening of the movie, you have Bruce Campbell, Mysterio.
Yes.
He's one and done.
I love it.
You show a day in the life of that Spider-Man, and he beats Bruce Campbell because it's old school Mysterio. So all he has to do is punch him out one time and he's done. He doesn't have to, work through all these drones because it'll be the old school Mysterio. So Bruce Campbell's done, but he gets the one and done cameo. Everyone's satisfied. He goes out.
I love it.
And then you make the two villains, because again, we're not doing like the 3 to 4 villains in Spider-Man 3, but you do two villains because one, we got to do the Vulture because we wanted that, and the other one, you do the Lizard, so you can wrap that up.
I like that.
Yeah, it's fine to make that
right. And you
because
find
that
a
was
reason.
all throughout. He was
Would you do Dylan Baker as
yes?
Lizard?
I still did, but because keep the continuity, and maybe his son is now a grown adult, or maybe in college or something. And
my only issue with that is in Spider-Man 3, he makes it abundantly clear that he is a physicist, not a biologist.
Okay.
That would be my only gripe. But
you know what?
They took liberties with No Way Home. No one's gonna notice.
Yeah, exactly.
I would absolutely take that keep him a physicist, sure, but have him work with someone else to try and help him get that arm back.
His wife. Let it be his wife.
Or his wife, or Alistair Smythe. That'd be another one we haven't seen.
Have Peter Parker.
Wait. Who was Alistair Smythe again?
He is the Spider Slayers. Yeah, he makes him. But again, I'm saying keep it simple, because we don't need like a shit ton of villains.
Because that's going into TASM too. So you're right.
Just keep it simple, but make Peter Parker a college professor, and have him be teaching at the same college now that Kurt Connors works at.
Yeah.
His son, Kurt Connors' son, could even be a college student there. It gives them all reason to hang out and talk or whatever. But again, his son is talking to Peter like, Dad's being really weird. He's been working on these experiments recently and stuff. And then we realize the Lizard hasn't happened yet. So now we have to worry about the Lizard happening, right? And maybe we have a scene where Peter visits Harry's grave or something like that to make it a point that Spider-Man 3 still happened, that we're keeping.
Oh yeah, he died.
Yeah, I know. But again, to remind the audience, because they'll have not watched.
That would be a good idea. That's a good idea. Because let's face it, throughout the Raimi Spider-Verse, there was a lot of graves that we walked.
Which grave is he visiting today? Oh, he's visiting Harry's.
Goblin 1.
Wait, can I
Goblin 2.
Let me just tie into something quickly, because did you all see that Rosemary Harris, who played Aunt May in the trilogy?
She's still alive. She's
still alive, and she went to the picketing strikes.
Yeah, she did. Awesome for her.
Love it for her. Love it for her.
And it would be a running joke too, because Tobey Maguire, in my opinion, is like original 60s Spider-Man. So Aunt May still being alive after all this time would be even itself a great running joke. And she's doing okay. She's
good.
She married she married J.K. I mean, not J.K. J. Jonah Jameson.
No. I think it'd be better if she lived with she lives with Peter and MJ. And like wherever they are.
Do you think she would? Do you think Kirsten would come back?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If they pulled up with a dumpster pile of money, she totally would come back.
All they have to say is, "Hey, we're doing another Spider-Man movie. Do you want to come back as Mary Jane?" Kristen Dunst would probably be like, "Yeah."
I think she'd be okay with it.
Yeah. At this point, yes. If it was 2008, probably not. But
you know what I would do at the end of that movie, Paul? I would have Mary Jane take a pregnancy test and be like, I'm pregnant, Peter.
No, wait.
Do Mayday Parker.
This is what I think. I think Mayday Parker is I think, to add to Paul, because Paul, can you fucking write this persona? I'm kind of liking this. I would make that, because when did Spider-Man 3 come out? 2007, 2008?
2007, yes.
Yeah.
It's been almost now.
It's been a long time.
It's been 15. I still have to count on fingers. I'm that.
I would say 16 years, right? Is
yeah,
that right?
Mayday Parker is already there, and she goes to that college because like someone like with her father's mind.
But again, we have to think about No Way Home. Peter never mentions having kids, so I don't think a kid has happened
because
yet.
Toby was like, because Toby apparently said that he was like, I want us to be as very limited in what we share as much as possible. Okay. So. Because he the thing that struck to me, maybe I'm reading too much into it. When I watched him in No Way Home, he seems to be like he's been in a fatherly position already. Because I think he is a father already. I think
what I wonder is how much do we want to show? Because should we show the pregnancy at the beginning of the movie? Because again, Peter has to face some sort of obstacle.
We can do flashbacks.
No, I know, but I'm saying he has to face an obstacle. So do we have it that he has to worry about his pregnant wife, or does he have to worry about his wife and child? What is Vulture going to threaten? Is he going to threaten Aunt May? I mean, Aunt May's been threatened before, but I mean, we have to figure out
Lizard could be the one that goes after, because there's maybe Mayday Parker is friends with Kurt Connor's family or something like that.
Maybe. I mean, there's a lot of options that you could do and stuff like that. Yeah. But I think more or less the main focus needs to be Lizard and Vulture.
Yeah.
How and why do they team up? Or do they team up, or are they separate things where Peter
has to long as Anne Hathaway doesn't play the Vulturess.
I thought she was playing Black Cat.
Black Cat.
She was apparently going to do
that. So she was going to be Felicia Hardy, but she was going to be the Vulturess. That's what it was.
Yeah, and I was like,
that was
and then she became Catwoman.
No.
That was going to be a thing.
She's been Catwoman now, so I think Sam Raimi having her be anything or Black Cat would be kind of like counterintuitive, so he probably
I would have.
Well, Felicia. What was her name? Was going to be Black
Felicia
Cat.
Day.
Felicia Day.
Felicia Hardy.
No,
Felicia Hardy.
Felicia Day was in the
Felicity Jones. That's I think.
Felicity Jones.
Okay, that's what I was getting to. That's what I was getting to.
Yeah. Phil knew exactly what I was talking about, but I was like, I couldn't remember.
I want to see a Felicity Jones Black Cat with Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, but I also want to see Jackal in that universe because they have that deleted scene of Peter's dad. Apparently.
I have a feeling
I got hella triggered by that and pissed off in a way. I'm like, no.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's why I would like to include the Jackal, because if you go with the clone route, you could explain how a version of his dad could still be there. It's fucking ridiculous, sure. But the Clone Saga is ridiculous, so why not? And on top of that, the Amazing Spider-Man franchise got really ridiculous too. So fuck it, why not make it more ridiculous?
But I'm just saying, they need to invest into this, because if the actors are down for something, and then of course we can have another Spider-Man No Way Home where they all come together. Miles Morales now added to it or something like that. I don't know. There's just
I have I have a feeling that Maguire would be down for it. I don't think Garfield is, because
Garfield is the one that might not be down for it most.
Well, he would probably
What are we basing this on?
There was talks, I think, for a brief period. There wasn't anything official, but it kind of seemed that like after No Way Home, that Amazing Spider-Man 3, because again, they want to utilize their schlocky villains that they're making over, Morbius, bringing the Vulture in at some point. There was Venom, and then now they're doing Kraven. And, Phil and I were joking the fact that, just give all the schlocky, bad Sony-made villains. Just give it to Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, because that could be like a running joke.
I'm convinced that this is the web word. You know what, Dave? I will put it on the record. I will bet $50 that this is it in the. If I'm wrong, I will pay Dave $50.
Okay, you heard it here.
Yeah. I strongly believe that this is the Mark Webb universe this entire time. And there's a reason we haven't seen Garfield Spider-Man yet.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they could be playing like a long card or a long haul type of deal. I don't know, but I feel like Garfield, in my opinion, because I think the thing is that Garfield loves the character, but he knows that the Amazing Spider-Man movies weren't like the best.
That's why he negotiates better deal this time, so that he's like, okay, make sure that you guys don't fuck it up again.
He probably want Marvel Studios more heavily involved with writing or be dealing with the actual Spider-Man character. I can't speak for the Sony, schlocky villains that they're making at this point, but
it's tough to say, because the second movie was really handled largely by Avi Arad, Matt Tolmach, and then once that movie
the first one is
at the box office,
I really
the first one's fun. I love
the first Venom movie.
Yeah,
but then when it came to the second one, it's like, there's certain things where it's like, the Gwen Stacy thing and the VFX.
Talk about Amazing
Spider-Man. Clock Tower. I don't like either Amazing Spider-Man movie, but I understand people liking the first one more than the second one. Like the first one, I just walked out kind of like, okay, and then but I saw the second one and I was like, holy crap! Like
they're just trying to do spin-offs here.
Or it was just it was more of like the costume looks really great, and then everything else was.
I would say that's that's my favorite costume actually.
I'm going to say something controversial. I think the costume he has in the Amazing Spider-Man 1 is the far superior one, because I love the idea that if a kid would make this, what would he use? So and then suddenly go to the Amazing Spider-Man 2, I'm like, but this is just Maguire's suit. This is just Maguire's suit with a bigger spider symbol.
I don't know.
The eyes.
Yeah, I could definitely tell the difference between Maguire's and Amazing Spider-Man 2 outfit for sure. I even remember my friend distinctly, he immediately responded to that costume, and he was just like, "They did it! Like, this is the perfect Spider-Man costume." I was like, "Yeah, it looks good," and I like what they do with Holland. And how they've also changed that up too, because it's more tech based, and obviously
it's more Ditko, because you can actually see eyes move. And
I love the final suit he got in No Way Home when he actually made it himself.
Oh yeah,
that's I want that. That's my.
But see, that's one of those things where it's like when everybody was going, "Oh my God, Tom Holland Spider-Man! It's all about Tony Stark's tech and blah blah blah." It's like, that was his origin story. Now he has to go out on his own. He's by himself,
which I'm excited for.
Yes, and I thought that was a good, and that's why I even said, I think I even tweeted out one time. I was like, pretty much all of Tom Holland's appearances in the MCU was his entire origin story. Now we're gonna see him as his own Spider-Man, and I'm looking forward to that.
I want to see him in college. I want to see him again, of course, back with MJ and Ned and so on. It's like, so No Way Home is where I was fully I am now fully invested and committed to Tom Holland Spider-Man. I'm ready to see him grow. I'm ready to see another sequel trilogy, and so on.
Yeah, I think personally, we obviously have to wait out the strike and everything.
Of course,
to go and do their thing. I think the only thing dealing with the multiverse aspect of the Spider-Man, or the live action anyway, is that basically you're going to have Marvel Studios wanting to do what they want to do and Sony doing what they want to do. And basically, they're probably not going to want to step on each other's toes. So I think, for instance, Black Hat probably won't show up in one of the other movies, but it will show up in the Holland universe, because they may want to have that option and have that thing happen with Peter where, I have a new girl that's into me that likes Spider-Man, but I have MJ, who I really still love and care about, and they always love playing that love triangle in the books, whether it's between him and Black Cat or Gwen or whatever.
Even in the animated series they did that too.
Oh,
okay. Hell yeah!
With the Christopher. Yeah, they did that there.
He was a player, y'all. Like that Peter Berger was a fucking player, and I fucking like cracked up at it as a kid.
So the biggest thing in the books that I've always noticed, and I have like all collected omnibus wise. I have all the way to the death of Gwen Stacy, and
oh, nice.
Yeah, and I've been going through it and stuff, but yeah, the biggest switch that happened and why it changes so drastically is you pretty much have the angry, like nerd, Steve Ditko Peter Parker, who's got like the sweater and like the bow tie and the glasses still to a degree, and like he does try to ask other girls out, like Betty Brant and stuff like that, or tries to get dates or with Liz Allen.
Wait, but like Betty Brant, as in like the Daily Bugle.
Yes.
Yeah, like he asked her out, I think, or something. But like it's more of this he's trying things out and it doesn't really work out. He doesn't get the date. But like the girls will love Spider-Man, and so he gets annoyed about that. But then when Ditko left the book and Romita Sr. took over, Romita Sr. was really adept at that time, because at that time too in comic books, you had the genres which were superheroes. It was cowboys, and then there were the love stories, which was much more prominent back then than they are now. And Romita was just so good at drawing those love stories. And so Stan Lee being the guy that he was like, hey, I got an idea. Let's, you're really good at drawing these, like, these love triangle books. Let's kind of spruce it up and everything. And also, like, Gwen had already been established at that point, but they made Mary Jane, and Stan preferred Mary Jane. So then that became this whole thing. And that's kind of where that all basically came from. And you can see it summarized when Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale did Spider-Man Blue, because that's all a love letter to the Romita, Stanley era of that comic and everything too. So, but anyway, I'm going off a tangent here. But I think in terms of Sony movies, they're going to try to make sure that one story doesn't cross over too much with another story, so everyone's kind of got their thing going and stuff like that.
It's kind of like Matt Reeves and James Gunn not crossing hairs with the Batman,
right? And
more or less.
And again, I think Spider-Man has a better chance of succeeding because Garfield and Maguire and Holland all have their dedicated fan bases, and then of course the animated stuff, people love the fuck out of that, and but I feel bad because like Matt Reeves is going to keep doing what he's doing. He's going to make a down and dark and like, probably a cooler Batman. And I don't know what to expect from Andy, quite honestly, but I feel like they're going to try to make a more like, goofier dad Batman. And I don't think that's going to gel as well. I think it's going to count. I mean, it's going to be variety for sure, but people are going to be
to be honest with you, I don't know that Batman's going to be the goofy one. I think that's why they're bringing in the family, because you can't make Batman a goofy SOB. Look what happened with Batman and Robin. I don't think I think it would be in their best interest to not go down that route again. And I also think that's why they're doing the family and Damian.
When I say goofy, I'm thinking actual Batman Brave and the Bold, like the animated.
I don't think that's what's happening at all.
I don't know.
Are you okay? You look like you were panicking, like, and just.
Yeah. Okay. So I know you guys were just talking about that. I had to pee. Sorry.
Okay.
I was like scared that you got like because you were like panicking. Like,
no. I've been swallowing down these hard kombucha, so they're just like running through me.
I thought there was like an alarm or something in the back. I had a pee. Like, I gotta pee.
No, I had to pee. Like I was like, all right, you guys are and I forgot what I was. Okay, you were talking about Batman and DCU Batman. Okay, so okay. One of the things I wanted to emphasize, and I've emphasized this so many times, is like the fact that when it comes to Matt Reeves' universe and when it comes to what James Gunn is doing, it's like obviously we want to keep that separate.
Yeah,
but you can't tell me that. There's been meetings, and there's never been an option where they're like, well, maybe we should not do that, because obviously when it comes to Warner Brothers and DC Studios and how they're struggling right now, It's like, all right, so we're gonna have this Batman and then introduce another Batman, which I'm all about. More Batman the merrier. I'm just like, whatever,
Yeah.
But I understand, like, where it's like, all right, that's just gonna cost more money. But you can, even though they've debunked it and everything, you cannot tell me that it's never been like discussed. Like,
yeah. Oh, I think they've obviously met. I think
are you talking? Wait. Are you talking about the idea of the Matt Reeves DC universe now at this point? Okay,
yeah,
like not just the Batman
with the Gunn universe, like
right.
Like, yeah. Okay. You cannot tell me that has not been discussed but at the same time, it's like,
well, of course,
we just can't have that. Yeah,
think back to 2013 when it was being rumored that Christian Bale might return for Batman versus Superman. Those conversations are bound to happen.
Dude,
no matter
I remember when people were like going like, look at the satellite in Man of Steel. When you see him, like, it looks like the Wayne logo from The Dark Knight, and I was like,
that's just SAG paying homage.
Yeah.
Like he's like, hey, Christopher Nolan was a producer buddy on my film. Like, why not give a little,
So the argument that I was trying to make, because Dave, we talked about this the first time we met. I told you that my DC Utopia was basically, do all the variety that you can. Do Henry Cavill here, do Tyler here on TV, do Brandon Routh, HBO Max show, and also it's homaging the Reeve era so that like those fans get that. I was only arguing with the Andy movie or the James Gunn universe and the Matt Reeves stuff, because my thing was that all of these things that I said previously, there was this established fan base, which is why I also think that like the Maguire or the Garfield universes could do better now because of No Way Home, because again, established fan bases and stuff. I'm just saying that basically we don't fully know what the actual execution is going to be yet with the DCU Batman, and just going right to Damian too, I think is going to be interesting. So I'm just saying, like, I think if it even comes off even more, even though it'll be different and there will be a variety, I'm worried that like it's just not gonna go over. And also too, like I'm also even curious if Andy's still going to have the job within a year, because I don't know if you guys remember, but he got the job right before The Flash came out, and then it's like, I'm just saying, like, I know Warner Brothers doesn't make any logical sense right now in terms of their financial decision making, but like, how do you explain to investors, okay, guys, listen, we've got another guy doing the main Batman. Who's the director again? He's the guy that directed the biggest Warner Brothers bomb of all time. Oh, well, that's great. And you gave him a Batman property. Like, I don't.
Well, I mean, at the same time, like, let's think about it again. I think even Warner Brothers to some degree must have looked at, or at least like someone like James Gunn must have looked at it. Okay, like we didn't do any of this before. Like we didn't do any of this. Like this was the previous regime,
right?
And that's on them,
right?
So I understand.
I would also like to add that like the best thing in the Flash is probably the Batman stuff.
Batman. Yeah, that's the thing.
No, I don't disagree with
the Flash is Andy Muschietti's Batman audition, if anything. Think about it.
No, I'm saying I missed the last part of that sentence that you said.
I said the Flash movie was essentially Andy Muschietti's Batman audition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like his audition to direct
a Batman.
But that thing, I don't hate the Flash movie. I think there's some good things for the character of the Flash, but I do feel like there was a like I could see Andy like, okay, what, I could see Andy doing a phenomenal Batman trilogy with the Bat family and everything, and I think that was again that this film was his audition for that. So I understand also, but again because I think the day the film came out is when it was announced that he was directing Brave and the Bold. So I'm sure, but again, we also have to remember Andy Muschietti he did the It movies who were successful for Warner Brothers. So like I think that it's not like the Flash is like, oh look, another flaw for Andy Muschietti.
So what you're saying is that the Batman movie needs to be R-rated and needs to fight a deadly clown. Yes, I'm okay with
that. That's what I want. I want that too.
And also, he has to fight a giant man-bat monster.
I'm so ready because here's the thing. what I was looking forward with Matt Reeves' universe was that, okay, let's not do another gritty, realistic Batman universe. It seems that's what they're doing. That's what the DCU needs to just embrace all that shit. I want Man-Bat, I want Clayface, I want oh my god, what Bane with Venom. Like
I want to preface something real quick, because I feel that Matt Reeves is only like somewhat parallel more to Zach than probably Chris, because I can't picture certain things in Chris's universe or the Christian Bale universe.
Oh, okay.
But I could picture Clayface being in the Matt Reeves universe.
Yes.
I could picture Mr. Freeze.
Again, I go back to what Kevin Smith said when it came to it's like Christopher Nolan was trying to bring Batman into reality. Matt Reeves is bringing reality into Batman.
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like that. When people
go like, a damn good quote, by the way.
It is a good quote. It is
bringing the reality.
It's a great distinction. It's a great
because
way to
when you
watch
when you watch the Dark Knight trilogy, it is very much like, oh yeah, I could see this. This is like a Batman in reality. When especially when we watch the Dark Knight, Batman Begins is like, it's like teeter tottering, but it's still the same time. It's like, but when you watch Dark Knight and Dark Knight Return or Dark Knight Rises, is it's very much a Batman in a reality. But when it comes to Matt Reeves' universe, he is like, all right, this is Batman universe. We're going to inject reality into that, because if you look at the characters already established and you look at some of the extreme fantastical stuff that does happen in that movie, it's like he's trying to be like, all right,
I want this to be the case stays so badly, because I'm like, because I would want to see, I would love to see something like, listen, Bane is one of my all-time favorite.
But the thing is, when it comes to Clayface, it's like, okay, which Clayface are we talking about here? Are we talking about what the animated series did and turned him into like this big monster or are we talking about like Silver Age? Are we talking about like a different Clayface going back to then, which can actually appeal more to what Matt Reeves is trying to talk about? We talked about this. Scott and I have talked about it.
To me, it depends on how grounded they want to keep it. But honestly, I think you could still do like radioactive waste gets in there and then he messes him up and he becomes like a living thing, and you don't know what's happening.
But they're not going to make him like a big giant monster and stuff like that. Maybe. It might just be like a shapeshifter, kind of like I can actually see Matt Reeves doing like a thing where it's like, oh yeah, where he's just like, all right, I got to be someone, and he's like adjusting his face.
Did you guys ever see Gotham?
Yeah, I saw bits and pieces.
Remember when they did Clayface?
No.
I don't know what their iteration was like.
Well, that's what Dave was literally just describing.
Yeah, kind of like that.
All right, well then, yeah,
like that, yeah.
If they did it in the
more Silver Age,
because I want there to be some kind of fantastical element to the Reeves verse, and that's what what you were just saying. I'm like, okay, yeah.
The fact that
essentially, it's not a lot, but there is some fantastical elements there.
The fact that the Penguin looks like a Dick Tracy character as well as an Alex Ross drawing, I think that opens the door to be like, okay, that's like kind of like the wink. Like maybe we can do a little bit more fantastical down the line. Like once we establish this.
Well, then look at the Joker too, and like his face all fucked up. I mean, obviously that scene was all, the way that he shot it, I thought was great. Like keeping it kind of hidden. Did you not like it, Paul? Did you not like how it looked?
So it's funny. Like I didn't hate it, or I didn't hate the original, like in the movie, like where he's talking to Riddler. I thought that was okay. Yeah. But then the deleted scene I thought was a bit much. I was like, I don't know if I like that look.
I liked it because I just like the fact that Batman was like approaching the Joker as like a Silence of the Lambs kind of character, and I hope that they actually approach that in the second one where like he visits him again and go like, hey. I don't know. I just kind of like that.
Do we know why they cut it from the film?
Because it
tested better.
It tested better where he was at the end. Yeah.
And they probably wanted to hold on just in case. Or they probably wanted to cast their Joker to get it out of the way, to make sure that was like in the wings, just in case the movie, did well, which it did. So, then they're good to go pretty much.
Yeah, so, I think if you were to have that in the actual movie, people would be like, "Oh my God, there's a Joker!" And yeah, it could have played well, but at the same time, I think the fact that when it was.
It makes sense. It makes sense with the plot when he's talking, because
yeah, true. But I think it's kind of smart because Matt Reeves didn't want to do the whole, Marvel Studios. I mean, let's face it, when it comes to like a mid-credit or post-credit, it's Marvel Studios. Everybody just goes like, yeah, it's what Marvel Studios does. Instead, they did something, and even Zach kind of did something similar to this too, because it was almost like, all right, we in the actual movie, we actually have our first appearance of Joker when he talks to Edward in the cell, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, it's a Joker!" And then all of a sudden, like a scene is released later. It's almost like that's the post-credit scene. Remember what happened when it came to BVS when we got that scene of Lex talking to and all the fucking SWAT team showing up in the ship.
The communion
I
scene,
actually I thought that was better because it was like, oh, this is not a post-credit scene. This is like something got released later, and we're like, oh my God, this expands it. This leads in the Justice League, and everybody was already talking about it. I think I like that approach of, hey, guess what? Well, we're gonna put this out there, and then this is gonna lead into the next thing, as opposed to just having it tacked on to, you sitting in the movie theaters and watching this, scroll. I don't know. I just like that approach because it was different.
I can understand. That.
Yeah. I remember when that happened. Like people were legitimately kind of pissed that, there was one major tie to Justice League in BVS that was cut from the final film, and then they put out the communion scene like a week after the film released in theaters.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad for the Ultimate Edition. Me personally, I'm okay with like mid or end credit sequences, but personally, I like the style of what Chris did with like Batman Begins, or what like Zach has been doing with each of his DC movies, not counting like Watchmen, where it's kind of almost like a semi cliffhanger ending, or it's like a tease for like what can come. Like in Batman Begins for Chris, it's like he sees the Joker card, and that's all you need to see. Like what's happening. That's happening next. In Man of Steel, she's like, welcome to the planet. And it's great because it's a double entendre. And, and then, at the end of BVS, you see the dirt rise off the coffin, that means like he's coming back. And then, of course, all the teasers at the end of Zack Snyder's Justice League for all of those great movies that are never going to come out. So, yeah.
Because all the real DC fans showed up for the other movies we got instead.
I got a couple real DC fans hitting my feet up at the moment, too.
Oh,
yeah. I made it. I did a hot take.
Who are we beating up?
I did another hot take. I put a picture of the Dark Knight and Batman vs Superman next together, and I said these movies are in the same league. Yeah,
I agree.
Oh, yeah, you did.
I think
Ultimate Edition.
I like it. I like it though.
It made nerds so mad. Like seeing some of the replies are just effing hilarious.
Phil, you mean like when you say Dark Knight and BBS, you mean the Ultimate Edition BBS, right?
Yes.
Because that's what I would like.
I just mean in general, like the Dark Knight and Batman vs Superman are in the same league of filmmaking. Like,
yeah, I think Zach and Chris made those movies the way that only they could make them.
Yes,
and like,
exactly.
And I will say that I'm alive. I got to be alive in this era where they made those movies together.
Exactly.
Yep.
And I mean, it's funny too because like I want to know what Zach's review of Oppenheimer is. I want to like hear what he has to say about that because
I want to hear what he thinks about Barbie.
Zach is very much a hit.
He probably took his kids to go see Barbie with him or something. Because
he loves Barbie. Remember when before he showed the Zack Snyder Justice League, he had Barbie movies all over the place. Yeah,
every animated Barbie.
We love a man of taste.
But let's face it, Barbie is not exactly the audience is not geared towards kids. If you think about it, it's
for everyone.
The adult. Yeah, I mean, I guess so, but it's more geared to. I mean, it's PG-13, and it's geared more towards the adults.
Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So I hope by the name. I know that name is controversial. I'm sorry if I got.
No.
I've actually talked about him. Yeah.
I had a buddy of mine talk to me about that because he obviously hates Ben Shapiro, but like the review that Ben will do is just so out the window, basically, that it's like hysterical to watch.
It looks
but that's why he does it. Yeah. That's why he does it.
Oh, I know.
I even talked about that too. Yeah. I was like, guys, and because I saw so many people that were like, responding or quote tweeting. I'm like, you realize this is what he wants you to do, right? Like he Like he's all about politics, but then when it comes to pop culture, yeah, he wanted.
I saw
he knew exactly. Like he was gonna go in hating this movie, because although I will say, like when he did a co-review with like another a girl who's within the Daily Wire thing or whatever, who looks just like him, actually looks like his sister.
Weird.
She actually liked it. She actually said, "Hey, you conservatives are being a little too harsh because this is actually making fun of what you are bitching about." And I even said that too, even though it didn't land with me, all the jokes. But I even said, I'm like, yeah, it gets preachy, but it gets so preachy that it's making fun of the preachy when it comes to the patriarchy stuff. And that's what I thought. And I was like, Greta, you were cooking something. Like maybe it didn't land with me, but I see what you were doing, and it landed with a lot of people.
Yeah, it's basically, you know, a movie talking about the patriarchy, and it's also a ripoff of the Lego Movie. But hey, if you're gonna rip off a good movie, that's one to rip off of, you know, personally. Also, fun fact, did you guys know that Ben Shapiro is cousins with the girl that played Matilda?
No shit.
What? No way.
You're talking about the youngest daughter in Mrs. Doubtfire, going back to that.
Yep, they're cousins.
Wow. Wait, Matilda, as in like, wait. When we say Matilda, we talk about the little witch girl.
The live action
the 1996 film directed by Danny DeVito.
Yes,
that one
with Rhea Perlman, who was in Barbie.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
My God.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
Dave, was that you looking it up and then having it confirmed? Is that?
No, I didn't even look it up.
Okay.
Whoa, yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember her. Wild. I can't remember her name. I always forget it.
Yeah, somebody type it in. I'm not looking it up. I've had 8 kombuchas.
I don't want Ben Shapiro in my search.
This is the 8th one. I'm surprised. I mean,
you're thirsty today, Dave, aren't you?
What's that? Yeah, it was. It's hot. It's hot.
Mara Wilson. Mara
Wilson.
I cannot believe wow. I imagine having to be related to Ben Shapiro. Like that's.
Oh, she's talked about it on Twitter, I think, or once or twice. I remember when it came out, and she was just like, "Yeah, we're related," and I hated him back then too, or something like that. It wasn't in the positive, if I remember correctly, or something.
Of course, I mean, but at the same time, if they were at a family reunion, they would both be cordial with each other. They would both they could have a conversation. See, that's the thing when it comes to how we are, when it comes to right and left and blah blah blah. It's like, I mean, I have conservative people in my family and friends. I have liberal people. I'm more like center, and I'm like, and I can, you know, and everybody can just converse with each other and be okay. Like when it comes to Twitter and media and stuff like that, everybody's always like, it seems like everybody's at a war. We're all having a food fight and just throwing shit at each other.
Aggressive food fight in the center.
Yes, but in reality, it's like we can be like, okay, I don't agree with you with this, but why do you think that? You know, and stuff like that. I mean,
what I think is kind of hurt. You know, I think what has amplified it as well. I think because like when people think about politics, you know, an opposing side, I think they think of The View, of how that show. I love The View to some degree. It was actually funny because I actually forgot that they actually like Whoopi Goldberg had like a meltdown about Man of Steel back in the day when like
did she really? I didn't even know
why Man of Steel was she?
Because okay, so here's the thing. So remember when.
I'm now very curious. Like, why?
Wait, Dave, can't we watch it? Can we watch it and react to it together? It is a special.
I mean, if you find it,
no,
it's how long is it?
2 minutes. It's like 2 minutes.
All right, find it, and share it.
Okay,
watch it. Yeah.
All right, real quick while Andy's finding the clip. I've been catching up with a bunch of other shows. Have any of you guys had a chance to catch up on the Adventures with Superman or Harley Quinn season 4 yet?
My Adventures with Superman. I'm actually far behind. I'm far ahead of everyone because I've seen it.
What are we talking about? Sorry, I was reading a message from the lady.
Sorry, I was just saying if any of us in the chat had caught up with the Adventures of Superman or Adventures with Superman.
My Adventures with Superman, right? Yes. I did not watch the latest episode, but I watched episode 3 and 4 the other day or on Thursday. And the way that episode 4 ended, I was like, yes.
Isn't the show amazing?
But I saw a clip sadly, when I was on Twitter, I was like, "Oh, Lois is testing."
Yeah, she's testing. I like this Lois.
I like her too.
Yeah.
I love her. Isn't she great?
I still haven't watched it.
Yeah, it's
you gotta watch it, Phil. It's good.
I'm told. Yeah.
It's basically anime Superman. That's essentially what it is. Or if you were to make the Superman comic a shonen anime, I mean, so far that's kind of what they're going with. Even the opening credits is in the style of like an anime, but it's
figure. Okay.
Yeah, but it's good though. It's like it's not cringy or anything like that, or it's not trying too hard. It's just very quirky, but I like it. I mean, for what it's going for, I think the show it's working. So yeah, and then Harley Quinn season 4, still solid. The level of satire that they keep doing in the show is great. Yeah,
I haven't watched any of that yet.
Okay, that just came out.
I got the hiccups again. God damn it!
Sorry, man.
26,
I think, is when these fucking kombuchas, man. They're too bubbly.
Kombucha.
Yeah. Kombucha. Sorry. Keep talking.
No, I was just saying that the show's Harley Quinn season 4 is still good. It's still consistent. I wasn't laughing as much as I would have liked, but I usually also watch it with my roommate and stuff, and so there was that. But also at the same time, it feels like they're doing more like world building, because now we're getting more. I saw a lot more of the Legion of Doom. They're adding more on that and stuff, and it's really interesting too. I mean, not to spoil anything. I don't know how far you guys are in the show, but they're kind of working.
I haven't seen an episode.
All right. Well, they're kind of working more with the fact that Harley is doing more of the anti-hero / hero, and Ivy is becoming more of the main villain, because she's like the CEO of the Legion of Doom.
I like that.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a strain on their relationships, and I'm like, okay, I like this. Yeah, so it's fun. I like the dynamic of it. So yeah, but the DC animation stuff has always been pretty solid for the most part. You know, they're always pretty consistent.
I still have not watched War World yet.
Yeah, same.
I have,
but I heard it's not that great.
Phil, tell us.
Tuning for Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths next year, when they're gonna end the Tomorrowverse. I have the video, by the way, now ready for you guys.
I see it.
Okay,
I'm trying to get ready. Go ahead, Phil. What's going on with War World?
Fill us in.
Okay. Wait, when you say Phil, it sounded like you said like his name like Phil, like spelling it Phil.
I was on a forum real quick. I was on a forum, and they post everything comic book related, like whether comics, movies, whatever. And they posted a picture of the cover of War World, and they were like, "This was so bad, I like shut my laptop off." And I was like, "That's not good." So that's what I knew about the movie, and that's it. So Phil, are they too harsh? Are they on the money?
Okay. This movie plays with a couple interesting ideas, but it is executed with little to no focus whatsoever. The dialogue in it is just
bad,
fucking superbly on the nose in certain spots.
Okay,
it's not great. The movie falls apart in the third act. Fucking, it drops the ball almost as hard, if not harder, than Secret Invasion did. The way this film ends and the way things happen and transpire, of how the Trinity, how they find out they're on War World, and like how it all comes together is just so horribly mishandled. It is like one of the biggest misfires that DC animation has done in a long while, and it leads into the like most half-ass cliffhanger leading into Crisis on Infinite Earths ever.
And that's the next thing they're doing.
Shit! I really just said that at the very end. yeah, more or less. Yeah.
Well, I mean, everyone who's a DC fan who follows that knows that that's like the next thing they're doing, other than the animated adaptation of Watchmen. Right. So
and it's just,
I didn't know they were connected though. So that's fun. That's fun to find out that way.
You know what we're connected?
No, I didn't, because sometimes what DC animation will do is they will do the one-off, things. Or they'll do something that's an interconnected movie. So you have to sometimes you don't know. Sometimes you find out as you're watching. Oh, it's this animation style. It's connected to this. Okay, cool. And then it'll go along and stuff.
So what were you confused on? What were you confused on? What was connected to what?
I thought War World was its own single story.
But the fact that it's connected to Crisis.
Yeah, I also briefly thought that it was possibly connected to, because recently in the comic books they did the Superman World Apocalypse.
Basically, me too. I thought that's what it was going to be. Something akin to that, and it wasn't.
I thought it was going to be loosely based off of that, and they were going to add their own stuff in there. But yeah, in the comics, it's essentially if you did Planet Hulk, but you did Superman being a gladiator on World. Yeah, that's the comic. But I've heard it's amazing.
I will also say right now, this film features like one of the worst Mongol designs ever. Mongol looks like fucking trash. In this movie.
How do you fuck up Mongol? He's like so
How do
simple.
you fuck up Mongol? That is the question. And they did. They fucking just. Oh my god, it's just so disappointing to look at.
No.
He's just super generic. He's super thin. He's not big and imposing. Literally, they just have Robert Atkin Downs just reading from a script, and it's not even imposing in any way, shape, or form.
Wow.
You took.
How was Teddy Sears? How was Teddy Sears in the film?
Teddy Sears was cool. He voices one character called Warlord. He's part of Batman's story. Batman's story was probably the best thing in the movie. Like, not gonna lie.
Only when I interviewed Teddy, he was so excited about that film coming out. I'm like, oh,
Teddy Sears was in The Flash.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I talked to him for the series finale, and he was like, like, would you want to come back to DC? He's like, well, as a matter of fact, I actually did my first voicing thing for DC, Justice League War. I'm like, shit, you're in that? I'm like, I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, he voices a character in Batman's story. So the Batman portion of this story is loosely inspired by the Bruce Wayne Road Home from Grant Morrison. Like, you see Batman in kind of a prehistoric-ish type of deal. And
it's after Darkseid sends him back in time.
Yeah, but they don't really allude to that in this movie. But there are elements of that's from.
I like that. I like that arc in this. Bruce Wayne. I love that.
Honestly, the thing that really did it for me was like seeing Batman hold a giant sword and just slay motherfuckers left and right. That was
so fucking cool.
It's metal as fuck. Like, not gonna lie, but that's about as awesome as the film gets.
Okay. Well,
are you ready to watch?
Yeah, we're gonna watch it right now.
People marketing
Here we go.
movie Man of Steel are heavily targeting Christians. They're offering Christian groups free screenings as well as sermon notes that highlight Superman's similarities
already?
to Jesus. Yes, like how his father sent him to. Wait, I have to read the rest.
Oh my god.
How his father sent him to Earth to save humanity.
I think it's great. I think it's
what?
Look,
Who wants to tell
what are they even laughing at?
Christ in anybody. I think the idea that someone is really taking your place in a dangerous situation. So all joking aside, I think truly that's what Christ does, and I think it's great. Why not?
Why is she laughing so much?
As a Christian,
I guess no one explained to her what Superman comics are doing.
Yeah, she's never read one before.
Wait. It comes now.
Okay.
I'm thinking of the 1939 serial of Superman. I'm thinking of George Reeves as Superman. And
when you were 5?
Have you ever made this connection between Jesus Christ and Superman?
Oh my god, she really doesn't get it, does she?
Oh,
holy shit.
I mean,
get it.
To be fair, I mean, it's been there to a degree in the comics, but most people would argue it's more Moses than Jesus. But that being said, she didn't probably know the Moses thing either. So let's
it was just so funny that like this.
Sorry, go ahead, Nandy.
The fact that because I remember because I was talking to Rebecca about it a couple of weeks ago. I'm like, I forgot that Man of Steel came up during the View, and I sent the clip, and I'm just like, wow, like imagine if they just invited someone from that movie onto the View, and they could have explained it to them.
I'm trying to picture Zach or Henry.
No, I created.
Zach would have been
a month ago. I dreamt that Zach was on the View, and it was and they were just fighting about the trunks.
While Zach Adams being on there.
While Zach was sitting there patiently listening to them, like arguing about, like, the trunks, like, whether he should have it or not. Of course, Whoopi was like really passionate about, like, he has to have trunks or whatever it was.
The fact that she was laughing so hard at the fact of, like, The fact that they were, there was like a parallel to Jesus. I mean, obviously, yeah, that's what Zach was kind of going for. I mean, it's like it's in your face, but at the same time, it kind of, I mean, like when he just like backs away from that ship and he goes, oh, I mean, it just, but
or the church scene,
yeah, or the church scene, or I mean, my God, I mean, Jesus, I just want to say, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You know what? But you know what ruined that scene for me a little bit is because I don't watch his stuff as much anymore. But like, have you guys ever heard of the Nostalgia Critic?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. His Man of Steel review, where like every time there was like a Jesus allegory and so on, he would start screaming, "I am Jesus! I am Jesus!" So when Clark floats away, every time I watch it float, I just hear, "I am Jesus!"
I probably saw that review probably half a decade ago now, but I remember Angry Joe was the more sensible one in that review because he's an actual he reads Superman comics.
But then he trashed BVS, and I'm just
both
like,
did. They both made a very giant parody of Batman.
Remind me though, because I haven't seen that review in forever. But were they reviewing the theatrical cut at that point?
Yeah, yes. And they even had someone play Zack Snyder, and like
that was weird.
Not even sounding anything like him. Like they made Zach sound like he was like consistently high and like whimpering.
And then to take it a step further, the whole Channel Awesome crew like did a really shitty parody of Zack Snyder's Justice League, and one of the guys they had there doing Cyborg was like they were trying to play it up like Ray Fisher was the problem, and I was like, that is in really poor taste.
Yeah.
It was bad.
Channel Awesome has just I mean they're so problematic.
They imploded though, didn't they? I'm trying to remember exactly what happened with.
Does any white empire really fall apart? Like all these, I mean, what happened was a bunch of people left, and they came up with the hashtag change the channel, and they gave their allegations of what they had gone through. But NC is still posting videos and shit.
No, I know, but
Tamara Chambers still does she uses the Channel Awesome stuff to stream, but that's about it. Like I don't really hear too much about Channel Awesome that much anymore.
When I was younger, like I mean, I remember I would watch because what's his Doug Walker.
Doug Walker.
Guy, and Rob Walker, his brother, like not doing the character. They're decently funny. Like I remember they even did like I think they entered a contest and they won to do the riff tracks, with not with the Mystery Science Theater guys, but they wanted to do their own of like Batman Forever, and they actually did a really good job. It was pretty funny. Nice. Their commentary and stuff like that. I think they're funny guys, but like I liked their they did a thing too where it was like movies in 5 seconds, and they would just basically have it be like a 5 second long, and they would summarize the movie in the 5 seconds, and would usually end up like being a joke. There was that, and I liked that era, and I thought they were funny. But like as like around that time, like I just started kind of getting like it was getting old pretty much, and like I think even Doug Walker wanted to not do the Nostalgia Critic at some point, and then he wanted to walk away from it, but then he had to come back to the character to like keep the character. There was all this weird stuff that was going on over there, and I mean, Anyway, it just kind of got old. I don't know if I've watched a full Nostalgia Critic review in probably almost a decade. Actually, it's been quite a while.
I watched it a few years ago, but then when the allegations came out, and like of course I believe them because there was some horrible stuff that they had done to the people.
This must have gone over my head. Do you want to elaborate?
I don't want to get Dave's channel in trouble.
Okay, well you can DM me later.
It's just toxic behavior. Toxic behavior, abuse in terms of like how they treated their staff.
That's unfortunate.
Because I care so much about Dave, I don't want to say something that will get him in trouble later on.
Say it.
Well, there's an infamous huge Google Doc that is out there called Change the Channel, where each member who was mistreated gave their records of what they had gone through. There was even, I think, there was a content creator, I don't know much about him, but there was a content creator named Wario something who had passed away many years ago. And then it came out that he was, hold on, let me ask.
You're asking
permission? No, because listen, having worked for Jordan as much as I have with YouTube stuff, like I'm learning. Okay, there's some things that YouTube doesn't want us to say, and like again, it's like if this was on my channel, I would say
you can say that word. It's fine.
They were, I believe, it was that he was a groomer and that he was, very inappropriate, and that and how. Again, it's a whole long story, but I would definitely check out hashtag change the channel on YouTube. There are great summaries of what they went through, but Channel Awesome is they are infected. Like they have bad people running who own that channel, and it hurts me to see that someone like Doug Walker, who listen, like even if I don't always agree with some of his takes on films, he's talented, and the fact that he's sticking by some of these toxic people running it, again, choosing money over people, is horrible.
Yeah. Sounds like Jeff Snyder. Sorry.
Fuck Jeff Snyder.
Fuck Jeff Snyder. Fuck him. Fuck him. Beto Gonzalez. Fuck all of them, dude. They're all fucking douchebags. Pardon my French, Dave. I'm sorry.
No. I don't care. Say whatever. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, and as far as Channel Awesome, like I said, I haven't watched her stuff in a long time at this point.
It's been a while for me too.
Yeah. I mean, from what I heard from like other people that used to follow it, basically, I mean, their take was that basically, Doug occasion will still do some decent like editorials or something, or just videos talking about stuff, but for the most part, like his level of comedy kind of stayed the same. Like he never really kind of evolved. I mean, that's kind of what seems to be the consensus, and that's kind of, I mean, again, and like, I guess he still has his fan base and stuff. So, I wish him the best and everything, but like, yeah, I don't know what I really find funny about the stuff like from 2013 till now is that like all the people that like really made a big huff and puff about all these movies and stuff, they've just kind of disappeared, and Zach's still being Zach.
Guy's making fucking, a whole new universe.
He's making a Star Wars universe on Netflix. It's pretty. That's pretty cool. So.
Yeah, all these people that were like going against him and everything, and again, yeah.
Did you see? I don't know if you guys. Maybe it was one of you guys who shared it. But I saw that there was a clip of there's this like YouTuber with a Spider-Man hoodie who was talking about like, do you think James Gunn is going to reboot?
I saw that.
Yeah, and it's like it's like right, they call us the cult. They call us the cult. Really?
Wait. The first thing about those clips from those young dudes. Does that podcast actually exist? Anybody? Have you watched a full podcast episode with those two guys? Anybody? No, you have not. There is something, and this is because of TikTok. And sadly, I mean, I post videos on TikTok because it is another thing. But there is a thing where these podcasts don't actually exist. They just post clips as if they are part of a podcast.
You're fucking shitting me.
What's happening? I swear to God. Try to find a full podcast with these kids. Try to find it. You will not, most likely.
So they're really just doing this.
They're doing clips. And what happens is, guess what they're doing is people start talking about it and start getting all up in arms. Try to find the full podcast. I don't think you'll find it because this is a trend that I've noticed that has happened when it comes to if I'm scrolling through shorts or even TikTok, where I've seen it with like, do we have something here? Is there a full thing? No. Oh, no. We're about to wrap up. I know.
Okay.
I know. Yeah, we're about to wrap up. We're going almost like 5 hours here. Andy, I know. I would love to, but yeah.
No, I'm just checking.
Yeah. Okay. There's something different we're talking about. But I when you see clips like this, I always go, "Where's the full podcast?" And there isn't. So this is a trend where they pretend like they were like having a full podcast, and that it doesn't exist.
That's so weird.
I've seen that with other things too. When I see ads, like I see ads too, because I'm all about fitness and stuff like that. I see there's like this fitness guy who I see clips of him on a podcast, but I go, I can never find this podcast.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah, I forgot what I always forget. It's called.
But I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I know.
He's always one talking about. Like,
you could not find that podcast because they post clips to make it seem like they're doing a podcast, and there's no such thing as this podcast, and they do it to just rile people up. But essentially, I don't know how this got into the Snyder community where they got all pissed off, and even like Ishan, who was at Full Circle and everything. He was like, yeah, these guys would, the only reason why they're saying this because Zack Snyder would shove him in a locker. I'm like, dude, and I looked at his tweet because I saw it the day later, and he got dragged through the mud, and it was from other Snyder fans going, Zack would never do that. He's the nicest person in the world. I'm like, yeah, dude, like why did you make out Zack Snyder to be a bully from Saved by the Bell? Like, why did you even like shove him in a locker? I mean, like, when
very poor choice of words.
Yes, I was like, dude, this did not work out the way that you thought it was going to work out. And I was like, don't get upset by this. These are just two young dudes, and they're doing their thing, but they're doing this whole new thing where it's like seems like they're on a podcast. But again, try to find their podcast. Do they actually have a podcast? I don't think they do. They just do clips to make it seem like they're on a podcast. But yeah, they did a whole thing where like one of them was wearing like a James Gunn shirt, and they were like, yeah, James Gunn, and people got pissed. And I'm like, leave it be, guys.
But you know what's so funny? That was more cult behavior than like, us people who love Snyder. It's like,
yeah, but then when you look at the response to the video, it gets all culty too. That's the thing. It's like,
I look at stuff like that, even if it was real or it wasn't real, I just kind of roll my eyes and I just kind of move on and stuff. I mean, I remember when like Black Adam was coming out and they were having they were doing like the dramatic effect. They would have the guy saying just got out of Black Adam, and he had 4 of his friends carry him out of the theater.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Soups. That was Soups.
Yeah. Right. I see stuff like that and I go, okay. And I just kind of just move on, and I just go like, all right.
We have to realize that when it comes to the younger demographic, they're creating their world, which good for them.
Gen Z's ruin everything. Can we just say it? Gen Z's ruin everything.
Yeah, they do. They do.
I'm not going to be the old man yelling at the cloud at this point.
Exactly. You're not going to be Clint Eastwood saying "Get off my lawn." But for the most part, from what I gathered, is like when I saw that clip, I was like, "Where's the full podcast from these two?" And I have yet to see that. And I think they just do this to make,
and
I've seen this tactic before, so
I'm really glad you brought that up because I think I shared it, and I think Annie might have seen it.
I just went for my like.
What I said is like, number one, it's pathetic. Number two, stop sharing it because the more it gets shared, the more they get noticed. And it's just like you feed the fucking troll, it's just gonna get fucking larger.
Yeah. And that's I saw it on my feed numerous times. I'm like, I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to do anything. Because first off, they don't even mention Zack Snyder really in that clip, I don't think. And they're just like, yeah, they're totally lifting up James Gunn. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. But then at the same time, I'm like, even like talking behind the scenes with people, we're like, where's the actual podcast this is from? Do anybody even know where this is from? And again, we all kind of just went, no, they're doing that thing where it's like, oh yeah, this is a clip from a podcast, but the podcast doesn't exist. They're just making, they're giving the illusion this is from a podcast. I think they just did that clip and then that's it. They have a set, they have everything, and that's all they do. They just post clips because they know clips is what's going to give them the clicks. Not the full podcast. They don't actually have I can't even imagine these.
That's pretty sad.
Young bucks.
They have to parody podcasters just to make an entertainment thing. Like it's a
thing. Yeah. It's a thing now. When I see ads, I especially see it when I see ads, and I'm like, does this podcast really exist? And I'll search for it. It does not. It does not exist. They're just promoting their brand, making it seem like they're on a podcast doing it, but it does not exist. I think that's what these kids are doing, which is smart. I'll give them that. Smart. Because, it's getting passed around, but they don't actually have a podcast.
The way I look at it, it's like Mad Max Fury Road. It's that meme itself where he looks up and he says, "That's bait." That's how I see it most of the time.
That's what I thought about too.
Can I watch that movie without having seen the previous ones?
Yeah. I mean, every Mad Max, even with the ones with Mel Gibson, you can kind of treat them essentially as kind of like the Man with No Name trilogy kind of thing, except between, I would say, Mad Max and maybe Road Warrior, because the original Mad Max you kind of see his origin, like how he becomes Mad Max. But you can really watch any of them, and you're probably going to be fine. And
I love Tom Hardy so much, and that film looks like it was like, I like when they do a lot, when films really invest in practical production, if that makes sense, and not just doing
there's a lot more practicality.
I'm like, Jesus, like this is what I always get so bummed for George Miller. I'm like, oh shit, imagine if he actually had ever gotten a Justice League movie, like how much practicality would we have seen there.
It would have been
back then. It probably would have even been more than even Fury Road, because it would have been 2007, 2008 when that came out. Yeah, I mean, if it had been kept going at that point. But yeah, I think he's working on Furiosa right now. But again, the strike, so it would probably be a long time before we still see that one. But
I mean, that was already in the can before.
Oh, what?
Oh yeah, they already finished filming that.
Oh, they did. Okay, well,
yeah. So I think we're going to be good on that. I think he's just working on. I mean, I cannot wait because, again, when that came out in 2015?
2015.
I know.
Yes.
2015.
Yeah. God, I can't believe how long ago. I mean, how old was he then? He was already 70, almost 70.
So the big thing with Fury Road for me was that he was that old, and he basically outshowed every other action director.
Exactly. He gave a seminar on what to do. And when you watch that movie, have you watched it yet, Andy? Or you have
no, I want to watch it because I could never figure because no one ever gave me a straight answer. I remember I was someone. I was like, "Hey, do I have to watch other Mad Max?"
You were in for a treat when you watched.
And you know what they said? They said, and because this is what because this was last year, I was in a Discord call, like, can I watch Fury when I want another Mad Max movie? And these dudes just started arguing the fuck out of each other, well, I mean, I think you should, and other people like, no, you don't have to. You can watch it. It's a standalone, and I just never got a clear answer. So I'm just like, okay, I'm just not gonna touch it. But no, I will probably try to watch it. I'm trying not to just do a lot of I'm not trying to do a lot of superhero stuff these days. Trying to do a variety. So, but it looks practically really cool. I don't remember seeing the trailer ones.
In terms of Mad Max, Fury Road and Road Warrior are like the best ones, pretty much. And Road Warrior is basically the old school style of filmmaking, and like Fury Road's the new style of filmmaking. But they're both practical. There is CG that's used in Fury Road, but it's used to kind of enhance effects, basically. And there's like a tornado.
The storm. Yeah, the storm. The storm. Sandstorm.
That has to be CGI.
That they have. Yeah, there's no way that they can actually do anything. But all the stunt work and everything like that, it's like there might be maybe a couple of shots that might have some CGI in it, but mainly it's all practical stunt work. It's crazy.
It looks amazing.
They got legit circus people to do certain stunts going back and forth between trucks and shit because it looks so good.
Dude, you were in for a treat.
Yeah. The other thing was that I remember distinctly at that time was because it was 2015. Is I was like, oh, I love the score in this, and then Junkie XL went on to do BVS with Hans, and I was like, that's amazing. And of course, that score is phenomenal. Junkie. So Junkie's just so
Junkie XL is just he totally fits that world too.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, everything about that movie. I mean, it was everything about that movie is just, I mean, I've seen it so many times, and it's just a movie that's just crazy intense and well acted, well performed. Everything about that movie is like, holy fuck, how did George Miller do this at 70 years old and just showed everybody like how the fuck you do
fucking goat.
Yeah, I remember distinctly too.
It's the guy who made Happy Feet. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think he
was great too. Yeah.
He had been avoiding Mad Max for years, and then he basically was convinced to come back to it. And I remember distinctly too, because I'm a huge Tarantino guy, and Tarantino is like, he's big in his movie beliefs, and he was like, no one else can play Mad Max except Mel Gibson. Kind of like, you know, Indiana Jones can only be played by Harrison Ford. Like that's how he was basically, you know. And then he had heard that it was good. Fury Road was really good, so he put it, because he has his own theater, so he just played it at the New Beverly, and then I think he watched it like 2 or 3 times in a week or something like that. It was something like he was like the fact that George Miller was able to convince Tarantino to accept another Mad Max. I mean, that's like in itself kind of like a religious experience probably. So like I think, you know, George succeeded even in that. So I think that's really, really cool.
Crazy.
Yeah, man.
Wow. But yeah, I mean, Hardy does a fantastic job. I mean, Hardy, I mean,
he does is amazing. Another
dude,
movie that
seriously, that's why he's one of my favorite actors, no matter what.
Have you ever seen Bronson?
Dude,
I did.
Oh.
Okay, Andy, I'm gonna actually ask you this: have you seen Locke? No, you have not. You put that in your queue right now.
Okay.
Locke with an E at the end. Locke. Let me explain this to you, Andy. This is a movie. It's a small movie. This is Tom Hardy, who is driving.
Oh no, this one. I have seen this one.
Have you seen it?
I saw. Okay, so I saw this
on
the play to Comic-Con. So I may need to rewatch it.
It's about like a guy who is driving to a location. You know he's going, and the whole time he is in the car. He's in the car and he's having phone conversations about his company and then, of course, his wife and everything like that. I mean, this is where Tom Hardy shows those acting chops, like because he carries this movie just by sitting in a car driving and reacting to the situation on the phone. Fantastic movie. I love it when these actors do that kind of stuff. It's like when Ryan Reynolds did Buried. When he was just like, when he was buried in a coffin the whole time, it's uncomfortable because I'm a little claustrophobic. But like when these actors can take like a role where they're just in one location, like Colin Farrell in Phone Booth.
Yep.
Like that. I love that. Joe Schumacher, by the way.
I have now added to my watch list.
Dude, Locke. I always tell people like,
damn, it's only 80 minutes long.
Yeah, it's a short movie. But it's all takes place while he's driving, and it's so fucking good.
Yeah, no, but yeah, I remember when he got cast for The Dark Knight Rises. I remember like, you know, because I'd already seen Inception at that point, and then I was like, I saw Bronson because I didn't, you know, because I was
Bronson's great too, man.
Yeah, I don't want to say that I'm like into like, you know, crime like that, but like when I heard about this figure in England and that Tom Hardy was playing him, that, you know, this real life criminal. You know, I was like, I gotta check this out, and like that movie, it's like, that's like a cinematic experience I could never get again because of Tom Hardy. So yeah, like,
yeah, Hardy's just fantastic.
Inception was the first movie I saw him in, and then I heard about the casting for Rises, and then I think I went back and tried checking out a lot of his other stuff. I didn't see Locke though, so I'll
check out Locke, because, like I said, it's just one of those movies. It's a small movie. It's all about it's just him driving, and I'm not going to spoil it where he's driving to because it is part of the story. And then he's getting phone calls. And he's not like he's answering it. He's like, it's like the phone calls are, you know, going through his car so he can
like
hear
on speakerphone.
Yeah. And it's just, again, it's just like, it just shows his acting ability. Yeah. And it's I just like those kind of movies that have like the gimmick of, okay, we're in one location, you know, and it's real time. You know, the real time kind of stuff. That's why I said, like, you know, like Phone Booth was real time, Buried with Ryan Reynolds, real time, where it's like you're in there with the character and you're kind of going like, where the fuck is this gonna go? And then when you finally figure it out, you're like, oh shit, that's where
we need more of those. So I mean, that's why like my first experience with that was I don't know if this is gonna be cringe or not, but like I watched a movie Unfriended. That takes place all on a girl's computer screen. Skype.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Because everyone I've talked to, I was like, Andy, you're so cringe for standing that type of movie.
Yeah, I love those gimmicky kind of movies. If they nail it right,
it was something new. It was something different. Like it all takes place on a Skype call, and it's kind of like, holy shit, I do all these things on my computer. Now, this girl, her desktop was messed up in her MacBook, but I was kind of like the way like she's multitasking and it's a horror story, and I'm like, I don't know where this is going either. So yeah, like it's like people, movies like Unfriended and Lock. It sounds it's like we need more of those films. We don't we don't need Hollywood blockbusters all the freaking time.
But at the same time, I appreciate when those films come along and then you kind of go like, oh yeah, this is something different, and you appreciate it. If there's too much, if it gets too saturated, maybe I'll be
not too mainstreamed.
Yeah, but at the same time, because like you have to be able to pull something like that off, because Unfriended was one of those. There was like that Missing movie that also took place like through social media. Maybe was that the sequel to that?
Unfriended Dark Web.
Something. Oh yeah, Unfriended Dark Web. I didn't see that one, but
that one is. It's a. I mean, I find it very interesting because it's not the exact same concept, but it goes really into like that becomes more of a crime horror than it becomes of a supernatural horror. Because Unfriended is definitely like a supernatural horror. I mean, it depends on how you look at it, because people are like, oh, Laura Barnes never died. Like she was just messing with him this whole time.
That's right. Yeah. No, but I like those like certain kind of films like that. But yeah, definitely. If you haven't watched Lock, watch Lock.
Yeah, I will probably do it today.
Hardy's best performances right there. Yeah,
that's how Tom Hardy is. I mean, listen, like
he's amazing.
He is one of those once in a generation actors. Like
yes, he is.
Like for me, it's like I love some of my favorite actors are character actors, chameleon actors, where like I won't even like but I can look at someone like Tom Hardy and then think like, okay, when he plays Bane, he's not playing this other character. It's not like I forget that it's even an actor playing him. I remember like, oh, this is the man Bane. This is the man Bronson, etc.
Well, that's what's so great about him, and he's not what's funny about like when it comes to Bane, he's not a tall dude. I mean, he's probably like I'm not.
But he's still scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. It's like Chris Nolan was like, okay, you're not. I mean, you're not the big dude, but we're gonna shoot you like you're the big dude. You're gonna gain a bunch of, he bulked up, and then they just shot him where it was like he had big boots, which lifted him, and then Christopher Nolan shot him like that, and he made him look fucking terrifying and menacing.
And he did Nightfall.
He's like 5'8". Yeah, he did do Nightfall. He did.
And I almost like I had to like grab because I was sitting with like me and like 5 other friends, there's old dudes, and like just not to scream, I had to grab their knees and just like, oh my fucking god, they did it! And they're like and they're like, wait, why is this a big deal? I'm like, have you never heard about? Because I'm that friend that everyone goes to about comedy. They're like take me to a Marvel movie. I will have to be the one that people will come to be like, hey, what is that? Is that an Easter egg? Hey, is that from the comic? Hey, is that who's that? Who's that? And like I have to explain it to all. So again, with Nightfall, I was like, have you never heard of Batman Nightfall? It's like one of the greatest Batman stories of our generation.
Yeah, it is, man.
It's funny you mentioned that. I remember seeing The Dark Knight Rises when Bale gets his back broken. I literally just it was probably the most obnoxious thing I've ever done in a movie theater, but I just screamed, yes, because I wanted to see Bale get his back broken, and like literally the first 4 rows, like they jumped and they looked up, they were like, what? it was hilarious. But that was easily like one of my favorite things.
Dave, you know what the vodka stream community needs? We need to do like watch parties of movies.
We have done that before. I know. I need to bring it back. Yeah,
it's time, Dave.
I think one of the last. I mean, we watched Justice League before Zack Snyder's Justice League came out.
Did it?
That was fun. That was fun.
How many people went to the hospital?
I know. We had about 6 of us here. We were taking shots on cringy shit, and we were just totally just beating the shit out of that movie. Yeah, we had fun doing that. That was probably the last time we did a live watch on the Vodka stream, which is right before Zack Snyder's Justice League came out. We watched Justice for the last time. We wanted to put it to bed, and we had fun.
I haven't watched that film in forever, but I will say I did 2 years ago. One of my friends had bought it for their kids. I know I was how you're a bad parent, and I was like, you're like, you don't like this movie, do you? And like they're like, no, it's fine, and I just broke the DVD in half.
Yeah, I should bring that back, because I even had it where we had a timer where people can be like, all right, where we're at. We had the counter like on one of the windows up here, so then people can know where you're watching it. But man, yeah, that was fun because we were
bring it back. If you need someone to help, if you need someone to help organize that, I'm more.
We'll figure it out. Yeah.
Dave, I will be your bitch. Let me know what I.
The hardest thing about it is like we can't have the audio bleed in or anything bleed into because obviously we'll get a copyright strike. Yeah.
But that's the thing. Me and Rebecca, we did all those kind of movies before the Snyder Cut came out, and like we would just watch like on our computers, but like make sure that the audio didn't come.
Yeah. So we'll have to do that again and start because that was a lot of fun. I was even doing live watches by myself with certain things too.
Let's do Bronson at some point. Like, I think more people need to know about people.
Rock and Rolla, that'd be another fun one.
Oh, Rock and Rolla, that's another Guy Ritchie movie.
Yep.
Was Hardy in that?
Tom Hardy's in that.
He was in that, right?
Yeah.
I only saw it once. I know what's his name from. Who played Dr. Doom in Fantastic Four, the train version?
Oh yeah,
Van Forstic.
Yeah.
Toby Kebbell.
There you go. Kebbell. There you go. I remember he was in that movie. I didn't. Yeah, that's right. Tom Hardy was in that movie too. That's right.
Tom Hardy for Dr. Doom, maybe.
Oh,
think about it.
Well, the rumors Cillian Murphy. Now
I know.
What?
Well, he said no. It wasn't.
I saw you share that. Yeah.
I know. But it was more like he's open to it.
Yeah.
Kind of yeah.
Wait.
What? I wouldn't hate it. Wouldn't hate it.
Did Disgrace Rudolph just bring it up in an interview like, would you want to play Dr. Doom or something? Or like,
no, you mean the same blonde chick who decided to try and tell
film explain it to Christopher Nolan?
Yeah,
try to make 101.
That was so bad.
Maybe it was you, Phil, who tweeted about it. I saw someone say that she's the Ben Shapiro of film Twitter.
I saw that. That one made me laugh. No, she's
she's a fucking plague and she needs to be stopped.
You know what? She is the bargain bin Barbie doll who has no business talking about films.
You know what? I respect her for building her audience and doing what she's doing for sure.
Just a bunch of dudes who have a thing for her.
No. She did follow me for a bit at one point.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
She unfollowed me now.
Congratulations!
Yeah, I know. It was kind of weird. It was weird because I found out on Film Junkie Live that she was following me. Somebody was like, she follows you. I'm like, no, she doesn't. And I looked, I'm like, oh shit, she does. But then probably a couple of months ago, I noticed that she unfollowed me. And I was like, all right, well, I knew that was coming because I don't like her. I don't like her takes on certain things. And then
I don't like her existence.
Yeah. When it came to her Oppenheimer take, I went, wow, you are it's film 101, not to. And then she kept doubling down, no, this is what I meant. No, this is. And I'm like, filmmaking 101. I'm going to listen to Christopher Nolan over you.
Yeah, yep. Miss, I got fired by Marvel, and I'm just doing these rants.
I just love the fact. I'm trying to also not talk about Grace Randolph if I can help it.
Call her Disgrace Rudolph. That's what I call her.
No.
Paul has a lot more patience and restraint than Andy or I. Definitely.
Wait, what?
I love the
patience and restraint.
Okay.
I think that Chris Nolan, I think he just decided he's like, I'm going to make a movie that's half black and white. It's going to be R-rated, and it's going to be 3 hours long. And this is going to be my first movie outside of Warner Brothers. And his movie is going to make at least 500 million plus. And I think that that's fantastic.
R-rated, man. Biopic about a bomb being
dude.
Made.
And
only he could
Florence
do it.
Pugh was naked in it.
So, that
helps.
Wait, who was naked?
Unless you're in India, and then it's just
then you don't get the nudity. Sadly.
Wait. Who was
Cillian Murphy is naked in it too, but
Yes, okay, well now I'm interested.
Yeah, I mean, you see both nipples, I guess you could say.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Great
But
people who love it too.
But I mean, that's the thing is like Christopher Nolan. Like, I mean, when you watch that movie, you just go like, "Holy shit!" Like, how did he again? It's like he took this story and was like, "All right, this is how I'm gonna do it." And I'm like, "Yeah, this could have been such a boring movie
but he was allowed to cook.
At the helm." But the guy just knows what to do when it comes to storytelling and not tell a linear story, and it just works so fucking well and great cinematography and just my God.
Yeah, I was telling friends like maybe not the linear thing. Well, no, I guess because it does go back and forth in time too. But I was gonna say it's basically his version it's his Social Network. I was gonna say because Social Network does
that's a good
yeah. Because it's about something. Now, granted, it's about a bomb as opposed to social media. But like
social media is kind of a bomb, but yeah,
it's destroyed humanity in a whole other way. Yeah,
right.
No, but like in a way, you would think it would be a relatively boring topic other than the bomb going off. But no, the bomb. It's really funny because in that movie, there's two climaxes, which is basically the bomb going off. And then the other climax of his trial and everything else.
Yeah, there's three climaxes actually.
Oh, I mean, there is the ending.
The ending is such a fucking like. Oh,
that is okay. That is well, in that case, 4 climaxes.
Oh wow, what's the other one? The actual climax
with Florence Pugh. Come
on.
Okay.
He's trying not to spoil it for me, so.
I know,
dude. I made Florence Pugh. I was like, I can't help myself.
I love Florence. I mean, Florence is awesome. I didn't even know she was in Oppenheimer's. Like,
seriously, that's enough for me. But yes, to Paul's point, this film climaxes in a couple different ways, and it is just bombastic and just fantastic in more ways than I can count. Just top notch storytelling.
Yeah, very, very good writing. Very good cinematography, very good editing. Like it's just everything.
I heard the score by Ludwig was amazing.
Oh dude,
so good. So good.
The fact that he did a good job with Tenet, and the fact that Hans was like, yeah, get him for this next one, and because Hans is doing the Dune movies, and Ludwig. Like if I had not been told it was Ludwig, I would have assumed it was Hans doing.
So would I. Yeah.
I do hope Hans and Nolan will team up again at least one more film before.
I'm sure they will.
Can we also just throw it out there that Robert Downey Jr. is more than likely going to get Best Supporting Actor?
I hope he does.
I hope he does.
Good for him. Good for him.
And then all the fucking MCU fans are gonna start bitching. I'm like, why didn't he get nominated for Tony Stark?
Shut up. I know. That's what I tell him. Shut up. I mean,
every time he's been nominated, he has to go up against the Joker.
He was good as Tony Stark, but you know what?
Oh, bottom.
That's a good way to end the stream right there. Right?
Oh man.
No, but good for Robert Downey Jr. because it was like, all right, Dr. Dolittle didn't work.
Nope.
And then of course, he's like been trying things. He's got a show on Max where he's talking about cars, which I do want to watch because it seems interesting.
Oh, he did also do this.
What's up?
He did a thing detailing his dad's history too on Netflix.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, 2 years or so. That was actually really good too.
I didn't see that, but
I just won my first Sherlock Holmes movie already.
I know that.
No, but
you know, at this point, I will take Henry Cavill as Sherlock Holmes. I don't mind. those Enola Holmes movies are like they're fucking good.
I haven't watched
them, but I heard they're fun.
Yeah,
and listen, like him. Just like listen, I didn't like. Listen, I know Henry is like smart in real life, but seeing like be smart as Sherlock Holmes in film, I was like, yo, like he made detective stuff look sexy. Like now I care. With Robert Downey Jr.
So you're saying he should be Batman in Brave and Bold then?
No, I'm still with Dave that he should be Vandal Savage.
I have a feeling that Henry Cavill is not going to touch anything DC.
Probably not.
Probably not.
He will be Jor-El. He will be Jor-El.
No.
I'm one and done.
The thing that I hope for is that if James Gunn's going to be like, all right, Superman Legacy, fit as many Superman actors in there. I know people hate Dean Cain, but fit him in there somewhere. Put Tim Daly in there. Put Tom Welling in there. Put everyone, anybody who's been an actor.
But no CGI Superman.
No CGI, nothing like that. Cameo. But if you're gonna talk about Legacy, put everybody you can in that movie to run.
How much y'all want to bet Michael Rosenbaum's going to get a cameo in Superman?
Oh,
Legacy?
fuck yeah! Of course he is.
He'll play Lionel Luthor.
He's like his he's like his bestie. Come on.
He hella would, wouldn't he? Lionel Luthor.
But here's what's so funny, because Tom Welling said even on when he was on Michael's podcast like a few years ago, he even was pitching the idea why hasn't there been a big Superman multiverse movie yet where all of us can come together? I think that would be special. I'm just even Tom Welling fucking gets it. I'm just Warner Brothers fuck you, Warner Brothers. Jesus. I'm so.
If we're going to be here talking about bad decisions by Warner Brothers, we're going to be here.
I know. We're already going over 5 hours here.
All right,
so
should we wrap up?
Let's go ahead and wrap this up. I know we could talk about all that all the way till the sun comes up. But no, this was a fun stream as always. Love it when you guys come on and talk. Thank you to, of course, Ty and Tom for talking UFOs and aliens. That was very fun talking to those guys about all that. I'm like I said, I'm a big fan of all that. Obviously, I have the I Want to Believe poster, the Mulder poster on my wall. And
who's Mulder? Who's Mulder?
X-Files.
X-Files. You ever watch that?
Oh, that was my sister's thing.
It's so good. Love it. David Duchovny, come on. He's great. Anyways, but so it was fun talking to them because I wanted to, bring that into the conversation since the UFO hearings happened this week. So, but yeah, thank you guys, of course, for joining in. We'll go around the horn right here. Phil, you can go first.
Thank you, Dave. It's always a blast getting that invite from you to come here and talk to Andy, Paul, and everyone else. It's always a blast. If anyone wants to follow me, just anything unfiltered, be it Threads, Vero, Twitter, or X, rather. Instagram.
No one's going to call it that.
I know, right? If anyone wants to listen to my podcast, The Eternal Night, on Podbean, I'm also on the 4 Nerds every Thursday, and I'm also Twitch streaming Pokemon most days. Matter of fact, I think after I'm done here, I'm going to head to Twitch and stream some more Pokemon. So
nice.
Yeah, thank you,
right,
Dave.
Andy.
Okay, I'm focused this time. Last week, I was I don't know what the fuck. I don't even remember what I was looking at. So as always, thank you for having me on. Always appreciate coming on. You can find me at Andrew Back, just spelled like this, on Facebook, X, Instagram, Vero, and all the social medias. I am a host of the Flash podcast, Endless Multiverse on Chainsaw X YouTube channel. I also run Multiverse of Color, and I write for Screen Rant. Not as well as Stephen Colbert, but I do my best. And I also stream on Twitch. I'm not gonna do it tonight. I'm gonna go give Phil a lurk though before I go to bed. Check out Blue Beetle August 18th.
That's what I'm talking about, Paul.
Nice. I got nothing really to promote other than I will say go see Good Omens season 2 that just came out. I just started that. Great show. And also, I'm a huge fan of the Venture Brothers. The Venture Brothers movie
just came out. Love that.
Wow. The finale was really good. It didn't even feel like a finale. I feel like they could even do more after this. I recommend checking out Radiant of Baboon Heart or whatever it's called, but it's good. And I love the Venture Brothers show. But yeah, you guys can find me at PMickey1988 on Instagram or Paul Panhook on Vero.
It is.
And thanks for having me on and bring me on here.
Always, dude. Always like having you on, man. You always add to the conversation. Like I said, thank you to Ty, thank you to Tom for talking to UFOs and stuff like that. Smash that like, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, do everything. I'll see you guys on Monday when it comes to Film Junkie Live at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'll see what we talk about because let's face it, movie news is going to be a little scarce when it comes to the strike and all that stuff. And Andy is waving his arms like crazy, and I love it. All right, guys, we love you. Talk to you later.